Market back downside here to kick things off on a Friday morning as we head towards triple witching end of the day. 5.7 trillion in options set to expire by the end of day today. We'll touch on that coming up. Oil back to the upside. Meanwhile, 118 coming into play for Brent crude. Once again, 119 even at the highs. Back downside a little bit here. West Texas Intermediate, WTI, notably more or less unchanged, back to about 96 here, so that divergence continuing. We'll touch on a couple of individual movers here. Yeah, that's how the market's looking right now. It's worth noting as well, absolutely nothing to worry about as far as the economic calendar goes today. So we've had the entire week, it feels like, of economic events and individual market moving numbers, but we'll get a bit of a break from that coming up this morning. FedEx, one moving around here this morning. We'll touch on NVIDIA once again on its own headline. It seems like a daily occurrence, but it's worth starting things off with that move, apparently. FedEx looking pretty good here so far pre-market after a good report.
A great report, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the daily on FedEx lately. It doesn't look that bad. I remember talking to Neil about this maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It looked good then. It's probably looking a little bit better now with this earnings report, Brendo. Not a bad look at all, and we haven't seen the same from some of their counterparts, UPS as well as USPS with the Amazon tie-up. We spoke about that yesterday. Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about. NVIDIA expanding the AWS deal, looking to sell them a lot of chips. We're also looking at Amazon possibly getting back into the smartphone business after maybe 15 years.
I chuckled. I read that this morning, and I just thought, why?
They got the money, right? And they have Alexa.
Maybe they're bored.
We're probably trying to build some sort of consumer AI framework. But really what I have my eye on is SMCI. This is another bad kind of look for the company that's already had trouble with reputational risk. And this XPeng, one we don't talk about all that much, reported earnings this morning, not looking that good. A couple of space names as well, Planet Labs and New York Space Systems, if you're into that kind of thing. Both were the reports this morning.
Yeah, I saw that pop up on my phone last night, this SMCI China thing, if you missed it. The CEO arrested for, I laugh, but it's probably not that funny. Selling these NVIDIA chips under the table into China. So it was pretty late when that actually came out last night, but absolutely got hammered. 2250 comes into play here this morning, trying to bounce a little bit right now. That's all deep rent, so disregard that candle, but trying to bounce a little bit off this 2250. But like you said, this is just yet another red mark on this company.
And quite frankly, like, this area of the market is really under the microscope right now, okay? They don't want China getting their hands on these advanced AI chips. So you've got to make the assumption that they already knew that they were under surveillance, yet they went along with it anyway. So I don't know what's going on with that company.
I mean, I guess you can make the argument, though. This does, confirm that the demand coming out of China is there, and, they're willing to go to whatever lengths they need to get their hands on these.
Remember, Brendo, in the heart of Mongolia, there's a data center with a bunch of Blackwells, if you believe the report. So I'm not shocked about that, quite frankly.
DeepSeek's a little bit better than anyone thinks.
There you go.
What a move. Yeah, better part of $10 here. Still, guys, chopping around at 2250. Lots to deal with this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Just when you thought we should be talking, like we were going to be talking about the move in, like, afternoon move to the upside in the markets and downside in oil, and then you'd be celebrating FedEx being up nearly double digits. There's a couple of even some small cap space companies or satellite companies that have done well. There's just most of it was pretty good.
Yeah.
And then this nonsense from SMCI. Nobody's going to...
I mean, I was saying this to you guys earlier. Like, it's not really a market thing, right? I mean, it seems like it's very isolated.
This is them.
Right. It's not like it's all of a sudden like you're not allowed to export into China or anything like that. They just did it the wrong way. And as Neil's screen shows you right now, down 27.25 percentage points right now for SMCI. I think it's way overdone, but I mean, I think it's the exactly. It's will you want to continue to do business with them? Is there going to be some, restrictions now placed onto them? And will business go elsewhere, right?
Dell's up 5 points today.
Yeah, so I think it's not good, man. You can't charge the co-founders with this smuggling of AI chips and of these import and export rule restrictions that they violated and things like that. What was violated was the 50-period moving average on gold. I actually just tweeted this out right now. Pretty interesting little stat thing that I found, and it's right here. And it's just gold right here. Precious metal is on pace for its worst monthly drop since October of 2008. What was happening in 2008 again? But, you know, I mean, there it is right there. This is not a good percentage point move down to the downside here, down about 11 or 12%. There's the move in 08 where we went down about 18 or I think it was 16% that month. And there it is right there. So following some good up months, obviously, for gold. And we've had a really good run since, you know, 04 into 05, 06 here. But yeah, this month, gold tipping down a little bit. So I'm wondering here, are we a little overdone potentially to the downside? Whenever you start hearing, you know, different situations like that, you know, historical levels. I mean, that's 18 years ago, right? Like that's a big movement for gold this month. So there it was, breaking the 50-period moving average and then just creating a little bit of a cascade. Like, it doesn't look that dramatic here because of the move that gold's had, but that's why you have to go back 18 years and see, like, gold doesn't normally go from at the beginning of 2005, 25, 240 up to 480. You know, that's a complete double up right there in a year, pretty much, for gold. So this move down could be just sort of one of those moments where the market did have a little bit of a rally yesterday, but as we start to fear, you know, what's next as far as this war, it was supposed to take days, then weeks, now it looks like months. Are the allies, or, you know, whatever sort of sides you're taking here, on the same page? Will it ever come to an end? What's going on with the commodity space? So silver and gold continue to get hit here, and maybe a little bit of a rebound day. I have silver written on here as a long today, so we'll be looking at some SLV. It's not up as much as gold is, but we did have a stair stepping up situation. It's actually down. I don't know, maybe those are some weird prints, but it did have a stair stepping up situation yesterday where we just kept climbing. We bounced off VWAP a couple times. We bounced off the 200-period moving average. So I actually got pretty aggressive with it here today. If we come anywhere back into like yesterday's close, 64.50, 65 bucks, which maybe we're at right now, we got to watch out for some of these deep prints here. But if we can get into 65 bucks again for silver, I think that's a spot where, you know, I'm somewhat interested in that as well. So, you know, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we ticked another point up, a couple of points higher on that old rate raise.
Oh, we did? What is it now? Raise is 8%. 8%.
So this is, someone in the chat was just like, yeah, Neil, it does feel like we expected things to feel better in the markets after the way the afternoon went yesterday. But then you're reminded of how things were after the Fed on Wednesday, which was, it was feeling pretty negative, and it wasn't until that afternoon Netanyahu press conference that really turned things around. And look, personally, I don't think that we get a rate hike, but the simple fact that you're having any kind of increase in those laws, like, that's going to weigh on us a little bit here, and possibly like some of that sentiment coming back is a bit of the issue. But, you know, to the point of looking at bounces, like gold, silver could bounce. Bitcoin's back over, it's been not that great, and it's back over 70K today. So I feel like, hey, there are some places out there where you're holding on to those gains that we saw, or at least a good portion of the gains we saw in the afternoon. Like, I look at anything that's holding out that top. Like, this is IBIT, obviously, not like Bitcoin Direct, because we look at the ETF. But anything that's holding out support from those gains, and that's like, and it's got a support level at 70,000, right here. Like, so I have IBIT on the note. It's like, unless it breaks underneath that 39.75, I'm fine trending underneath it. But hey, sometimes the market is split between two forces. Our sentiment from the Fed on Wednesday, and then, you know, maybe some relief with the conflict last night. So I don't want to get into this whole guessing game. Like, the things that showed strength in the afternoon, if they're holding on to that strength, okay, I kind of like that for the long side, and I can be in the other direction for other stocks. And just to point out, I think I don't know if we did show Dell's chart for the SMCI thing. We would have mentioned, you know, competitors doing well. It, yeah. But like, Dell's literally at a triple top here and up 5%. So this should be like on the watch. Like, I probably should have thrown it in, and just on the bottom line there, Dell up in sympathy to this SMCI move up 5%. I don't know that it makes this triple top break today. Remember, it is witching, so there's going to be a lot of volatility at the open. You have a lot of contracts expiring. So you get to a 165, it's the kind of day where you get to these big strikes, and kind of tricky early on to break through them. But if they do, sometimes you get the crazy rally. You can get a crazy rally. So I think this is probably going to be on some radars as well as SMCI directly here. So. Yeah, volatility is going to be in this.
Remember yesterday we saw that big imbalance there in Toronto. Okay, not loading. I was trying to load up our page here. We'll have to let this load up
I couldn't,
to see the numbers. Okay, so maybe it's not loading. I'll figure out a different stat. I wanted to see if there's any money made on that because we talked about the witching. And right now there are, I mean, normally when we log in now, you're like 100,000 shares is something that is respectable. And right now, it's all buy side. Right now, Nike with a poor sell. That's one of the only sells we see there. Nike and Ford. Okay, yeah, Ford's $11 again. What the hell? This thing was $14 not too long ago. Come on, Ford. Look at this. Look at this drop off there. Whoosh, right there for Ford. Ford getting clapped right now. Wow. Okay. Not good. I didn't even realize that was happening for Ford. But okay, PM, just looking around here. XOM with a buy, BAC with a buy, Coke, Kenvue, Philip Morris, Procter & Gamble. Like these are all nice buys already starting here today. Uber with a little bit of a bid as well to start. And remember, this is options expiry and everything like that. It's March. It's the third Friday. So, we're going to be getting a lot on the quarter expirations, triple witching, not quad anymore. So we're excited to see what kind of options hit the market at open and at close. So I won't be here for the close, but Neil and Obi will take you through that. Probably more exciting. Sometimes you see, like, even in Toronto here, just to show you guys. There you go. Well, yeah, it's not even TD.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Why does it say $1.75? Oh, yeah. But I was going to say, like, with $1.75 by $1.75. Let me go over to RY. Sometimes you see big, again, I don't know what's going on here with these little dollars. This is a $220 stock, so I don't know why this is at 103 here. So we're probably having some problems.
Now that's a stinker.
With someone's trying to get long at $1 over here.
Yeah, because they never break that trade.
What's another big one? Let me look at Shopify in Toronto just to see if... Yeah, so there's something going on with these Toronto quotes here today with the bid side is off. But I just wanted to show you that sometimes...
Imagine getting that for $3 Shopify?
Well, here, can you zoom in? I don't know, Andre, if you can even zoom in. But like this is right up here. See the size up here? It's 1 million, like 2 million by 2 million. So this is what's going to, there's just a bid and an offer here on Shopify. Like, I don't know why this looks like this, but that's generally speaking, you're going to get some big trades right off the bat. Like Shopify in Toronto will probably do 5 to 10 million shares on a busy day. And right now, today, right off the open, you're going to get like a 2 million share print or so. So I just wanted to show that to you. Different strokes for different folks, but that's what's going to be happening here on the imbalances this morning. So. That's interesting. I guess there must be a bunch of crossed bids and offers there. Yeah. So we have something in our software where you can actually hide crossed and locked markets. So there's probably something happening there in the pre-market.
Also an hour till the close.
Yeah. It's probably too early. We don't even really look at Toronto.
You look at that at 9 o'clock, it'll be Monday.
Yeah. Let me remember that and call that back at 9 o'clock. So, okay, guys. Yeah, that's it for us here. Silver and gold and Bitcoin's up 70,060 again. So 7,600. That's a good one there for IBIT. Hopefully that can battle back. We did dip down into 69,000 and change yesterday, but there's the nice move, as Neil mentioned. At the end of the day, the market started to rip a little bit higher there. We didn't quite get to open levels, but we got pretty close there. So IBIT looking pretty good today as well. All right, it's 8:13. Let's go back over to the boys at the desk.
Couldn't shower until 9:30. I was really upset about that.
Sharif and I are talking about condo issues. I've been there. Trust me, I've been there.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Condo life.
Yeah. They have these like random water disruptions, and they always say it's going to be a certain amount of time, but it never ends up. It never ends up being that.
4 hours, man.
I know. Lots of analysts talking about energy names this morning. I was just cycling through a few of these. XLE overall, if you want to just have a look at the ETF, up and away here once again this morning. We're basically right at the highs from yesterday. We got all the way up to 59.75 there at the highs yesterday. A little bit of a tick higher here. I mean, more attacks on LNG products and LNG manufacturing facilities over in the Middle East, late into the night yesterday. So that was the first thing I read this morning. I mean, the individual producers not really doing much today, but I mean, that chart we just saw there tells the story.
So much to talk about here. I mean, I don't know if you heard about what Qatar's response was to the attacks on their LNG facilities. 4 to 5 years to build these things back up. Took seconds to destroy them. going to take half a decade to rebuild them. That's one side of the other. The other side of the equation here, the IAE saying has warned it could take 6 months to restore oil and gas flows from the Gulf. Separately, we saw some positivity yesterday with some NATO countries, Canada included, signing a letter, a joint letter, basically saying that they're going to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. There was no details articulated as to what they were going to offer in terms of logistics. Are they going to send out frigates, destroyers? Are they going to send out these ships that detect these sea mines that Iran has been apparently laying out? So there's a lot of unanswered questions, but you don't like I personally don't like the escalation to hitting the oil and the energy facilities because number one, that's going to take a long time to get back online, as Qatar has kind of shown, and number two, that's less supply that comes online. And where's that going to come from? So price is higher for longer, so to speak.
And then in the same time, or in the same sentence almost, we get news that some more traffic is being allowed through the strait, and a few more our boats are actually getting through. So that's how XOM is looking right now, just kind of chopping around where we ended the day yesterday. I mean, all of these producers worth watching once again this morning, guys. But XOM, look what happened yesterday at the open there on more headlines. This is going to continue to be a very headline-driven market.
Yeah, one of the things is if you differentiate, I think sometimes between the energy names, when you look at the XLE, look, the ETF's fantastic, but I think looking at what happened yesterday at the morning, I come to CVX because as Brendan mentioned, XOM. We'll load that one up first because that's what Brendan had just brought up. XOM completely dumped 2%, right off the bat at the open. It was able to get it back, and you have this interesting consolidation over there. But just sort of look at what happened with Chevron in the exact same moment. Well, not the exact same, but around the same moment, Chevron was breaking out the top and continuing to new highs. So yeah, I just feel like this is, I like this one, candid look, I own shares of Chevron, not XOM, but in this particular case, one went up when the other was going down, and we do have some strength in here. So as much as you might not see it, a ton of strength. I'm still, Nat Gas down 2.7%, USO's flat. There is some strength in the space. XLE is actually looking pretty good. You have to pick and choose sometimes in names and at least note which ones are strong and weak so that if you decide to express a trade or jump over, maybe you prefer the long in the one that's got a little bit more strength. I think that can be a good way to play in the energy space. But I did want to, if you look at the weekly on the XLE, there hasn't even been, there's one there's just one not really hiccup because I look at that candle and it's actually a pretty bullish looking candle. And I'm not sure why it's even painted. It's one of those you gap up and you end the week red, so it ends up being a red candle, but ultimately it's still pretty bullish. There hasn't been any kind of a true pullback in this ETF. And so sometimes you got to zoom out a little bit further. And until we get some really big news, I think this theme looks pretty good. There's going to be crazy reactions intraday to any kind of headline, that's one thing. But, when we start thinking about an actual resolution, no one seems to know when. And even Netanyahu kind of walked back those comments. He said, I don't have a stopwatch or something like that. That's when it would happen, even though it was positive comments. You look at the monthly chart, this was a breakout that was trying to happen for a long time on XLE anyways. Throw that out there. Yeah, you needed a catalyst, but you'd been leading into this move regardless, and there's still a lot of momentum. But you have to look at the individual names under the hood that are strong. CVX is looking much better than XOM at this moment.
Yeah, so I was just going to say about USO, yesterday, this is the trading that we did in the afternoon, and it went lower than this. We didn't, these aren't our complete outs, but we started shorting it around 1 o'clock underneath VWAP as some of those talks started to ramp up in the afternoon yesterday. And then you could see what happened near the end of the day where everything took off right back there, right up to the upside. So this is when the short sort of started. We rode VWAP all the way up. Then once we broke VWAP, this is where we started to engage, in the shorts. And then whoops, all the way down. And then we broke VWAP, and then it ripped right into the close and got back up to 124 on USO. What in that? I didn't realize it got that high. But there it goes, just ripping uncontrollably there. And then you could see into yesterday's trading, there's us breaking through VWAP again and all the way down, and then before a nice little bit of a move back. So this is the shorts that we had yesterday underneath VWAP, and then, you know, the collapse with volume picking up on news. So I think that as we look at names like CVX and XLE and all that, you know, we are going to keep our ear to the ground. And, you know, if some of that talk starts to ramp up again, you know, we'll be here to try to short it. It could happen at any time. As you can see here, 11:30, right to the upside there. And yesterday we had Boyle and all that moving around as nat gas in Europe started to get real expensive. So we'll see. I don't have USO written down here today. But again, like very, very news-based, and I was not expecting this kind of a move yesterday, but it happened. So, you know, keep our ear to the ground for USO, and we'll see if we're able to trade it again here today. This is the light sweet crude oil futures over here on NYMEX, down a little bit. Well, okay, not down actually. Starting to go down, but flat on the day here is USO. So we'll be looking at that. I may add it to the list just as a little note of news, right? I mean, you want to make sure that's not USO. Here it is. You might want to add it. Thank you so much, Rob, for this one. Always the best with the cups again. And we can never forget about Christmas time.
Christmas
cups. And I think, which one did you get? Oh, you got a nice, you got like a springtime cup.
Oh,
we're going, thank you, Rob. We're going different, you know, different.
Black and white though. Like
you got the nice positive spring. I got the
Christmas is always, man, Christmas is awesome. Any holiday that brings family together is the best. I don't give you make one up.
Well, that's why Thanksgiving is so nice. Thanksgiving in the United States is such a, that's one of the largest traveling days I think of the year.
Exactly.
Or that season is Thanksgiving. Because Christmas, you have more like, some people travel mid-December, late December, and it's kind of like, but Thanksgiving is just that like one weekend. So it's like, it's a crazy travel time. Easter actually coming up is quite a big celebratory situation.
Yeah, I guess.
What, is that the third week in April this year? I'm not sure.
It's early. I actually have to look it up.
In 2 weeks, okay. So early April.
Shoot.
Oh, shoot,
it's
okay.
like, it is 2 weeks.
All right, I like that one.
Where are you going,
We get Good Friday off.
Baby.
Oh, Punta Cana.
I just looked at our calendar and I just find out when it was.
I was trying to look up some Punta Cana places as well, but I don't know.
I didn't approve it.
Joe didn't approve that, so it's going to be Joe and Obi. What day is Sharif off? Next? Like 2 weeks.
Like,
yeah. Okay, I don't know. Apparently Joe's over here. He wants to tell us something, so let's go over to Joe.
Wow. All right, man. No, let's get into some of the options talk, guys. We know that we have options expiration today, so watch out for the volume at the beginning. Right, you're going to see an increase in the imbalances. So you're going to see out of the larger names, the Apples, the NVIDIAs, the Microsoft, and the Googles, and even the SPY and the triple Qs, a substantial amount of volume start to step in at the open. All right, so keep your eyes out on that. There's going to be a lot of volume, and then the imbalances at the close as well too. You're going to see an increase. Okay, so just be prepared and leave yourself some risk as well for the end of the day, because there could be some solid opportunities. Now, guys, let's move forward here and take a look at some of the derivatives. This is going to be Rivian here signing that deal with Uber. Now, what we have is a contract that's essentially worth nothing, and it's unfortunate that you cannot close or open any contracts within the pre-market or in the post-market. Because look what happened to Rivian yesterday right after the open. It essentially sold off the majority of its move, in which you got that pop after hearing that catalyst. Now, you're not going to get any form of movement within the contract, because essentially you have that pop and then it fades throughout the rest of the day, essentially to where that opening price started. Now, as for the open interest, guys, 31,000 still open that are going to expire this evening. And then we have volume around 10,900. Dollar spread, not too bad. Delta, I mean, it's almost non-existent at that point, $2 there. And then your gamma, which is relatively higher, right? Like you have a $4 gamma opposed to a $2 delta, which can lead you into some trouble if you were to get that form of a squeeze. So be patient, maybe something will step in, but the probability of that happening is very unlikely. And why do I say that? Because look at our delta metric. We have a 98% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money. All right, now at the money, implied volatility. Oh, okay. 93.6%. Now we're back. Yeah, we'll do it all over again. 93.6% there, guys. So you're going to get an increase, obviously based off of that catalyst. Now a name that had pretty much a really sleeper day, in my opinion. This was just steady up and to the right. That's AMD. We haven't pulled this up in quite some time. Open interest sitting around 20,900 with your volume around 15,800. You're having there's a $6 spread there. Wouldn't be surprised if that tightens up a little bit after the open. Once again, this is all documented after the close. Now, as for your delta metric, you're only sitting at 11 bucks there, that 11 delta, and your gamma's even relatively cooler than what we just seen in Rivian. At the money IV, 55.6%. Let's see if it continues on that trajectory. This is going to be another name as well, too, guys, that you're going to see that increase in volume right out of the gate just due to its options popularity. So, yeah, look forward to it. Be cautious. There's going to be some volatility out of the gate. A lot of what I typically notice is that most of the volume comes in on Apple. Keep an eye out on Apple just in case you see anything, guys.
Apple whole time. We're just talking about the whole like AMD up and to the right. AMD had a great day, but I'm just like, what other direction are the charts going to go? Now it can go down and to the right, it can go flat and to the right. I feel like we know we go to the right. And that I was like crying about the fact that my daughter's into Splatoon, and they're one of those. It's like a game, but the books or the comics, I guess, they read like backwards. So the book is backwards, and you read right to left. And we're reading one together. She was just constantly like, "That's not what's next, Dad." Oh, yeah, I'm like,
yeah, you got to read the other way around. Yeah,
and you read all of your life the one way. I almost said the correct way. Whatever, you left to right. Try reading something which is the other. It's so, you would think it's simple, but it's like kind of like when they tell you to ride a bike. Have you ever tried riding one of those bikes that's where it's like,
I can't even ride it with, you know how some people can ride it without their hands on there? I can't.
But there's like a thing, like if you tried with like a reverse bike, like you know it's reverse, right? Like it's told, but it takes forever mentally. It's just so hard to do to be able to get it going. Or like,
sometimes I'm on like the elliptical and you go one way, and then sometimes you go the other way to work a different part, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it kind of messes you up a little bit
brains are
on that one. But
he's dead right.
Yeah, you don't want the charts to go to the bottom left. You know, no. Either upper right or lower right. You don't ever want to go left bound there. I mean, you can't take back time.
But you know what, we talked about this yesterday in the context of NVIDIA a lot, and probably should have mentioned this with AMD bouncing off the 200 period. And it's because because it was NVIDIA, and we're always caring about this. There's your 200 period moving average. Technically, it did get a bounce. What is happening now? But AMD did the same thing.
Andre's lost his damn mind over there.
The exact same thing and did it better. So respect it. If a stock respects a moving average, then I respect it.
Here we go. This hamster wants to know if we're. No, it's fun. I mean, I think we should do some more random things like that. I think that's great. Do you buy property 70% off? I don't think that's necessarily true, hamster. But yeah, man, send me some listings, and we'll get over there ASAP. That's probably an expensive flight. So despite it being 70% off, I think I would be paying more in flight just to get over there every time. But I think hopefully all this Middle East stuff is, close to resolve. I don't get that feeling, but
I'd imagine that's 70% is probably not true.
Yeah, well, there are probably some spaces that maybe are. There are a lot of the wealthier, like what I was reading too, is obviously they're bunkering down a little bit because you never know. Like if you're in that Burj Khalifa, I mean, it's such a beautiful building. All those, but those are the targets. Unfortunately, I mean, I hate talking like that, but that is, I can even imagine being in that situation, like where, you're going to bed and you don't know, what may happen overnight or whatever.
Lucky and blessed to not have to worry about that kind of a thing is.
The fact that, you have no control where you're born or anything like that, and you just deal with what you deal with. So, but anyways, we'll probably get too political here in a couple minutes. So anyways, yeah, good luck and safe travels to everybody in the Middle East for sure these days. Yeah, it's just happens right now, and we talked about oil and how it affects the market and things like that. So yeah, but thanks, hamster. We'll look at that. Oil right now down 1.3%, starting to get a little lower here. I'm not too concerned about anything, ears to the ground on anything happening with energy these days. So I don't know what Michael's going to talk about, but energy may be something. We did have, I don't know if Michael saw that, the lowest monthly move. He loves monthly things over here. Right now, we're on pace for one of the worst months in gold since '08, Michael. So another move down there in GLD yesterday. We'll see if it can bounce today. But all right, let's go back over the desk and see what the boys are up to.
Almost the same, but he wants to talk about rockets in a different kind of a way and some space stocks that are setting up here a little bit better than the rest, I guess, is the best way to talk about it at this point. Because, I mean, Sharif and I were just talking about a few names that if you go out to a monthly time frame, it's getting kind of ugly out here on the individual basis. But then you look at the market, as you and I have talked about before, we're 6% off the highs for the S&P 500. It feels way worse than that.
Yeah, it's a weird market. I was listening to a podcast this morning. I heard a quote. I haven't done the math myself, but it's like 42% of the S&P 500 is in a bear market, so down 20% or more. And that's just kind of the environment we're in. Also means that the other 60% isn't. So, you can focus on the stuff that's going down and the stuff that's not working, or you can run some scans and you can look for things that might be setting up if we get some sort of tweet that I think unwinds most of this at some point. You get a declaration of victory or some sort of peace deal or something like that happening. And that's what I've been spending a lot of my time doing, is building systems to find things that are consolidating and actually holding up, because we know about half the market's holding up and half the market's in an ugly bear market. So it's a very, very split one. So the chart that I brought to start with is just UFO, which, again, hilarious ticker. Good job there, which is space. So it's all of these kind of space companies. I'm sure you guys have seen and probably talked about the news with Planet Labs doing very well overnight and in the open. So even though we're gapping down, this one's doing great. And I was just looking at this and saying, okay, well, this looks nice from my eyes, and we know that I'm a technician and a quant, so I want to be able to quantify this as well. But this is a nice looking chart. Had a nice strong move in the end of last year, beginning of this one, and it's been consolidating. It's been digesting those gains. Next chart here is just the same chart over the S&P 500, just showing exactly what we're talking about, that there's some sectors that, regardless of what's going on in the world and the market, is doing great. So the relative outperformance to the S&P 500 from these space names has been great. It's up and to the right, everything's looking good, actually making new all-time high yesterday. So relative outperformance looking really great. What we're seeing with Planet Labs, or the space one that was doing so well, that's going to push this up a little bit more. But let's quantify this move a little bit instead of saying that just looks nice. That's one thing that I like to do with technical analysis. So the next chart is just an indicator that I've talked about a couple times before, and it's this concept of Bollinger Bands. A lot of people look at Bollinger Bands and they're looking at it in this kind of mean reverting fashion. So, I'm going to buy the lower Bollinger Band and sell the upper. But really what they were invented for was a ability to look at how volatile a stock is, because they're using standard deviation and they're using volatility as a metric. So this particular indicator on the bottom, it's just showing that when these indicators very low, it means that the stock isn't moving too much around its 20-period moving average. And when the indicator is very high, then yes, it's moving a whole lot. And by looking at this, you're able to kind of quantify this when things get tight, because we know if you look at any metric of volatility, you look at the VIX, you look at this particular chart, you have periods of incredibly high volatility, and then you have periods of incredibly low volatility. So volatility is mean reverting in nature. Prices aren't. They're usually trending in nature. So if you can spot these areas of incredibly low volatility, they can set up for great trades, in the fact that if you're wrong, right where you're wrong right away, right? If this sector or any of these names I talk about break out, then I'm going to be interested in them. But I know there's going to be roughly 50-50 chance that they just break back in. But by using these, compressed volatilities and these tight bases, exactly where you're wrong very quickly. It's why breakout trading, I think, is so successful and so popular. Because again, if I'm right, this thing makes a new leg high, that'll be great. And if I'm wrong, I'll lose a little bit and I'll move on here. Just some individual names that are showing the same characteristic. ASTS, I know this is a kind of a crowd favorite. This one has done a really good job. You can see, again, the purple highlight of the indicator below saying this is relatively tight. And compared to a stock that I think last year went from a couple bucks to like $100 a share, the fact that it's moving around in like a 10-point range is actually very, very characteristically tight for this particular company. So that one's interesting. If we can get back above, I like that it's like the psychological whole number of $100. If we're above $100, I probably want to be in. If we break back down under $100, I'll probably be out pretty quickly. And then the next one here is Rocket Lab. And I wanted to show this one just zooming back a little bit to show the last time we got this very low reading in the Bollinger Bands and the market got very tight, it led to a nice little breakout. It wasn't huge. It wasn't a monster run, but it was a decent little trade of, okay, this thing's going to start moving and breaking out of this base. I get this kind of couple month actionable signal that I can get a pretty decent return over. Who knows if it's going to happen again, but I'm just looking at this one around the kind of $80 a share mark. If we can get up and above that $80 a share, see if we can get to, 100, 110. And then again, the beauty of this is that that base gives me a very clear out. If we ever trade back below that base, if we ever trade back into the very low 70s, then I know I'm 100% wrong and I can just kill the trade, move on. And at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for. It's just very clear signals of, this is when I want to take a shot, knowing that when I'm wrong, when do I get out? And if that risk reward is positive, then that's a great trade for me.
It's really easy to, I think for a lot of people maybe who haven't dug into a space like space and really understand, what individual companies do in that group, to overthink a trade like this when they see negative headlines, market just goes down every day. It seems like, everything's bad. But when you look at some of these charts, they're holding up, as you said, much better than, 90+% of the overall market at this point. From a investment standpoint, I think, a lot of people, I don't even know if I have a question here, but a lot of people, may struggle with wrapping their head around something they're not terribly familiar with from that standpoint.
And it's the problem with, I think it's just human beings in general. We always focus on not so much the negative, but the risks, right? We're always worried about, okay, what's going to happen to the markets? And there's, I'm not one who, even as a CMT, who's going to say that technical analysis is perfect and it's a great thing to do all the time for every single trade, and you don't ever need to know the news around you. But one thing it does very well is it quantifies and simplifies and I think quiets things down. I kind of pretend sometimes that the rest of the world doesn't exist when I look at these charts, because it allows me to kind of focus on what is the actual price action doing. Like these candles and these charts that we look at, they're just behavioral economics. It's just saying that when some of these stocks, software, Rocket Lab being a perfect example, software stocks are down, 60% from all-time high, and Microsoft's having a bad time, and Meta's getting crushed, and, the world out there seems to be going insane. But for whatever reason that I don't know, and I will never know, they're not selling Rocket Lab, right? That this base is not breaking down. That's a fact that I can kind of put my finger on and try to use that to shut out the rest of the noise. Now, could that change even today? Yeah, we could not get this breakout and this thing could just roll over and I don't know, okay, it could go to zero. I have no idea. But sometimes I think kind of blocking everything out and just looking and saying, I don't know why they're not breaking these stocks down, but they're not. And that shows me that at least there is either some institutional people buying to hold them up, or there's just a lack of selling to push them down. Again, I'll never know. I'll never know the reason why. I just know that that's a fact, and that's a fact that I can kind of touch and make decisions based off of.
Totally unrelated, but kind of an interesting note just popped up in front of me here. If you go out on VIX futures contracts right now, the front month contracts out 3 or 4 months, the curve is essentially flat. So the market essentially pricing in no uptick in volatility, or no downtick at this point really in volatility. One of the things that has really slowed down this move down in the overall market is the fact that volatility remains relatively low. We've had days where we've spiked but just come right back down. It'd be interesting to kind of understand how that comes into play, because as we said to start this off, market feels much worse than it is. It's 6% off the highs. It could be easily, I mean, you got to go back to, I was saying this morning, you got to go all the way back to August levels of last year before we even get to that 10% mark.
Yeah, and sentiment seems to be very split as well. There's a lot of just anecdotally, like scrolling through Twitter, people don't seem too freaked out in a lot of things. But then if you look at the AII investor sentiment, it's as bearish as it's been in the last couple of years. I saw something that the put call ratio, the amount of people buying insurance against the market or buying puts against the market, is higher than it's been in years, and equaling the tariff tantrums when we were down pretty much in a straight line, down 20%, and everyone kind of felt very worried. So I wonder if even sentiment is getting skewed at this point between, what we're seeing kind of happen in the world and then what's actually happening with the stock market out there. And it's certainly not easy, but I just will say that is a power of, looking at the charts and looking at the price action, is that sometimes what you're seeing happening out there is just not affecting stocks the way you think they might. And trying to kind of separate those two in your mind become very, very hard. And the only tool that I know to do it is, technical analysis or some sort of quantitative analysis of price.
On that note, happy trading on a Friday where we're going towards a massive options expiry at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Maybe some volatility from that. Great to see you, Michael Noss. Have a good weekend. We'll catch up on Monday.
Have a great weekend. Talk to you guys soon.
Thank you, Michael. All right, yeah, guys, don't forget options expiration. If you missed it not too long ago, a lot of volume going to be stepping into the market at the open and around the close. All right, guys, let's get right into things and see what some of the analyst actions are up to here today. Now, we're going to start some things off with Mosaic, relatively quiet here this morning, going from a buy to a neutral and getting its price target lowered from $33 to $30 by B of A. You're down almost 1% here this morning. Now, BMO also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys, going from an equal weight to an underweight, and a price target of 199 Canadian dollars by Barclays. Rigetti also getting its price target lowered from $35 to $25 by Benchmark. And then we have Alibaba getting the price target its price target lowered as well, too, from 174 to 164 $4. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades. CMG Chipotle, Mexican Grill, getting the nod, guys, going from a neutral way to an outperform here. You're positive 1.3% and a price target of $40. That was initially $37 by Mizuho. ARM Holdings also getting the nod, guys, going from a reduced to a buy. So a double upgrade right there, 3.6% this morning. Price target from $90 to $205. So that's a substantial move there by HSBC. And then we have BP also, guys, getting the nod from a reduced to a hold. 35.10 was that initial target, getting an increase to 45.30. Now Solar Edge also getting the nod as well. $30 to $49, guys, by Jefferies.
Yeah, well, it's I look at ARM down there and it's like, look, man, ARM, you buy it when it gets to or breaks 100, it just feels like that's the spot to grab it. And this has been since it's like, you know, a great IPO. This is what you want an IPO to do. Well, I mean, it still actually broke the lows originally, but then you get the IPO breakout, which would be when it takes out that prior price for good. And then since then, that breakout area has turned into support on ARM. And you buy it under $100, at or under 100, like bang, kind of, bang, bang. But can it actually break the 200 period? Because it's been range bound. Like when it breaks the 200, it tends to get to 170, 180. So I'd look for this to make another potential leg maybe next week. Upgrades and downgrades, just for a catalyst for the day to have it do something that the market doesn't do on its own is a bit much, right? Like we're up 4% on it. To expect that you would see this breakaway today is a bit much, but you get a close above next week, and I think this one has some room to rally there. So I'm going to put it on the radar for next week for a trade. We just tick back a little bit here in some comments from Waller, but I don't know if this happens this week. But I do like the look of this chart, and the next time, you know, ARM gets down at that 100, I know I like it down there. Candidly, I own the stock, but this one could break away next week, I think.
I was going to say here, sorry about that. I was going to say that Chipotle right here made a little bit of a bottom at $30 already. We've gotten a little bit of a bounce back up, and it's still 10%, like 30 up to 33. Seems like it's going to be in trouble, but if there was going to be any sort of a upgrade that I'd like to read about more, I think just in the way that this has been, you know, getting, And there we had the split. Getting crushed to the downside right here. I mean, down 50%. I mean, that high right there is 66 bucks. You're at 33 right now. So down that 50%, you know, could make a move back to the high side. But I still think Chipotle is in trouble. Like, if you're long this name, look out for like a 36. You can get a 36 bump or something on this upgrade over the next couple of weeks. That might be a decent spot to get out. 50 period obviously starting to turn down here. And we've seen, you know, what's sort of happened when these 50 periods have turned down. Now, when they start to turn upside is maybe when you can get involved. But, you know, even right here, a little upside turn there didn't result in much. So I'm looking at more downward pressure for Chipotle. But I think if you can get a bump into 36, 37 bucks right up into there, decent area to get out of your long if you've taken it. So could be a possible swing trade on Chipotle, especially if this market picks up one more time. Only up 1.5% today. So I think there's an opportunity to get some more Chipotle into your portfolio there, you know, but 36, 37 seems like it might be a top there. Yeah, thanks, Michael, for some of that talk there. The Rocket Labs of this world. I mean, some of these names that we talk about don't necessarily get bought every day, but there are some long-term stories involved with a lot of these names. So because the volatility in the market, some of the high-flying names get hit the easiest. So you got to watch out for some of that. We've seen like AVAV, Rocket Lab, and some other those names that continue to be good space, good names in the space continue to get hit sometimes on volatility and a little oversold. And I think Reddit's another one of those names where I think we can pick something up near these lows. But
that ASTS chart. Actually.
Oh yeah,
Like
ASTS Mobile. Yeah.
Only because I always like things like this, like when you get like an obvious wedge pattern on a stock. Like, first of all, it's got this really good longer trend from when volume spiked up in the morning, mid last year in June. So that's going to correspond with the 200. So it gives you two things. Like, if it breaks the wedge to the upside, you're holding the 50 period and you're breaking the wedge up. If you break the downward wedge, then you've got support from the trend line and you've got support of the 200 period. So you'd almost have that move in there, like 10 to 15 bucks. So this is another one to put an alert on next week. And if it breaks away, suddenly it's got a technical trade on it that we can observe. Oh, that's right. Chris Onion in the chat, ONDS.
Yeah, that was moving around.
Yeah, there was
there a
like
story?
Ondis was moving around. There's also a small capper, which don't mix them up, because I know I do. Like, it's ORBS is a small capper that's moving around. But Ondis was doing something like very similar, which didn't really do much after breaking out. And then one of the things, so it has a very similar chart to the ASTS, which I was just looking at, but it doesn't hold that 50 period. So like, it does break a bit of a wedge pattern down. You could do, say it broke it here, but either way, however you want to draw it, it doesn't really do much off the 50 period moving average. And then the other small capper, ORBS here, I think it was ACO was trying to get a buck. And it failed $1. This one might be worth paying for locates, because the dollar right now is VWAP. So if it makes a pre-market high, for it makes a pre-market high before 9 o'clock usually, and it can't retake it at the open, usually the short ends up good underneath the volume weighted average price. I'll put that one on the radar for short. But there's one for you there. Well, at least it was, Sharif. It's under VWAP, so I guess you won't like it anymore.
Always be above VWAP, Neil. I've been keeping an eye on this one. Big price spike up, went into 107, 108, but we always call this the Christmas tree retracement, as aggressive on the way up on the left side, and then it's green, then it's a little red Brendo dropping down below 97.5.
Yeah, I was just reading this note on Apple. There was a comment from, it didn't even say who in China, but China essentially telling Apple to commit to building stable supply chain. Okay. Apple's down 5% this month. If you zoom out, it's not great.
No, it's the memory.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about this for a while. It's been a concern of mine ever since we got the indication that the smartphone market was going to take a hit in 26. Apple won't be spared in the second half of this year. We've been talking about this. They have these LTAs, long-term agreements, which do protect them in the short term. But my understanding is, at least with their memory suppliers, those LTAs expire in August, meaning that the 18, the Fold, if you believe that's coming out this year, all Brendo, they're going to either have to take a hit on margins or they're going to have to increase prices. Both I don't think are good in this economic climate when the consumer is a bit squeezed, looking to save here and there. And then obviously margins, one of the things that Apple touts, at one of the highest margin games for a physical product, at least in that segment.
Yeah, I mean, important levels coming into play here, maybe in the next couple of days. 245 is that longer term area that if you go out to a daily chart, looks pretty good. That said, some of the other, Mag 7 stocks, I mean, I was just reading NVIDIA, the best off here, 1.7%.
Yeah.
It's not great.
No, it's not. And I feel like Jensen's on TV, or at least, a lot of these networks are basically covering NVIDIA a lot, and he's doing everything that he can to kind of move the needle with big announcements. We're going to sell 1 million chips to Amazon over the next few years. I see $1 trillion of demand by the end of the decade, up from 500 billion. These things typically would have gotten the stock to rocket. They really haven't. You can blame it on a couple of things, right? Yeah. The wait and see approach, maybe custom ASICs eating into his margins. The war that's happening right now is diverting people's attentions. Any number of reasons, but the fact of the matter is it's not breaking out.
Imagine if you go back a year. I was talking to someone about this the other day. If you go back a year, or whatever, just into a different macro environment, Jensen comes out and drops that 1 trillion.
That's what
number.
I mean.
Like, this thing would have been just an absolute rocket ship. And this is the daily chart still, just chopping around here, back and forth, guys. We're still dead stuck in the middle for NVIDIA.
Okay, so that's like, it's a fair point, and it is a great way to look at it. But there's another way to look at it as well. How about we go back a year? What is it, the 20th? We also go back a year and say it was 118 or 119 bucks. I mean, ballpark. I don't know exactly what that number is. $119 on NVIDIA. How many, would anybody be upset if you go back 1 year and said NVIDIA in exactly 1 year will be at basically 180 bucks? So 50% move. I don't think anybody would be not that happy with that. It's because it got to that point so quickly from March of last year to get to 180, and then hasn't done anything since. So I feel as if we're getting real complacent, right? It's not as if there haven't been other places to chase. Like, the AI trade has just started expressed itself in different ways. The energy names started flying. Some of the infrastructure names went flying, and then we've had the crazy moves in Micron and SanDisk, and so there's been lots of places where it has been parabolic. I just feel like we've gotten so accustomed to how ridiculous NVIDIA was going for a while that we just sort of lose sight of how good it has been in this last calendar year, if you really put it into some perspective. All of that said, if we're just talking about NVIDIA today, the biggest difference for me is, the market's creeping up here a little bit, and NVIDIA is at that 50 period, and it's really not doing much with that support level. And as was mentioned, AMD bounced clean where you'd want it to. Like, the 190 support, the 50 period, the 200 period moving average, had a very good bounce. It's got a little bit more of a continuation step. If it were to dip, it wouldn't be underneath the support level. It would be pulling back into some prior highs in here, one at 200, which on a Friday is pretty good, and then here at 203. So, at least for today, if there's buy the dip situations in the chip name, the chart tells me that AMD looks a little bit better. And I don't prefer AMD to NVIDIA, by the way, at all, not from a value standpoint. I'm just talking about how it traded yesterday and what the chart looks like right now today.
Yeah, I think we talked about sort of the, now underneath market multiples for NVIDIA. I just can't believe that we're just in this area right here. I mean, I don't know if this is like a push and pull where people think AI is in the 7th or 8th inning and some think it's in the 1st or 2nd inning and just can't figure it out. But I mean, how long is this game? I mean, we started in July at this level and we're actually below where we were in the summertime right now. And it's not like the market is actually ripping and roaring right now. The market can't figure itself out either. So it's not a surprise to me that NVIDIA is down here, but bouncing off this 200 period moving average would make sense to me. We always talk about trying to buy companies that are of value and that we like and can see the sort of the bull case or bear case if you're looking to go short. This is a time right now. I mean, 178 needs to decide. I think I'd be fine with it dropping into 165 there, and maybe it's time just to let it see if that does happen. But I said this yesterday or a couple days ago that I think Nvidia is worth a buy even right here, right now. So I'm going to be putting some more money to work, I think, at these levels. And I keep saying I think, like I'm not doing it yet. So I don't know what the trigger is going to be. It's just every day we come in here and, you know, the NASDAQ's down 1.5%, then it rallies, and then it's down another percent, and then it's up 1% and comes back in. So I think as the NASDAQ moves, so will NVIDIA, but I really like the space, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the semiconductors as a whole. I mean, if you look at it, they've had their ebbs and flows, obviously, but if you look at the SMH right now, let's get going. We obviously had the highs there. We had Broadcom miss, well, not miss, but come down on their earnings as well. But this is the SMH. So if you like the whole space, I mean, this is still relatively nowhere near, really, the 200-period moving average. So maybe it's just an NVIDIA individual story. I mean, we've already seen what AMD chart looks like. So if you're sort of like the semis and you think that this is a beginning of a new cycle potentially with all this CapEx still coming through, and you know we talked about inferencing and the TPUs for Google and all of that. Like SMH is like you're all wrapped up in one. I'll have to go over and see the exact weightings of the semiconductor here, VanEck Semiconductor Holdings. But if you're nervous about NVIDIA as a whole, just pick up some SMH, man. I think the story is intact, and it's a space that I like to be long and currently am long. So. Yeah, go SMH and go NVIDIA at some of these levels. So it's 8:55. I just want to show you, I did go back over to Toronto, and you can see here, so we've sort of settled out a little bit right now. That's the volume there, 2.6 million by 2.6 million. Which one is that one?
This is
Royal Bank, yeah. So
go to Royal.
If you just go to Royal Bank, you'll see even more. Yeah, okay, so this is what it's all about, 218. So I don't know why it's at 218 when yesterday's closing price was 220. So we'll have to wait to see, but this is what it looks like in Toronto. Just a lot of volume, and see, you can't have a buyer and a seller at this price. So they're going to match and pair somewhere probably in and around here. But very interesting to see what all these banks look like. We can take a look at what Shopify looks like as well. Shopify doesn't have it. Yeah, it looks like the banks right there. This is what it looks like in Toronto. So it's going to be a busy one right off the open.
On ARM, HSBC with a very, very positive note on ARM, talking about their transition essentially from smartphone dependent to potentially data center mega player here for infrastructure. So not a lot of volume behind this so far this morning, but one of few that I've pulled up here that look this positive in the pre-market.
Yeah, interesting look here, Brendo. Upgrading to a buy from reduce. That's a big one there. That's a double upgrade. A price target, not small either, increase from 90 to 205. That represents about a 60% upside from yesterday's close. They're shifting, according to the report here by HSBC, from being a core AI server CPU, and the brokerage expects them to begin shipping these industry CPUs by about 20%. In 26, and then an increase in 21% in 27. They say the server CPU royalties could be as big as the company's current top line by 2030. Quote, we believe ARM's server CPU royalty revenue could grow at a CAGR of 76% from 2026 to 2031. Just to give you an idea here about the average analyst rating, 40 analysts have it as a buy, with the median price target about $150.
Yeah, really, really detailed. If anybody wants to look that up, worth a read. You got to go to a daily chart. This level right now coming into play, 135, 136. That last pivot high, guys, for ARM actually looks pretty good here this morning.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we did the upgrade downgrades. I think it's one of the ones that stood out for sure. And look, one of their strengths, of course, being the power and efficiency of their chips is an important factor, because that's the kind of technology they can extrapolate out is going to be important for them to work. But like we were saying before, like I just don't necessarily know that it's very light volume. That's A, because upgrading and downgrade, it's not like on earnings where you'd be trading a heck of a lot. So you have A, you got light volume on it. B, it's chilling at 135 underneath the major moving average here, which would be the 200 period, and it's a Friday, and it's a witching day. So pushing through that, because it's a breakout setup, so you'd have to really like that breakout to go for you today for that to be the trade. And I don't know that on a Friday, on a witching day, where usually my first thought is, do a little bit less right away at 9:30 because it tends to be a little bit crazy choppy. This would be one I would want to stay away from for the first half an hour or maybe until next week from. But we already went over liking that one on a dip and rip. And just because a couple of people in the chat have asked, if you're just jumping in now and you haven't looked at what's going on, you probably see that the market's not doing much of anything in terms of percent moves. But SMCI, there's a super chat about this, about SMCI. If there is one, yeah, Alfred even is saying thoughts on SMCI, huge move down. So, I mean, effectively, there was a probe in which several executives, including one of the co-founders, was caught engaging in the smuggling, I don't know, conspiracy is probably the wrong word, probably is a better word for it, to get NVIDIA chips into China. So it did not specifically name SMCI. However, some of the deals, some of what was happening was through some other third parties that did contribute some decent amounts of revenue. I think that one of them was like 2.5 billion in revenue over the last year. But it doesn't name SMCI particularly. SMCI is down 25%. Part of it's going to be, okay, well, is there anything else under the hood here that could possibly threaten future revenues? B, they have been with many issues over the last little bit, and you get to the point where you don't get the benefit of the doubt when you've got accounting issues and short seller reports, and anything and everything has seemed to have gone wrong for them. In this particular case, it's just like, they're going to get hit. They're going to get hit harder than the average company for this story, period. I don't think if we saw this same headline for Dell, you'd be down 26%. But SMCI is not Dell. Dell has not had these types of headlines for the last couple of years and has not been that beaten up. So that's why they're down 25 points. It's in our watch list. It's in the note. And I'm sure it's going to be a mover today. It's going to open up SSR, no questions asked. It looks like it respected VWAP there. Went right to VWAP and turned. That could be VWAP's going to be the level to watch today, I think, on SMCI. Because I think if it can get back above VWAP, there might be a little something there to get some pep in its step.
Yeah, that's right. Funny, someone in the chat there, what's up to Tross, says, dude, you're getting in Dell. I remember that commercial.
Oh, yeah.
I think there could be a bounce back. Just we've seen like SSR bounces in the past. I mean, and I'm just going to do what I always do, just a playbook here. If you break that low, then you want to smash that short. But the problem is you're not going to be able to hit the bid, because it's already down 25%. So it's already SSR. The minute this market opens up, it'll be SSR. So if we can get a short through 22.30, I think that's going to be probably the best trade. But what could also happen is, let's just say we test that level and it doesn't smash, then basically just wait for the hold and then boom. It should take off because people will realize that, they can't hit the bid, so therefore they'll start to cover. I mean, if you were short SMCI, because you had a little bit of a breakdown happening right here, this is probably a good cover now. I mean, down 25% kind of out of nowhere. I could see some traders coming in and covering. So I actually think the SMCI more likely trade is not a break of 22.50. It's actually a break long of 23.50. So I think that would be something to look out for. We will wait for the market on open imbalances at 925. This is a NASDAQ name, of course. We've got to wait for 925. And, some of these have been paired off quite violently already as they're getting more and more, cut in half, lower than that. If you go over to paired value, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So there was almost 4 million shares there on Bank of America, but that's already been accounted for. So there was a big seller, let's just say, of 3.7 million shares, and that's now been paired off, just leaving only a sell of 133. So all of these sort of have been paired off right now. You can see like 1.5, 1.2 is gone. And so that's how it looks like. So when we sort it by size, you're going to see what's left over. So right now Uber's a buy, but people have already come in and taken care of some of that. So as this gets closer and closer to 9:30, it looks like we'll get more and more action over here on these names. I really like Uber. Again, Uber is like one of those 5 stocks or so that I like. Marvell, Uber, Google, and NVIDIA. I know they're all tech names. And I also like J&J if we can pick something up on a dip here. So going back into something a little more dividend and more comfortable maybe for Those of you that do not want the volatility, J&J. And then I don't know what's going on with Eli Lilly, but this is another name that's really dropped off through that 960. We talked about that earlier this week, is that if you dropped through here, it was going to be a little bit of a problem. And then, the very next day, we dropped through, and there you go, into 915, 916. We'll wait to see if there's a bid here somewhere around 900 for Eli Lilly. So, yeah, man, exciting times. There's going to be lots of trade today. Oil moving around as well, gold, silver, Bitcoin bouncing around 70. Should be some exciting stuff. Our watch list is now out. So is Sharif's note. Let's go back over the desk and start our rundown.
Take a look. Okay. All right, 658 Katina, man. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We are below that again, 656.5. We're down about 0.25%. But I want to bring your attention to a shelf that's starting to form here. Remember we were talking about 672, guys, as that shelf? That's that thick line there on your screen. Well, we've since given that up and then some. Now we're actually looking at a 662.5 shelf here that we defended back on the 9th. We defended back on the 16th. And then now, over the last few days, we've been using that 662.5 as resistance. So that's what we're going to say resistance number one, Brendo. If we start selling off, which I have a feeling we will, we're going to look to the overnight low at around 653 as support.
All right. If you are looking for a free resource, one is below in the description right now. Second link down below will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything on it every single morning that you need to get your day started. Then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We get you ready for the open. Top of the list this morning, FedEx. More so from an economic bellwether type scenario. Very interesting report. Still all kinds of demand. If you haven't read through it yet, crazy beat and a raise, which in this world is rare. It seems even in the last earnings season.
Exactly. This is fantastic. You've seen Amazon try to rely less on third-party shippers. You've seen as well, gas prices increase, which is obviously a fixed cost for them. But this is a fantastic report with Q3 EPS coming in at $5.25. That's $1.10 beat versus what the street was looking for. They were looking for $4.15 on revenue of $24 billion. That's a $500 million beat. The street was looking for $23.5 billion. Results also improved year over year. So last year they were $4.51 EPS on $22.5 billion of revenue. And the upside surprise, driven primarily by what the company is saying is strong U.S. domestic shipping volumes, as well as improved pricing dynamics. They also raised full year guide, as you mentioned. EPS guide now for the full year, $19.30 to $2.10. The previous guide was $17.80 to $19. That's a meaningful upward revision. This reinforces kind of the confidence that the peak season strength pricing will continue and persist into 26. They're also saying U.S. volumes remain strong, supported by a resilient consumer demand. We'll have to see how long that lasts for, but there are some global demand indicators as well that are stabilizing. However, freight segment is not really picking up as it should be. And there's also the rising geopolitical tensions with $100 oil. And last but not least, that T word again, tariffs remain in focus. They're one of the companies suing to get their money back, Brendo.
Coming back in here right now, but if you zoom out a little bit, we're at some pretty interesting levels here for FedEx.
Yeah, look, you guys nailed it. It's a fantastic report. And it doesn't just bode well. I know it's a bellwether, but it also bodes well for the fact that they've been, sort of doing a very good job of disrupting and not getting disrupted by it, getting more efficient. And so you're going to see the obvious only problem here is, well, Michael Noss was like, you like breakout trades. It doesn't look like we're getting one today because it went right into the highs, turn around, and it's a fantastic move. Like, you can't do any better than this. 50 period, 350, right into 390, and we're in a pretty decent pullback off of those highs. Like, you're actually seeing it fall back a little bit here. And it's a tricky one because even if you like this report, if you're going to trade this, where do you think the gap fills to? That's a hard one to watch. Like, you'd have to almost let it do some kind of a trend break or regain the volume weighted average price. I think this will be far more interesting for when it does give you the breakout. Like when we get the close and we've taken out this, 392, 393 top, whatever that is exactly. And when you get through there, that'll be a lot more interesting. Until then, unfortunately, the follow through, it doesn't look like it's there. And I don't want to play the guessing game in this name as to where it's going to turn around. There's enough moving today that I know it's the biggest earnings name out there. There's enough moving today. I think we can wait for this one to break out. Great stock, great story. If he comes back to, if this report brings it back to the 50-period moving average, then okay, yeah, buy that. That's a different story. I just don't think we see that today.
Yeah, I was going to say, what a story of two different names here, because UPS going the other way. So I was going to say, like, this is right at the 200-period moving average. Obviously, if you're going to look at FedEx, up 8-9%, probably won't be traded or anything today. But we talked about FedEx for a while. That looked like it was starting to go, and it was sort of that halo thing where if it's heavy assets, low something, obsolescence. So if you can, hold it in your hand, it's probably a good thing. And with AI sort of starting to affect, like we said there, driver locations and just logistics and, getting everything, like even on Amazon right now with my kid, which by the way, built the successful PC. He sent me a note last night at midnight that he was playing one of the games that he couldn't play before. So he put in a new 3060 Ti there, and we got a motherboard and all that kind of stuff. So that was really cool. But anyways, what I was getting at is you could see, like, even on Amazon, it shows you like where they are in the delivery. So like he was waiting for a part to come in, and it's like, okay, the stop, it's now 10 stops away, or it'll be less than 5 minutes away, and boom, it arrived immediately. So I think that like it's helping customers, it's helping obviously the users, and then the businesses as well track and monitor and just get more efficient. So I think UPS, we'll have to wait to see what their issues are, but down here at the 200-period moving average, I think you could do worse picking up a name like this, a dividend payer. Not really sure why UPS is so much worse than FedEx right here, but definitely something to look into if you're interested in the space. I think it's a very interesting one, and one that probably could get bought up there with I think it's a 4% dividend or so. So UPS, maybe a look somewhere else. FedEx good levels and off to the races, but UPS maybe has some catch up to do.
Situation. Sorry. He mentioned UPS. I had to rant.
Sharif's angry about UPS. Amazon back to the upside right now. I mean, we came off pretty hard early on this morning, back to these levels from yesterday. You're going to be buying the Amazon. I mean, if they call it a Fire Phone again, like the first time around, I don't know.
They got to play something off Alexa. I mean, Alexa's, I don't think, a bad product. I don't have one. I've used it. They're not bad. Yeah, they're trying to incorporate that. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you an AI product in your hand that they can launch all their new AI products on. That's what they're trying to do since the failed Fire Phone launch in 24 was overseen by, you may know this guy, Jeff Bezos. Was scrapped within a year due to weak adoption. The new phone, though, is internally called the Transformer, kind of maybe turning a new page here. It's being built within Amazon's devices and services division. It's positioned as a personalization hub, and it's going to be centered around Alexa, integrating tightly within the Amazon ecosystem, so to speak. It's expected to sync with Alexa and other smart home infrastructures. It can function as a gateway to other Amazon services, shopping, content, AI, the likes. It's also a push towards that AI-driven personalization and ecosystem lock-in. Just to give you some details, no confirmed launch time, no confirmed price or expected revenue generation, nor do we know the financial commitment that they're dedicating to this project.
It's also obviously going to be an Android device, which is questionable, I think, to enter that market at this point. But obviously not going to move the stock today, guys, but interesting story.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's okay. So they're going to come out and they're going to compete with like Pixel and Samsung. It's just, there's enough competition out there. I mean, they made an acquisition. You can find on the Sharif's note there that they also made an acquisition in robotics as well to help be more efficient in that last mile delivery. And I think the good thing for Amazon, at least here, is you're finding a very good wall of support, which is starting to form, and it's off the higher lows. You start with the daily chart and zoom it back in. So I think that 205 does look a little bit spicy if it were to get down there. There's just, I feel like there's just other names. Like when you're down here, you've got to be breaking out off of those lows. Like show me that you can break out and then go fill in that gap a little bit here. But I do like Amazon. I just can't get too jazzed up to trade, particularly that headline. I think when you look at the chips, I like that AMD chart out there. We've already talked, William will probably talk about, we're going to talk about energy again there, and obviously SMCI is going to end up being in play for everybody out there. Yeah, I don't know if I love that catalyst. I think it's not a bad move. but it didn't necessarily work out too well for them before. So I can't get jazzed up about the phone, no matter how much we talk about it.
No, phone's not a good margin. I mean, they're not gonna make any money on that, just getting them into this space. And I mean, we already know everyone's buying Apple phones anyways. We sort of talked about if I'm gonna buy a company because of the phone, it would be Apple, it wouldn't be Amazon. I like Amazon for AWS. And we've talked about, this little spend here that they unleashed 200 billion CapEx, I believe, or something crazy like that for Amazon. And I think it's well deserved. I mean, I just talked about the shipping and how things have just improved so much there. And I gotten, from my wife, because I ordered shaving cream from Amazon, and we have all these points apparently from Shoppers Drug Mart here in Canada. So she's like, what are you doing? But that's just, it's a habit now, right? You go over to Amazon for everything. And I was even talking about building that PC, like we needed to get a Wi-Fi PCI card, and so a PCIe card. So we got that off Amazon. It's easy to do, right? I mean, we go into computer stores as well to buy parts, but everything's on Amazon. So the retail side, I think, is good. I'm not sure they need to get into the phone business. And I wasn't too focused there on the exact story, but at the end of the day, I don't want them to get off track with what they're doing. So I don't really, I'm not interested in that too much. Today's going to be an interesting day for me because I don't know if we want to buy or sell, right off the open. I don't have like an instant feel of risk on or risk off today. I just don't like Amazon until we get back into the 200 marker. So you're kind of in the middle here, right? We had that dip down on earnings. The low was 197. The high was 220. Wow. That was a nice move back up. And now we've just been coming back in, right? So it looks like we're trying to go lower again. So I would say Amazon's proper home is somewhere around 200. We could maybe even see that today or Monday. And then I think you look to buy it, and we don't make fun of, but we talk about NVIDIA sort of going sideways since June. I mean, this is June right here on Amazon. So although it didn't go sideways, it had its peaks and valleys. But at the end of the day, we all returned to the same home, and that is where we were last summer. So I don't know what you were doing last summer, but right into there, $200 break might be a problem.
I know what you did last summer.
Yeah, I know. I know what Amazon did last summer, the same thing it's doing now. So we'll have to wait to see there. I'm not excited about this name today. Not as much volume and not really a super strong catalyst for me to give me an opinion one way or the others. Metals, however, we talked about gold being at that 18-year low as far as the monthly moves are concerned there. Yeah, over a 10% pullback happening this month. So, and the month, Brennan and Sharif, it's not even over yet. I mean, we still have a couple more days at least. I think it's 7 more trading days before the end of the month. So lots to happen here in the metal game. Let's go get the big story from the guys at the desk.
Yeah, we're rolling back over right now on silver anyways. Gold a little bit less volatile at this point, but 64.40, I guess, was a little bit of a level there in the pre-market so far this morning. No longer, starting to head back southbound here.
And you're seeing more of a divergence lately between gold and silver. I don't say they were running in tandem, but the metals were kind of running as a group. And now you're seeing silver down 1.5, gold almost up 0.5. Both metals are on track for losing weeks, though. Rising oil prices and geopolitical uncertainty initially supported kind of that safe haven demand, but they are now creating cross-asset instability. And you can feel like the market's struggling to price whether the situation is going to lead to inflationary pressure or growth slowdown. And that makes a difference, of course, for the price of these metals. Central banks, though, do remain the key long-term driver, especially since the Russia asset freeze kind of reshaped some strategies there. Institutional demand laid the foundation for the bull run. And then, of course, retail and hedge funds amplified the move later. Current pullback, though, may be clearing weak hands, according to some analysts, before a potential next leg higher. We'll have to wait and see. But experts, Brendo, emphasize gold is driven by long-term macros, and this is just short-term noise.
Two things that are not directly related, but interesting couple of headlines here I was just reading. First off, CBS News laying off 6% of their entire staff.
Who?
CBS News.
CBS.
6% of their entire staff. Also from CNBC, entry-level job postings down 35%.
Are you
since
surprised?
the beginning of the year?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. You're seeing, okay, I just want to digress for a second. There was this like claw, or what are they calling it now? Open claw, sorry, so I get it right. This open claw conference in China yesterday. They're bringing senior citizens, Brendo, with their laptop in hand, and they're installing open claw on there. So if seniors are getting a personal assistant, I just wonder what these companies are doing.
Yeah, crazy times. Thoughts here, guys? Metals not looking good here so far.
Well, it felt like this was going to be a breakout on silver because you look at the support, right? Like it's obvious about 64.5 here on SLV. I know we should always say SLV. On SLV at 64.5. And then you have on huge volume, the wipeout bottom yesterday, and now I can zoom in and give you an idea. There's our wipeout bottom. You had this break, and then you had a gap fill that was set out there, and now we're a couple of points beneath that. So maybe it does still happen, but there's going to have to be a sentiment change. So it didn't really come into this. When I see that kind of a volume bottom, my first thought is never short. That's just not what I would look at. When I see it's at a support level on the daily chart, and when you get that kind of volume reversal, I'm thinking a continuation. So it would have to do a trend break or break above 66, or we have to wait on silver there. I'm more interested in Bitcoin today because, again, it's held a 70,000 level for now. So at the same level that was the short off of the open, which is about that just underneath the 70,000, which was 39.75, that ended up being support in the afternoon, ends up being support now. So that can get held, then there's already a long structure for Bitcoin. Of course, if it loses it, I'm not stubborn about it. You got to look for the other direction if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, right now silver is going to the downside, and I was looking at silver right at this price, 64.50. So we have Baker Hughes rig count at 1 p.m., so there's not much going on there. But the trade idea there for me was silver, 64 long. We had a strong session yesterday, stair-stepping higher, watch for dip buyers and continuation. So that was right here. It's on the note today. So if I go over to silver right now, it's actually at 64.50 right now. And I just, when we write the note, it's at 65 and change. I thought right into there's 64.50. Trying to hold yesterday. That's 64.25. So it looks like we do hold it. So I think silver will be on my mind for a couple minutes here today. And then just looking at 64.50, yesterday sort of cluttered area, thinking about trying to hold that. So if we draw like a little line, both on the, the 1 minute and the 5 minute, this is a sort of a base there. And, this is what I meant by stepping, like, upside, back in, hit the stair, go up the next stair, back in, up the next, back, and it just kept on going all the way into the close, where we finish at the highs. So, but this is what silver did early. So let's not think that it can't go to the downside. But anyways, I'm looking at 64.50 right there as we have some fun and go back and forth about the card that I bought there. I want to say what's up to Papacito. Bro apparently he traded with me yesterday and graduated on 3 accounts. So I'm going to say awesome and congratulations and oh my God on that one, and saying that we should buy bigger graphics cards. Maybe we will do that at some point, but yeah, we got a good deal there. We got it off Marketplace. It was a good one there, but congratulations, Papacito, man. 3 funded accounts yesterday. I mean, there you go. So that's cheers to you. Glad you were watching the show, obviously, and hopefully you can, if they're funded already, put some of those funds to work today, and we'll see if we can make some more good trading decisions at some point. But there it goes right there. So the writing's on the wall, man. There's 3 funded past accounts yesterday alone. So I was probably on that USO trade, I would assume, near the end of the day. So congratulations on that one, Papacito. And I'll let you know how the card works this weekend.
Let's go on to SMCI, almost back to lows right now. We're pushing back to 2250 as we speak on this crazy story. Again, if you missed it, came out after the close last night. Stock got absolutely smoked in the aftermarket on this. Doing bad things with NVIDIA chips, trying to sell them under the table into China, probably not going to end well.
No, it's not. And I don't really want to point the finger at the company, but this is yet another.
Steve, I mean, the guy's running the company.
Exactly.
It's the company.
And this guy here that apparently is involved has a lot of shares. So let's get to the facts here. U.S. prosecutors charge associates linked to Supermicro Computer with illegally diverting NVIDIA-powered servers to China. The alleged violations, of course, contravene the Export Control Reform Act. So here's the deal. Defendants allegedly used Southeast Asian intermediary companies to disguise fake shipments. They also used fake documentations, and dummy servers apparently were used to mislead compliance teams and regulators. Real servers, though, apparently those were rerouted to China with inspections staged to appear compliant. The scheme generated about $2.5 billion in sales in 24, including about $5 $510 million in a short 2025 window before this whole thing stopped. It shows massive demand, though, of course, for AI compute in China. The key defendants, though, Brendo, you got the co-founder of the company, Wally Liao. He owns $464 million in SMCI stocks. It also includes a sales manager and a contractor linked to SMCI operations. The company's trying to do damage control here, of course, and they stated, look, these people, they're affiliated with the company, yes, but SMCI itself is not a defendant, and they placed the employees involved, and they cut ties with the contractor. Doing their best here.
That's so crazy. Not the first time that SMCI has been in a scandal. Not their first rodeo. $20, I guess. You got to go way, way back. 2024 coming into play here, $20 level potentially here, guys.
Slight correction there, Sharif.
Yeah, Sharif.
He would own $350 million worth of stock because the sucker's down to over 25% today. No. So I guess that idiot got kicked in the junk twice. Was it Liam or whatever it is?
Yeah, who knows?
Whatever. If he's that rich, ain't nothing happening to this dude. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's just, we're just saying, if you're the CEO of this company, you've got to be like, oh God, like this again, something else. No, but in all seriousness, all jokes aside, you do have to consider, like, the company wasn't named in this suit. It's more bad press for them. There is the outside chance that there's more here, and that this other revenue could come under scrutiny, and if they don't open up China, possibly this could be some other effects. Until we know more, it's hard to say in either direction. I always play names that are this far down kind of the same way. Like, there's an SSR level at like 20, as Brennan mentioned. Like, if it gets to 19 or $20, like, that's a big time level if you zoom it out far enough. And then the other thing I want to see is, can it ever hold on to VWAP? Like, use VWAP as a bit of a guide. You whenever start rejecting there, that gives you a place to be able to fade. And if it breaks out over VWAP, there's like small squeeze potential here, just because it is down so much. But yeah, like, that's like, the funny thing is, like, what is actually going to happen to this dude? He'll still be, I mean, probably a billionaire or whatever the heck he is, and he's probably not going to go to jail or anything like that. It'll be a slap on the wrist, and the company's taking in the beat. The problem is SMCI does not get the benefit of the doubt for anything, and they probably never again will. So get used to it. If you're a shareholder of SMCI, then you need to understand that if there is a bad headline, you're going down twice as much as you would normally. That's just how it is for these guys. And on that regard, it's arrows up for Dell, because Dell's up 5%, and Dell's going to potentially break out in the next couple of days here. Oops, there you go. Triple top here on Dell. You know, there's a bear market, there's a bull market somewhere, as they always say.
Yeah, no, I already sort of said my case here for SMCI. It looks like it is breaking lower. We thought that, you know, a good trade would sort of be on the downside here of that break. It looks like it's trying to happen right now. It may not. I mean, you know, those imbalances are actually out. Let's just go double check those right now, and that might have been part of the move. Yeah, so Nvidia's a buy, Apple's a buy. Those are starting to shoot up. Amazon right there, also with a buy. There's a shoot up there. Nvidia with a buy, but coming back in. Apple. These all happen at 9:25, so we're a little bit late to this. And I don't see SMCI. Oh, there it is. SMCI with a buy, actually. So, yeah, not relating well to that imbalance. So, yeah, it looks like it wants to go lower. For me, if you can get short, great. I mean, VWAP's at 23, but I think a break of VWAP and then a break of that day's high shoots us up to $25. So I actually like the long break of 23.50 on SMCI today. I think we can get that. Look, I mean, I don't want to buy the stock. I just think for a day trade, there to there makes a little bit of sense. I think we can get up to 25 where your 200 period moving average is. So I'm excited to try to look at that anyways today. I don't want to lose track of it. So we will keep our eye on it. And right now we're bouncing off of that 22.30 recent, or I guess morning low. So we'll wait to see if it hits that. Neil obviously looked at a longer time frame there. It looks like they're in big time trouble. I like Dell for the other side of it. But I think a break of 23.50 and we can try it. That exact top right there looks like 23.60. So that's going to be the break that you're looking for right into there on SMCI. It looks like we might get it right off the open, man. 23.60 break long into 25 might be worth the risk.
Right, real quick to wrap things up here, oil back to highs, essentially, if you go out to a daily chart. Not currently, but we did tag new highs on XLE anyways. Again, more negative headlines coming out overnight. infrastructure being targeted over in the Middle East. So nothing has changed as far as that situation is concerned. There was a little bit of hope as it was first reported that some additional traffic is being allowed through the Strait of Hormuz. Whether or not that is going to continue remains to be seen. So some of the energy producers, guys, worth watching today.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like I put Boyle in the note. It necessarily might not, I don't know that you get what happened yesterday. We had like multiple trend breaks. Like it broke this all-day trend, and then it broke that trend line in the afternoon, giving you a couple of good short opportunities. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Like it's trend down, so if it shows me some kind of a obvious short setup, maybe it's like a resistance in the VWAP, that prior low, 1825 here on Boyle, and I would short that. And of course, this is like this is like a leverage ETF, so it's going to move a little bit more. But I think that's the play. Or if I see it trend up, wait for the break of the trend. So I wouldn't just short any old price. It has to be like one of those obvious setups, resistance to support, and a trend break is what I'm going to be doing for Boyle.
Yeah, I was just saying, okay, we're going to open up right now. Let's watch out for SMCI. I do like USO today, but we'll be ears to the ground, see if we hear something about anything relating to oil and whatnot today, and the Strait and all of that jazz. So here we go, man. We are now open, and we're going to wait to see where this market goes today, and hopefully we get a good little look here. So there goes SMCI. Watch out for 2230 to break to the long side there on SMCI. Sorry, 2360 is what we're looking for, 2230 on the downside. It is now SSR, so you're not going to be able to hit the bid. You're going to have to get short over here, and you're going to start to see some offers start to stack up as they start to chase this thing down, as there's the most recent break right there, right now. So not great, but not horrible either. SMCI right now. NVIDIA. I think you said Rivian there.
No,
to the downside.
Yeah, Rivian's something we should have looked at because
I don't know. I thought
news yesterday and probably worth watching to see where they are. But NVIDIA down 1% instantly at the open here. Does that mean we're getting a dip? A slight dip.
Oh, wow. Look at Amazon.
Nowhere near that.
Yeah, so some of these names are getting really hit hard right now. Amazon is down $3. Straight line. I mean, look, Amazon, I didn't hate the phone idea that much, but a nice downside move right there for sure. What I had on the board today for myself, and we didn't even get to go over the note too much, but I had Tesla short at 382. I can't make that up. It's on the sticky note right there, but it happened in the pre-market. There it is right here. Tesla short 382. $5 in the money. SLV long, SoFi long, USO. So that's what we'll look at. I mean, Tesla, what a banger that was. So let's wait to see now. I don't know. I mean, that's gone. We can't do much about that now. SoFi. I wanted to look at SoFi. Shout out to MF Dane Generous there. You mentioned that in my morning note as well over there on Twitter. And you got to watch out for that level, right? This is the Muddy Waters low. That was 1660. There. So if we can get something at 1660, I think that's a good little level there for SoFi, and that's coming in right now.
Actually, I had that. Yeah, it was like there's a good double, that double bottom, which makes sense.
Yep.
I'm trying to look into it. Of course, remember, Adair is often not feeling well. Intel, there is no particular news story, but you just saw all the chip names going down.
The whole market.
A bunch of them, but in the market going down. Intel up 2% again. So Intel doing a bit of a blast off. Now, yesterday, it didn't make its top till 10:30. So if this thing is upward trending, I do not want, if it's not showing an obvious head and shoulder pattern, then I want no part of standing out in front of it. So AMD not really doing anything. We already went over.
Oops.
Shit. Oh, yeah, I wanted to go to the IBIT because that is heading to the downside and is breaking through 70,000
oh my God.
Bitcoin. We're literally at 70,000 on BTC. So if it does not hold on, I want to look for a continuation short. Oh, we got a super chat here from Spengler.
Okay.
You just tuned in. Do we talk about oil and thoughts on UMAC or RCAT?
Go Sabres. Yeah, what's up, Sabres?
Well, we're not really Sabres fans.
The Buffalo Sabres have not made the playoffs, Neil, so for 14 years. So the fact that they're going to make it this year, I'm happy for their fans.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. One of my favorite players of all time is Pat LaFontaine.
Right, exactly.
So, it is what it is. We have not talked about RCAT or UMAC. To my knowledge, RCAT, I don't really see anything crazy happening on it.
I'm long NVIDIA, but I don't know if this is going to work.
Oh, I like the chart. Bounce off the 50 period here on RCAT. Looks like it did that yesterday. But you can only do this, and it's only good if you break out that next level. So that would need to break out that 15.3 if it wants to do something spicy.
I'm just long NVIDIA. I just wanted to let you know that because it's a new position. Thank you for those super chats. Oil is going to be interesting. We said ears of the ground. If this breaks the low, which looks like it might want to do 176.75, we're going to be out of this trade. It was a pretty dramatic move down. I put in the wrong offer again, so I got in and got out at the same price there, but now we're back in at 177.20. So fair enough, man. That's where we wanted it. And I thought it was making a move off. Oops, let me zoom in a little bit here. Thought it was making a move off of those lows right there. So that's why we executed. Okay, we get an out there at 40s or 39s. So that was decent. So we just executed it there. I put in the wrong stop order, and I wound up buying it a little bit higher than where we were initially. Yeah, just trying to use these as our local lows, and we'll see if it wants to hold. I mean, this day is still obviously very early, but look at the NASDAQ bleeding in right now. I mean, if we ever get a reversal, I think NVIDIA go boom in the night, that's for sure. All right, SoFi as well. I got to actually reset my scanner. It doesn't look like it's moving unless nothing's happening, which I don't think is right. SoFi does make that move in. And what do we write down for SoFi again? 16.75. The low of the day, 16.75. It's only 5 cents away right now. So I'm just only saying these levels because a lot of key things are hitting right now. And it's just because we are getting a dramatic move down in the NASDAQ. I mean, I don't want to act like it's that dramatic. It's just over 100 points. It's not that bad at all. But we'll wait to see if there is a bounce back on what is a triple witching day and a lot of volume going through on the markets as well right away, right? Big prints early. Let me see what
I'm like waiting for this, the witching malaise to set off.
Yeah.
Set off. To
wear off.
A little bit. Wear off is the word I'm looking for. Like AMD didn't get. I thought AMD was a little bit stronger. It didn't get anywhere near the level I would have liked, which would have been right in about here, like 201.5, maybe in the 200 level. And then Intel, still don't know what's going on here. It is pulling back. So the day that I don't blindly short the first pullback is the day that it pulls back, because that's of course how it goes. SMCI took out the low, is now at $22. So there will be no test of VWAP yet. That's what I want to wait for. Boyle doing nothing. It is going to be it's going to be SoFi or IBIT first for me, because you got that nice double bottom. I think it's kind of there's a rule I like about any kind of short seller report. If you hold the low from if the first day low after a short seller report gets held, then I want to look long off that level after the fact, because it kind of tells you that the market has tried not to hate it that much. Is the best way to think about it. It's not that they don't hate it. It's just they don't hate it enough to make a fresh low on the next day. Then I want to look for the long.
Yeah, I'm trying not to get out of anything really here on NVIDIA, as we just it just spiked again into that level. I almost put an offer there, but I'm going to wait for 50s, see if we can get that high again, so I don't just put a whole bunch of marks on here. But that's now twice that we've come up, or 3 times basically, that we've come up to 40 and failed. We are still holding VWAP here, but so is the market holding these lows. So a little nervous that on this little bit of a move back higher, NVIDIA is still having a problem with that 177.20 area. I don't want to leave it. If we get stopped out of it, I think we could still go back to it. But look at the recovery that we see on Amazon. This is what I'm waiting for my guy over there at NVDA. It just did the same thing. It stopped again at 40s. So if we can get a pop through, man, I'm sitting at 45 to get a little bit out. But look at Amazon's on that recovery. So that's a huge move back to the upside. There it is. We get it. We waited and we got it this time. Yeah. So we get that 45 there a little bit. So just a couple more. See, wow. Good. I mean, we're only getting out 10% each time, actually a little bit more that time, 15%, but still have 75% of this trade, and our next offer is not until 178.80, so hopefully that can come in. IBIT looks like it's making a move lower right now as well.
Bouncing.
It's a nice bounce from the market, so, oh, you're in IBIT, okay, good. So
it just bounced off 70,000.
Yeah, that looks like a decent opportunity.
Here's the thing, I'll show you.
What about SMCI?
It's at 72, but basically bottoming tail candle and then broke back out for a reversal candle as it was retaking the 70,000 level. It would look a lot cooler if I would show you that turn at the 70,000 in the chart, but we don't trade direct Bitcoin because it's just easier to look at the ETF. But I do want to respect the volume weighted average price. Scalp it into the volume weighted average price. As usual, it's a reversal trade, so my stop goes under there. SoFi, not as much of a rebound. It puts in a similar, there's your bottoming tail candle and there's your hold of support. It's not doing as much with it here with SoFi. Remember, the market is downside. So we are going against the grain with this trade. And absolutely nothing happening in Boyle for me. Boyle, it'll move. Don't get me wrong, Boyle's going to move. It's literally not moving now. Sometimes you just got to wait it out. We've seen this with energy names. We've seen this with like silver and gold. Sometimes off the open, they don't do as much as you would expect, and later in the day, they are good. But there are individual energy names which are flying around. Like Oxy is going ham. Well, okay, it's up 2%. Maybe ham is too much, but it is going wild to the upside, despite the fact that you're not really seeing anything happening in the energy market today, or early.
We took a little small bid there on NVIDIA at O's. We got O2s there. It does go up to 20s on that take, but I'm still going to wait for another take up here. Looks like we're starting to fall back down. Look at the market. Maybe we need to go short. Let me see what the Qs look like here. Yeah, we did here CBS News. I don't know what the symbol for CBS, oh, PSKY, Paramount, okay. That's probably a good symbol there. Look at the NASDAQ right here. I mean, even on your 1 minute chart, you know, you are looking like yesterday's level is going to come into play right here, right now. I mean, this is a breaking spot. I know I'm long NVIDIA, but this is why we're not going to be holding it for very long. If we do break, there is a lower take coming, man, 587 on the Qs. So, you know, to be able to hold out for what could be a bounce now, I could see it happening off of some of yesterday's levels there, but it does look like we are trying to push a little lower now in the market. Let me see what USO is doing. Okay, stair-stepping up, that's great. Like, if you're looking long on USO, this is kind of what we like to see. We saw this sort of yesterday in silver, pullbacks into VWAP or into the 200 period moving average, probably buys right now for USO. The interesting thing about USO, of course, is that it's going to be very news-based, so we got to take off a little bit of that expectation. If anything, silver right now is holding. We wrote down 64.50, so it is holding 64.50 for now, but we're underneath VWAP. I would rather that not be the case, but you know, can't choose what happens. So I think a break right now of this 50 period probably gets us going half decently. And there it is, man. We'll spend a little bit of money there. So dip buy at O's, out at 30s, kind of the trading that I want to do a little bit more of. I sat down yesterday and was thinking, like, just too many outs all the time. We don't need to have all of them out. So we'll put another one at 50 as I just say that, and then we can wait for our next order to come up through 80s. But let's take it, there it is. Let's take advantage of this. Boom, that's a good one, man. Let's see now if we can have these. And we're almost at 1 day goal already. So we talk about, the reason why I say that is I believe, you know, the most successful day traders are the part-time ones. So, you know, get in there, make your money, and just follow your rules, right? I mean, that's the most important thing here for trading. And if you can have rules, that's what you want. And that's all you're trying to develop, is figure out a strategy that works for you, that is in your personality, and that match with whatever goals you have. So there it goes, man. There goes NVIDIA up through 60s and 70s, man. We talked about this. We put on some more shares, man. We got double reloads down there. Let's see if we can get it. I'm waiting for 177.80, man. You got to give me that 25 period. I'm actually going to zoom that down a little bit, 177.70 or so, because we're right here right now, and that 50 period is coming down. So let's just put an offer there at 68 and grab that. Whoa, we also grabbed the 80. I didn't cancel that in time. Okay, here we go, man. There it is. There's your first daily goal met, and maybe you got some more funded accounts happening today, because there it is, man. Nice move up there for NVIDIA. It's 70 cents, and we still got on about 70% of the trade.
Yeah, it's starting to get a nice little bounce here. And 123 in the chat, I saw you. It is witching today. That does mean that options expirations, triple witching, there's no more quad witching, and it's also index for balancing at the end of the day. We can go into that a little bit more. There are some big names that are going to be out there. We got to take advantage there of a couple of bounces. Got to reload in IBIT, and we got that VWAP on SoFi. So now the thing for SoFi is if it can hold above the volume weighted average price, got to look for places potentially to add in this move, because it's held on to that double bottom that we liked. But the next stop would be if it gets to the pre-market high, respect it. Also because that pre-market high is $17. And on an options expiration day, if it's a round number, then I am taking shares out in front of it if I'm in position, period. That's pretty much always going to be the case. And I put in the chat, I hate you, Intel. Today's the day that Intel does a full reversal off that first crazy candle. I didn't see a story, but look at how it's snapping back. If it doesn't close under, let me zoom in. If it doesn't close this under VWAP, I won't consider this one to the south side. But for now, we're still only 10, 15 minutes in. For IBIT, every time we bounce off 70,000, I want to look to play the bounce as long as it doesn't make the fresh low. Play it into VWAP, take your profit, because we are still in the first 15-minute candle. So do your scalping, and if we can hold the trend, then work on the second half after. Well, we haven't really talked too much about SMCI, as I just typed SoFi again.
Oh, yeah, I meant to look at SMCI.
Okay, that's actually a pretty standard SSR bounce. Dang it, Boomhauer. Like, you see how it trended down?
Did it break the high of the day yet?
But look what it did at the low. It
exactly.
It literally wicked the low and didn't break, like right here. So wicked the low and then got a little breakout back through 22, and it's right to the volume weighted average price. That's a pretty standard, like, trend reversal style trade. Like, remember, the company technically didn't do anything wrong here. But it's SMCI, so, you know.
Yeah. Well, the company did do something wrong. I mean, they're led by their leaders. So,
Well, look, yeah, it's true. Like, the officers.
Yeah. No, I mean, we can't say we love Jensen. You know, I mean, it's just like, yeah, that's who's involved. It is what it is right there. And we go diamond hands again, and we get our 95s. That's a bull. Okay, that's good enough. But there it is right there. We get 178 and changes. I hit the wrong key on our stream deck. But there it is, man. We get did we get 178 flat? Yes, we did. We got 178 on NASDAQ gateway. So good little gateway hit there as it comes right back up and right into the lows of the pre-market, right? So, you know, cashing out now. We are now out of exactly half. So we go from the lows of the day into the 200 period, into the 50 period, into the 20. Like, that's what we're talking about. So we're going to just get out of half there. Reload, yeah, maybe. Well, I think it's not a horrible reload if it does come all the way back in, but let's just be very, very disciplined with what we're looking at right now. Like I said, man, we did look at silver earlier. I wrote down 64.50, and shout out to Erie Pages, Hamster, and everybody that's following as well. Like, we should have taken that. You know, we didn't, so my bad on there. We also wrote down SoFi 1675. I know Neil's in that one. We should have had that as well. We don't, like, as if we write down 1675 right there, right? And so again, like, I'm just on NVIDIA, and we've made our daily goal, and it's getting higher and better as we speak. But this is why you want to give me a follow, I think, on Twitter. There's SLV 64.50, that's the low. There's SoFi 1675 area long, so you could have even got long like where Neil did there at 1680. That's a good trade. And then USO, we'll wait for that one, and then we'll see what's going on with Tesla today as well. But I don't know, it did tank. Very good, right off the open. So yeah, big move down for Tesla. Hasn't really gotten its footing yet. I mean,
under 380 sucks for them.
Maybe it did right there. Yeah, 376 is VWAP. So definitely a level to possibly look at right now. As here comes NVIDIA right back downside a little bit. NASDAQ upside, NVIDIA downside. So I missed the ball. I'm glad Neil has it, but I should have had SoFi, and I should probably have silver, but I feel like I could get silver again. So we'll wait to see what's going on there right now. Trump talking all about right now. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, but
yeah, I didn't hear it clearly enough. But Trump making
something.
comments about Iran there. But SoFi did get to that 17. So remember, it's a witching day. You get to a round number that's a resistance. It's a scalp. So we were able to get that reversal candle. I'm in and out. I'll look for the next trade. It could be VWAP. It could just be a retest of the low for a double bottom. It could end up being a breakout trade. Can't know what'll happen next. IBIT, my thoughts are similar, like the same kind of dip buy, but played into the resistance, which we did not get filled. I don't want this closing under view. If it closed under view, I might get out and then wait for that next opportunity and just play the first two scalps and look for the next trade. For those that are asking what witching day is, it's basically just it's multiple options expirations, like single stock futures, and it happens on the third Friday of every single month. So you do get a lot of extra volatility on not just opening prints, but the opening, call it like 10, 15 minutes of the day. And that's why when you look at these these big strike prices, you will have some trouble trading away from them. You can gravity towards them, but then you have some trouble breaking away. SMCI, which is I guess the story of the day at this point, not many stocks going to be down 25%, is holding VWAP. Yeah, they're down 25%, but from the open, the buyers have stepped in here. So good on anybody that tried to buy that open. Not me.
No, just hearing now that there's been nobody going through the Straits of Hormuz at all now. So apparently, potentially tankers going through this weekend. But right now, I just heard on the news source there that nothing happening right now in the Straits. So I wanted to look at oil. It's not doing anything, and I thought maybe it would. We did get a little bit of a tick down there on oil. That, you know, if there's no tankers going through, that, you know, oil should be going upside as, you know, supply will outstretch demand. I mean, if they can't get enough supply to the people that need it, especially there in China, as we talked about how important that strait is. Not for U.S. oil. I mean, U.S. apparently has enough oil to worry about it for themselves. Okay, so NVIDIA, man, we did get a couple reloads down there. We said that we would do that, so we got reloaded right now on that. We'll take a piece out at 40s if we can get it, and if we can get it, we just got it. So double barrel loads down there again at VWAP. So let me take out one more piece now just because, and then we can see if we can get those 80s again to the top side of this market. So yeah, man, just a little bit of back and forth here with NVIDIA. I only have the one trade on, and it's 1 for 1. So that's nice so far there today. But what else we got on our mind? Okay, that was Tesla. We could check out here if you guys do put in the chat, you put in $, whatever symbol you want. Oh yeah, SMCI. I was looking at 2360 break. We could talk about that if that does happen in just a couple minutes. There goes NVIDIA, man, 40 cents in the money there. Dell upside on, let's go NVIDIA, yeah. Dell on upside plays as well, up 5% today. Silver down a little bit at 64.70. We are getting that possible reload spot. Intel was up 1.5%, so that's nice. PL. Oh, Planet Labs.
Planet Labs.
Yeah. That was on earnings. Right. 35% up on Planet Labs earnings.
Monster.
Codex might be one to look at there. CODX, 32% on a small cap name right there. Let me have a quick look.
That's a line.
Yeah, that's an Amex, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so this is habitual, you're saying?
I think
over there. So let's have a quick little look there on Codex. I mean, that means it's done this before. What happened to Codex here for the last 2 months? I don't know if it was see you later or what happened there, but Codex just coming back to market a couple days ago, according to our charts anyways, and there it goes, 350, trying to get an upside play into $4, CODX. Actually pretty controlled right now, it looks like, for Codex. I mean, no halts, nothing going on here. Watch out, you are getting a possible reload now at 325 on that one. Just hearing that the United States are sending warships apparently into thousands of additional, this is not going to be good for those of you that are, there, but thousands more Marines apparently being sent right now. So, and warships being sent into the Middle East right now. That can't be good for anything. I would say that's probably spikes. Yep. Okay, yeah. I think we need to go long on USO. I'm going to start that trade right now, long USO. I was thinking about it before when we sort of got that news there, and now we're hearing something else. So I'm going to try it. Not going to go too long on this because obviously I'm buying the highs, but we know what happens when oil trends. It trends. So let's see if that happens. This is the second massive deployment of Marines this week, and we'll just hear if anything's going on. Yeah, with that right there.
I didn't see that.
Now, yeah. So a little bit of a story there. Spiking oil. Look, I still want to get it. This is
I just jumped out of
the longs might not work.
Yeah, I punched out of the IBIT long, and I don't know if I'm going to reload on.
I'm in NVIDIA.
I just wanted to make sure I heard that story just right. If that's the sentiment change, like we're already look at SoFi. I was just in SoFi too, and SoFi came all the way back. And that's not a moment to maybe hop on the bid. Like if the longs worked early and you're able to get something, I don't think that's going to be necessarily the play. I'm going to look over it. Boyle barely even moved here. I can get Boyle at the low on that story.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it might be worth it. I'm going to try again here for USO. So if it does fall out, like NVIDIA, we got to fill underneath. Oh, here it goes. It's going to drop out at 69 breaks. That's the day low right there was 75. So I'm going to give it a heartbeat through that. But we did get some fills right here, right now. Our average price is 03s. So I'm thinking about maybe even dropping it if it comes back up through 177. I'm not in love with this trade anymore, man. I mean, the market just dropped on that story.
2,000 Marines, 3 warships,
it's a lot, right? I mean, 2,000. Why are they sending? I thought we weren't putting boots on ground. Not we. Canada's not doing anything.
Well,
but on boots on ground there, right?
Why you say yes? I'm pretty sure one of the things that he said was that any regime change would require boots on the ground if they were to get that kind of.
But the United States have claimed that they don't. Their goal is not regime change.
Of course. Well.
That's their goal, is not regime change. They just want to get those nukes out of there. Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, that's what they say.
I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to get political.
That's what Hegseth was talking about that yesterday, and they were just saying that their main concern is the safety of everybody, and they don't like the nuclear department there. But again, regime change, would help that. So I think it's all the same kind of talk. Okay, so yeah, it looks like NVIDIA. I mean, I'm not going to average in. We just averaged in small into this trade. Obviously, we'll be giving some back here as, you know, we can't. Like, that's why you got to take out trades when they hit certain levels, because even if it keeps on going and there it goes, and I'd be like, oh man, I can't believe we lost on this trade or whatever. You know, if you don't take anything out and you just hold, well then yeah, you're just going to go 0 for 1. So we might go like 1 for 2. Like, we win there and we lose here, you know, giving us a net zeros on this. So, you know, not the greatest experience there on NVIDIA, but we did hear that story and probably should have punched out immediately. Instead, we went over to oil, and oil doesn't seem to be doing much. So I'm going to try to take it back. If we do get a 119 fill, we'll try that. And I just want to hold it against VWAP. That's what worked yesterday. That's 118.40. I was
gonna say, the weird thing is, like, the market's reacting like I would expect to that headline, but the energy market's not reacting that way as I would have expected.
No.
So it's weird. Like, it was enough to get out of the longs, which was right, but then flipping over to an energy long, which we said we would wait for the first piece of news, and it did both things. It was a trend break and it was a piece of news, but it looks like it's not going to work on Boyle. It is what it is. We got to move on to the next. I want to go over to, we had a super chat. We'll get to the super chat in a quick little second, but I got to go back over and look at SoFi. If it is going to end up holding that low, we'll let it get a little bit further down to retest these bottoms, and if we do get in, it's a 16.6 double bottom, so there's a lot of room for it to make a trend break much lower. It doesn't have to do a higher low. You could trade a little bit lower, but if I see any bottom tail candles and it's not under 16.6, then I'm playing the trend break in this stock. Like, that's the plan of action here for me in SoFi. SMCI, which we know was a big story for everybody, or not for a lot of people out here, it lost at VWAP, so unfortunately it was no continuation to that bounce. But just so you know, like, from what I've seen and what I've tracked, like, the high percentage play on one of these deep dive SSR bounces is to snap trade and then get VWAP. I find like taking that profit is usually pretty good. VNU 42, the meaning of life, and my favorite number. FDX has given up $30 gain from the pre-market. How is the chart looking? This was the problem with FedEx.
What's the problem with every earnings play?
Join us in the morning, because I think one of the things that made us not excited is look at the daily. Like, what could we have possibly expected here from FedEx when it had already topped out at this level? And trying to guess where it's going to fill in the gap. It's like, let it do it, and if you like the long, maybe you can get some kind of a trend break. Like, maybe that's what we'll see. Like, you can get a trend break, and this can bounce into VWAP. But these gap fills on earnings, I guess it's not just tech, right? Like, in this case.
No, that's the other thing. You know, we saw that the other day. It was just yesterday. Company had a great report and came back. Oh, it was Micron. They went the other way. So Micron was hit early to the downside and then recovered completely, and that was a good report. So I would think that could be the same thing for FedEx.
And they love to trick you on witching day too.
Yeah, that could be key for FedEx. Is what I was saying is that, like, maybe the witching day is affecting that. So that's a good sort of a look there as well. Just for saying USO, man, boy, oh boy, did we ever get loaded up on this one. So now we are loaded on Boyle. I almost said that's what you were looking at. On USO. So it does come right in. We said we were going to buy 19s. So we actually get 1905 right there. And I did buy into this little area here as well, 1910s, giving me an average price right now of 1919. So it's not like this is a huge move yet, but making back a little bit there what we lost there on NVDA. I think that initial spike up into this area could be a decent spot to get out. So I'm going to go over to USO. Right now, I'm putting an offer at 119.45 and see if we get something there. And 48. See if we get that there. Make sure that you do stay hydrated at all points. So shout out to Hydration Nation members.
Good hydration.
Yo, you want another coffee? You got to ask. We got to ask Rob. It's only 10 o'clock right now. Yeah, we're spoiled normally. We have Randy up in here. Oh, you did put it in the chat. Oh, shit, then I better put mine in the chat too, or else I'll get...
every pages, Intel dropped without a lot of people.
Rob will only bring one if we don't ask for
Intel,
both.
Thank you, Intel, for not doing a drop to VWAP until 10:30 yesterday on that move up, and then today doing like the easiest break at 47. So lesson learned. Look, it's at an even dollar level. It's on a Friday and it's on a witching day, so it goes into a strike price. you use that as your level instead of waiting for something else to happen, and that is what it is. So really only into boil on that reversal trend, and I'm not even sold after this market sentiment shift at that headline. I can't just say I'm automatically gonna buy the dip here in SoFi. It's really got to show a very good setup at the low. Like, give me either a double bottom here with a trend break or play into the actual double bottom and break the trend there. There's no need to run in front of a moving freight train. And it's the same thing with IBIT. We kind of figured it didn't get to the high like SoFi did, so SoFi ended up just a little bit better. But we've lost that 70,000 support. So if we're going to be underneath 70,000, I got to start thinking we could trend into the downside. So the reload on the long is not going to happen, at least for me. Yeah, not seeing anywhere that I like the reload on the longs, everybody. This market seems to want to head lower. And this is why we say it's a headline-driven market. Like, your longs were working just fine. Now the SPY is at the overnight lows and threatening to break as we speak, literally breaking as we speak.
Exactly. That's why we say, man, have the ability to rotate. And I think that's a good talk right there. I mean, look what we did with USO. Here we go, man. This was the big money maker yesterday. We had 3 funded accounts. Let's see what winds up happening. Shout out to Papacito. I don't know if it was oil or not. But here we go, man. We just talked about buying that dip. So we did exactly that, man, on USO as we just did our own rules there. We actually marked it down here, and we just put it out right now also that I just put this out on Twitter that we were just getting long right now. And there it was right there, news driven. So, you know, we thought we didn't think. We did hear that story about Marines going into the Gulf.
Well,
and
three warships.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like things getting a little elevated and escalated right now in the Middle East, unfortunately, by the sounds of it. Now, Neil and I just reporting what we're hearing. So if that's accurate or not, I'm not sure, but it probably
there's
is,
enough
right?
people reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. So, and then right into here. So this is why we're starting to stop out a little bit right now. You're at the 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart here for USO. As the NASDAQ continues to go downside, that NASDAQ short was probably the better call than the USO long. But either way, you're still running into that area. So a little bit of support, resistance here. Hopefully we can break above it and that will become support. So we're going to have to give that just a minute. But we did get out up there. We got a nice fill at 75 and then one at 55 or so. So far so good here as we pull back. But look at the NASDAQ. That would have been the short as people very, very nervous hands about what's going on. And look at this. See ya. There goes NVIDIA straight to the gates as well. This is one of their favorite animations as well. And, you know, what you might want to do. Yeah, the flushing.
I like it because for some, am I wearing that sweater? Hold on a second.
I think so.
No, it's not.
No.
No, it's a why am I happy in that? I don't understand.
Because you're having fun.
Why
It's like flushing down. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you're. It just means the market.
It just means I'm a terrible model. It's like you should know what it is that you're shooting the animation for, Neil.
Joe, what do you got going on over there, man?
Man, the markets, we're bleeding here. So look, if you see AMD, if you see NVIDIA, like we're not just talking about them. Amazon's at the lows and could threaten 205. Meta had already. Well, Meta had already lost $600 and is now down at 593. I'm trying to be somber about it because Meta's down 2 points, and you got to be somber about it because that's some pretty big support that just got lost on Meta. 580 incoming. This is one of the more broken ones that you're going to broken charts, I guess, that you're going to see out there. So yeah, not looking very good at all for Meta. SoFi, believe it or not. Okay, well, last time I checked. That is a wick bottom candle, so it has a chance. The last time it gave you a nice consolidation candle and then held a low. So I was pretty patient with it. Like I didn't buy it on the second candle. I kind of bought it on the third and got fortunate. I might do the same thing here and be a little bit patient with the entry. As yeah, maybe I was too patient. Yep, patience worked the first time. It doesn't look like it's going to work the second time.
I think you always got to be a little patient with things, man. I mean, even if it doesn't work, we talk about this. It's like following your own rules, and I think that that's a good one. Just be patient and wait for stocks to come into you. There's almost no better of a strategy right now, especially in these markets, because you might not think prices are coming to your levels. Like even just right here, I'm going to do this trade the pool thing in a second, Andre, but just look at what I'm talking about. Is look at NVIDIA. You know, like we opened the day at 179. you know, and talking positively about sort of the space and, you know, what I thought about NVIDIA. And then all of a sudden, you know, it makes a move up, it gives you about $1 winner. We were really happy with that. And now all of a sudden, that was a 178 take. That was at 945, ladies and gentlemen. It is now just 1002, and you're wondering if you should buy 175. So, I mean, what goes up sometimes does come down. So try to be patient. We did do a little bit of a reload there on USO. All right, and right into this, man, markets. And by the way, March Madness, we still got to talk about that. There was some crazy stuff happening there. Bye-bye Wisconsin there.
Okay, look, the Big Ten didn't have a good day.
No, they did not. Okay, markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates, you guessed it, opportunity. Big moves means more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things. And I already talked about this 10 minutes ago. Discipline, and then the magic, the access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. If you want to take advantage of all this volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit Trade the Pool, all one word, tradethepool.com, and scan that QR code right in front of you to get, guess what, 10% off. So I think you should definitely do that for those of you. We look for funded accounts, and we talked about that with Papacito. So if you are interested in that, man, go give them a look.
When you said the tournament, I clapped because Michigan State had a blowout win, and Michigan also won
I didn't
big.
Even see last
But my
night.
bracket's screwed because I have a thing. I'm a Big Ten fan.
Everybody's
Every single, if a Big Ten team makes the tournament, then I always have them winning in the first round. And I always have every single, like Michigan and Michigan State, I will always, if I think they're going to lose, the first game I think they'll lose, I'll have them winning. And then I'll be smart after that. I'm a gigantic homer when it comes to college basketball teams. Like I don't go with my head.
You didn't tag Rob properly.
I didn't?
No, you just said,
why.
You just said at Rob.
Yeah, I was
right there.
I just threw it in and I didn't even watch.
Wow, Neil. Okay, just basically here on USO, we did just have a reload, and it did go right back. Like, I actually didn't realize we reloaded twice, but it's fine, it's small. But right in, because I'm waiting for VWAP, and that's what I was going to tell you guys. But it does bounce right back up into 30, then come back down in. So remember, this is the thing. You could make a lot of money on USO and lose a lot of money on the USO because of what we just talked about, volatility. So if it's not going to go up on that story and hold off, then okay, there it is. So now we have a much bigger position on USO right now. I'm going to try to hold it into this level of 1830. If it breaks 1830, then we're going to get out. So that was a little quick look for me on USO. We just got a level at, I mean, we could have waited for VWAP exactly. We've got about 10 cents ahead of it. So right now we're long, and you can see our average price 86s. So we did wind up putting a lot more on this last trade. So we do have a couple units now. I'm hoping for this to make some sense and go back upside here. But remember, if it breaks that level, then we're gone, and happy to be gone out of that level if it does wind up breaking. So we're here to be careful with this trade, but USO right now starting to give me a little bit of worries because the trend that I thought was going to start to develop really hasn't. And if anything, break of VWAP means we're going the other way on that trend. So yeah, let's be careful with this right now and see if anything's going on right there. Yeah, what we should have done was stick with our plan. I just heard you mention SoFi.
Well,
you should have just gone long again at 6.
Just look at it.
Yeah, I know. There's 675 again. That's twice we had that level pegged and didn't do anything about it. So, all right. Thanks, SoFi.
What? No, I didn't know that. People in the chat are saying something happened to Chuck Norris.
No.
No.
No, he's not even, I don't even think he's that old. Let me see.
No, did Chuck Norris pass away, guys?
What do you mean? I'll just check it right now. This is very easy to find out. I'm just going to check because it'll be
process.
all over my Instagram.
No, I have to relog in because my earpiece thing is gone. So I don't have the news in my ear, so I want to get that first. I don't want headlines to come through and we potentially miss it, so I'm just going to log back.
I'm going to say no.
So we can? Okay, good. I don't want that.
Because I don't see anything. I mean, Chuck Norris has passed away accordingly, 86 years old. Sending condolences to his family. Oh, that's sad. That's from TMZ, and they're normally pretty good at all of that. So it looks like right now that is, oh man, one of my most favorite meme stuff of all times are those Chuck Norris things.
Well,
so
he's also just.
but that doesn't mean I'm not going to report that that's confirmed. But wow, man, that would be really, really sad. I'm surprised my wife has not messaged me that because we have fun with some of those memes. That's sad days if that is the case. Okay, just real quickly here. I mean. hard to change gears real quick, but we are hosting a show. All right, so just real quick right now, great trade, honestly. I'm just going to say that because I can see my net. There it goes, man. We had 5 units down there of USO. It came right into our level. We had about 1.5 units or so at this point. We took about 2.5, 3 more down there, down into 19. So, hospitalized at 86. Okay. Hopefully that's much better storyline anyways than death. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to, until we know for sure.
Yeah, we don't know. Okay, anyways, a little bit of an empty out there. I got out of a unit and a half. I want to get out another piece right there. It is. Okay, yes. Okay, this could be a really good trade, man. We'll see how this works out. I'm going to offer some 15s there and then let USO go. I'm pretty happy with the levels that we have here. If it falls back in, it falls back in.
There was a headline out of, while I couldn't hear anything, there was a headline saying Iran strikes have failed to halt, Iran says strikes have failed to halt its weapons production. So like that to me would be another sign. If they're even claiming, hey man, you didn't stop us, what are you goading them into more action? Give me a break. Anyways, that headline came in a couple of minutes ago, but my news service thing was dead in my ear. But I've reloaded on Boyle. I want to get to VWAP and break field. But it's reversed into VWAP once, but as long as it holds this low, we're going to continue with that long, and it's silly SoFi. But, I was kind of like, let it make the candle and then get in. That ended up being a bit of a mistake. Maybe we get a third crack at this at the low. If not, there's always the VWAP hold. But I don't want to give up hope. Like this news and what we're hearing out of the Middle East would suggest market weakness. So therefore, you shouldn't compromise on trying to buy something that should be loosely following the market. So I don't want to be stretched trying to get a higher low here on SoFi when I think the market should be weak.
Okay. I agree. We could have a quick look at it. Were you talking about? No, you're talking about SoFi.
SoFi.
I was going to see quickly look at SMCI. It looks like just a failed break down there, and you already talked about that at $22. And excuse me. Man, I don't know. Some things are repeating on me over here. $23 right there. That's a 200 period. That looks like actually a decent break long, honestly. On just a retracement back in. I don't not like the long for the long term, but that's not horrible. There's your 23 top matching with your 200 period. Like, I would prefer the short into that, but then a break. I think there's enough momentum to start going just a little bit northbound on that play. Okay, let's go, man. If this can rip, that would be real nice. I'll take out another fill right here at 08s or I put 07s there, and I'm not even getting filled. Okay, there we go. We finally get filled at 07 right there. Hopefully, we do have an upside play here in USO. Okay, so that's what I'm waiting for as we start to hear more and more news about Iran. Look, we put it on our watch list there today. I only have 2 trades. It said video long, which we lost on. But I already talked about that trade. That was in and out, so small loss there. But there's USO. We want to wait for news-driven. Respect the headline risk. And then what did I say right here as well? It might be hard to see, but it was patiently watch VWAP right down there on USO. So my trade seems to be pretty simple, man. And I'm a pretty simple man, to be honest with you. There's VWAP. And so that's where we loaded it up, and we're willing to drop it off if it doesn't work out and kicks down just a little bit lower there. So that would be VWAP trading. And we're going to play VWAP off of its most recent lows. So that's 118.30. So the fact that we're long at 75, it's 40 cents in the money. Now that's about a 40-cent worth of risk. So realistically, this is where we should have started to take some out. But we did panic a little bit as we got right back to 119 there. And there's an out at 119.6. Okay, here we go. So now we're starting to get going. We might as well hold on to this USO trade and see if we can get back up somewhere around that 119.50 area. I'm going to put an offer in and around there. It's almost now 2-1. So far so good here on USO trading. And man, I'm still a little bit shook by that Chuck Norris thing, but that life and death.
It's a life thing. It's just, yeah.
It hurts because we're so, not that we're so old, but the people that we watched growing up are now starting to,
that's what,
just get to that magical age, unfortunately. And there it goes, man. Monster trade here. I wish we had held it all, but we're going to wait now for a higher side here on USO.
It's like exactly the same age as my dad.
86 is actually more. I think it's 78. I think is the average, what they call median lifespan of a North American male.
Yeah, exactly. The guy's obviously had a fantastic life.
That's funny how lives are different.
That's what it's all about. I wish I had some kind of a graphic that would be like celebrate Chuck Norris. That's the only martial arts related thing I have. So I'm just going to hit it anyways because that's how we're going to roll.
That's a funny one. Chuck Norris actually died 20 years ago, but death just didn't have the nerve to tell him, right? So right there, but there's going to be lots of those funny things.
Just quick, I want to go back to SMCI. I know we're not necessarily trading SMCI. It hasn't been able to break through VWAP yet, but I think that's a yet. It's still putting in, it's got a higher low. There's a chance we could get some kind of a trend forming to break out this top, which would be around the 23 level, but nothing for me just yet. If you were looking short, I suppose you could just use VWAP as your short area. That would make a little bit of sense to me. SoFi is headed right back in. It's about to retest the bottom. So here we go. It was able to bounce off this twice. Remember, the double bottom on SoFi since Muddy Waters is 16.58 or 55 to 58. So it can get all the way down to 16.6 and still, to me, be a long trade. But it's got to be a mean reversion setup. It's not a catch a falling knife trade. It's a look for a bottoming tail wick and then go from there. Oh yeah, Intel and AMD were a couple of chip names I wanted to pay attention to, but I mean, suffice to say, when that headline hit, I mean, hindsight being 2020, like shorting Intel would have been genius, but that's not where the brain initially went. But that's a pretty clean breakdown here on Intel when that headline hit. But I don't really see too much of a bounce play. I'd want to look continuation short probably in tech, and I'm not chasing it at the lows. It's only 10:13. There's still plenty of time.
Yeah, still plenty of time, man. And I'm just going to post this again here on Twitter. I mean, this was now a couple times in a row, and there's VWAP right there, right? So VW, man, I got to learn how to use a better, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get rid of that. But anyways, that's VWAP right there. We'll get it all figured out later. But that's what it is right there. We'll tweet that back out. And I'm just glad that we talked about that. We talked about VWAP. I'm going to try to let this go. I'm waiting for 119.60 now. And maybe we get that little upside take there on USO now. So, I feel like I'm getting better and better every day with being more patient, trying to pick the right names, the right winners, and the right levels. I mean, we absolutely hit that SoFi twice. But as Neil mentioned, it's very dangerous with the market going down. I wouldn't look at this again. I know we missed it there at 16.75 and there again, but right now, look what the market's doing, man. It's really out of control to the downside. There's not been, that's a little bump. That is not even a bump back up to the 50-period moving average. So, you go down to 24.7 and then you bump up 30 handles. No way, or sorry, 50 handles. No way. Nice move to the downside, not after a 200 handle correction. You need to bounce more than that to get going. Maybe now we're seeing a little bit of a bounce in the market. So I don't know why. Maybe I have to zoom back out a little bit here on the TQs. Are we at some key levels? Oil turning around a little bit. I'm going to take some out at 37s now. Let me just have a quick look here to see if we're at, this is the week. I think we're going to be at weekly lows right now. We already took that out. Was that the weekly low yesterday at open? Yeah, it looks like it was. So yesterday's open was weekly and we bounced off of that. Now that we've sort of closed underneath that, or sort of now that we're underneath that level there, we could see some more downside pressure. If anything on the Qs, what about a short around 588? If we can get back into that level, that could be a trade as well. I don't think Rob is paying attention to the chat here. I might have to go get some coffees ourselves here, as we are creatures of habit over there. Oh, Joe, you just offered? Thanks. No, just joking. All right, so here goes the Qs. Downside right there as well. And we got a little bit out of oil there. It goes, can you believe we're at 60? It goes to 58. I'm just going to be stubborn and keep it at 60 because, honestly, oil does not move that way. It should just, this is USO. So I know when we talk about silver, we talk about SLV. We know it's not spot silver. I know that I'm not trading crude oil as in this contract.
Here's the weird thing. I don't know if you've seen this.
Well, that's because XLE is the producers.
If you look at like XLE and you look at Oxy,
look what Chevron's.
There's a bunch of names within the space, individually, that are not looking all that strong. Like CVX, which I love. It's not really doing much of anything. So when you're headline trading, you want to trade something more direct, I think. But sentiment-wise, I prefer CVX. Because I like this company, I like the stock. But I think when you're headline trading, you got to be looking directly at something which is gonna really move and give you that juice. But I know there's a lot of names that we haven't really covered, and I want to just circle back if I can.
Oh, did you just drop the name Circle there?
Well, actually I was gonna look at Tesla, but I should have. I should have gone to Circle. Yeah,
should
that
circle
actually
back
would've
to
been-
it.
That would have been
There's
pretty
our
cool
60
had I-
on oil, by the way.
Yeah, I just got to fill up there. Boyle's going to the upside as well, but Tesla, that's making a trend break as well. If you happen to be looking at some other names, Tesla breaking trend and heading back into the upside there. I don't know why, but I guess I said it. So Circle's been a fantastic stock. Is it doing anything good? No. It's at the low, but maybe even this is catching a bit of a bottom. I was hunting at iBit for another chance as Bitcoin was trying to break its morning trend. It hasn't done so yet, but I've got this trend line up. If it holds the trend down, there obviously isn't a long, but we caught one bid. I'd look for a second, but I'm not rushing into anything like that. At this point, I just want to see this trend in Boyle take us through the volume weighted average price. Like I'll reload off the lows unless we get a new headline that suggests something different. And if that happens, then fair enough, we can get out, but play it into VWAP and play it into the high until something else is proven. And it is what it is. Like I think we came in this morning and the first couple of trades were things that were strong for the market, and that shifted. I mean, 2,000 Marines and 3 warships sent into the Gulf will do that sometimes, and you just got to be able to shift with it.
Oh, man. Yeah, Rob's asking. He messaged me privately, okay. Regular. He says, do you want a regular or like an extra large? I was like, what the hell? Huh? Rob is a weird guy. Fun guy, actually, I should say. All right, so, yeah, well, I just told him. I just told him regular. I don't know.
I half want to just be like, what's the extra large?
All right, I'm going to tell him that you want to.
I don't actually want extra large. But
too late. I'm going to see what he brings.
This is what he brought last time, which is a pretty decent sized mug. What is the extra large going to look like, Rob? I'm out of pure curiosity. I'll probably end up waiting.
Yeah, I'm only doing it for pure curiosity because for me, I don't like even the
we
coffees.
Don't have cups that are,
yeah, like I'm always go down to a third. Like I don't if it's not like very very hot. I'm not really a guy unless it's a cold brew. I love some cold brews. That's for sure. Okay, Rob, message has been received. Yeah, you were saying that you were going to get some cold brews in Florida, right?
Oh, that's my go-to.
Yes, man. I'm really enjoying those.
It's 30 degrees out. It's just that's a perfect way. You're sitting on a patio somewhere, grabbing some breakfast.
Yep, I 100% agree with that statement. I'm going to try to have some cold brews maybe right after this, as I'm off. So we're going to have Obi sitting in this desk for me. But this
the rink.
This is no, but maybe like on the way home or something. I don't know. Yeah, at the rink. No, we get coffees for the rink for sure. But there it is right there, man. Oil right now gushing in profits. That is for sure. I mean, I hope that you guys again followed a little bit of that. I mean, and it doesn't matter if you took the trade or not. It's just more about like I think what we're trying to do here is just the logic behind it all. And you know, sometimes logic will be flawed, but when we started to hear that, and I've been trading oil with you guys now for weeks. And it's very news-based, obviously, and I don't need to tell you guys that. So, you know, I do think that although we don't have a Dara here today, a no Dara, no problem for this trade, but it was just like we get the news and we relay it back to you. And I've just seen so many times that oil, you know, once we start to hear about the Strait and this and that, it's really what Donald Trump apparently right now, and nobody can control right now, is cost of oil. And, you know, no matter what's happening, it seems like it wants to keep getting into some of these levels, 120 and change. I'm going to get another offer here at 67. That might be a bad omen saying that number. I was just waiting at 80, believe it or not, and it just went to 78 again. So last time it did that, we actually wind up getting it. So we'll sit there. There it is. Yeah, give it. Yeah, we got it. Nice level there for oil. And just zooming back out for this, USO has the ability to do this. So we're still waiting. I think like a really good area if we don't get any, you know, supply shock stories here. You know, this 120.50, and we still have a ways to go, man. That's still $1 from here, but is it? Yeah, 120.50 is $1 from here. 121 might be the end of this trade. Like, if we can get anything up there, that would be monstrous, and we would have a great Friday if that were the case. But I was going to drop this out at 119.30. I'm not sure if it's a reload there at VWAP or not. If anything, I'm getting a little nervous here as I see some of the profits coming back in as we back and forth 25, 30 cents. But that's a good little look there for USO. And then the small cap name, and Neil's on Boyle, but Ondis was looked at today also earlier. Great move right at 930, obviously, to the high side there, but there it goes, right back down into $10. This looks like we got a good little base there on ONDS in and around 10.15. We did have a nice move down. Obviously, that's almost You know, that's about 7% or so to the downside there. It avoids going SSR and looks to be holding this 10-15 area. So, you know, it looks like that was a good level from yesterday as well. So ONDS coming in right now into a decent level of $10. We can see if it wants to hold that. That could be a decent trade idea there if you are a small cap kind of guy. Yeah, ONDS making moves right now.
Yeah, one of the spot silver and gold. Yikes, and more yikes. 5%, the SLV down 5%. Obviously, we're going to talk about the ETS. I'll say that every single time because you could be tuning in for the first time and you hear us say silver and gold. And it's like, why are you looking at the ETS? Because that's what we would generally trade here at Real Trading. But you'll see both flipping precipitously to the downside, unfortunately. And so glad that I didn't try to buy the dip again in Bitcoin. It doesn't look like we're going to hold on to that 70,000 at least. Now that we're a little bit later in the day, I want to see things set up maybe on the 15-minute a little bit more instead of just kind of taking that first available dip buy. And it's trending down on the 15-minute. Any long on Bitcoin has to show me a trend break on the higher time frame. Looks like this one is headed for another flushy. I just saw in the chat JL8 reminded me of something by posting that Netflix is going up.
Is it?
It is. I mean, it's held a little double bottom, potential breakout, but that we hadn't looked at the visualizer. And not a surprise, number one on the list is SMCI. Why? Because it's down 27% because they can't stay out of trouble. We got Tesla on here, which we had looked at, NVIDIA, obviously.
You.
AZTR, a penny stock, so I'm sure Sharif will be all over Azitria, whatever it's called. Oh, this is what.
There we go. You got the big cup.
This is what I got. That's the big cup. It is pretty big. I'll take it.
I think it's like 20% more. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's less.
It's
a heavy cup.
Yeah, but it's definitely so much that it's going to get cold too fast. I appreciate Obi because he gave us gifts of like these like warmers that we could put our coffees on.
Yeah, that's Obi.
But there's too much stuff going on here. I can't even find somewhere to plug it in. And I'm not adding another power bar back there. That's asking for disaster. But if you want to get your symbol into that locator that I was showing you, just to finish the thought here, you hop in the chat to do so. Hit the like and subscribe. It's a subs-only chat, so make sure you hit the subscribe. And then you go $, and I will say $, I don't know. Let's just go with Circle, because we were talking about that.
Oh, yeah, we should look at Circle.
So $ Circle, Meta just popped in there, MU. There's Circle, SoFi, ANNA. Someone just typed their name probably. Is that an actual stock? Oh, that is a stock.
Banana?
Huh. Yeah, that is a small capper that's running. I just thought someone typed in their own name, but congratulations. That is an actual, you can't know every stock in the market, people. 50% and a big time runner. For sure, Sharif is looking at this habitual line stepper, where that is a big, I don't know the story, randomly pulled this up. This is running like crazy. Like absolute gangbusters here. So you've got yourself a good one if you're riding that small capper. Let me see some details for you. I'm sure there's a story here. Blah, blah, blah. So it looks like, it's probably some kind of oil name. Why? Because the headline is referencing Iran in particular. So it's got to be an oil or gas stock for sure. And a small cap oil or gas stock. What is our short float on this thing? I want to get you some details if I can. 35 million float, 3.5 million float. So this is a very, very tiny flow, which would help explain why it's able to run like this. Yeah, crazy. Good one, Anna.
I just sort of decided right here that we're going to look at the heat map in a minute. So, shout out to everybody watching on TikTok and wherever you're watching, man. Glad to have you guys on board there. If we break through VWAP, I was actually going to get out of half if we break through right there. That basically puts it back to flat, and that's making me feel some kind of ways. So I'm going to offer some out now a little bit more at these levels just to make sure that we do, make this trade count, because we already saw our back and forth there on NVIDIA where we were long and then dropped it off and wound up being basically flat on this stock. So we got to be careful with making sure that we capture profits, and especially if we're getting a little nervous. I mean, this looks to be pretty top heavy. Volume's starting to die down. We're not getting any more stories, which is fine. We don't need the stories. We already have the story and we already made money on it. So again, capture the profits when they're there. And we did that, and now I'm just trying to, say, okay, it's not going to be the $1 million trade that we had hoped it would be, of course, but, it looks like it'll be good enough to get us a little bit of profit. And good thing we started to panic a little bit there, getting out in the 30s, and we just got some more out there at 25 as here it comes right back in. And, the reason why I went over this is that's why I wanted to talk about it, because we put the stop order in, sort of sensing that maybe we were getting a little top heavy. And, you got to have that sort of spider sense going, and we'll just make sure we do have that offer out there. So I'm offering also 20s, and then back up, there it is, and then back up in the 50s. So just easing out a little bit. I mean, we could be wrong, this thing could rip, but that's trading for you, and that's kind of my style. And, we get in and out probably too often and too many times. So, but we'll adjust it or we won't. This is an interesting, we always talk about this space right here, the manufacturing and some of these. Wow, there goes USO just right back up again. Yeah, Deere. What was 3% down we're looking at? Oh, Lamb. Yeah, LRCX right here. Yeah, G Vernova. I mean, I think all these names are just buys on any dips, and I don't know if these dips are far enough yet. But Caterpillar down to 670. I mean, Caterpillar's it's like a $450 name. Like, that's been done really well. There's not even a dip there. AMAT's been really good, man. TT, JCI, and everybody else right there for consumer manufacturing. Energy looks like that's where the energy is today. A lot of people focused over there, and that's where obviously my number one stock. And I just want to tell you, I'm going to be up 7 times on USO if I were to get out right now that I lost on NVIDIA. So just to give you sort of a little bit of an example there. All right, that's that. That's energy names. And then just looking back here, I think this is where we want to be long, right? I mean, some of these technology service names, but Meta down 2%. Palantir, wow, did you break 150? Not yet, 151 for Palantir. What up, Adara? If you're watching, you'll be happy right there. Oracle down 4% today. That's going to be good, as she does not like that stock. NVIDIA downside, Broadcom, AMD, Cisco, Intel, Micron. Ooh, Micron again today down to 429. Maybe we should look at what the low yesterday was, because you're coming right back into that. And then one last look. We talked a little bit about financials just because we've been looking at SoFi. Where's my guy Robinhood? It's always over here somewhere. There it is. Oh, no. Robinhood down another 4% today. Not good there for Robinhood. So
I'll give you one hint at Micron's low yesterday.
Well, is that 430 now? Oh, yeah, okay, well, 422?
It's a little better than it.
Yeah, so, all right, so Micron getting close to that magical level. Yeah, that's a good hint, right?
Contractually,
I mean, it's almost not even a hint.
Contractually obligated that if a reference comes up, I hit one of 2 keys. I just can't seem to find the other one. Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness,
there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's even.
I know where mine.
But then that one's like, I feel like the other one's a little more family friendly.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I would agree with that. All right, so USO is making a move back up. We just got another fill at 30. I was still waiting at 50. If 50 gets there, great. And then I promise you, for the last 30 minutes, as I'm out of here at 11 or so, we'll wait to see where this one goes. I'm in Scarborough today. Shout out to everybody who lives up in Scarborough. That's where we are having the tournament. It's a Leaside tournament. So if you guys are part of the Leaside Wildcats, that's who's hosting the tournament. Okay, 119.47 coming up right there. Scarberia, yeah, good one.
I remember playing Leaside.
Those of you that know.
Years ago in baseball.
Yeah.
And it was the first time when I was playing for Brampton that I got to play, and I was maybe 11 or 12 or 13 years old, and the stadium we played in.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my goodness, like there was like steps in the dugout, and it was like a real dugout.
Oh, wow.
And like that was like one of the coolest moments ever. I don't know why Leaside even had a stadium or field like that, but that was pretty cool. One thing it's giving me a little bit of pause. Look, Boyle bounced as well with USO there, but I'm looking at IBIT. Like IBIT's trying to break trend up. The Qs, I should have just pulled over the other trend. The Qs as well, like look at the consolidation and trend break back into the upside. Like it's looking like we're making a bit of a right-hand turn here. Even SMCI, by the time I get to it, SMCI is double bottoming and trying to put another trend break on it. If this can do one, it's gonna be hard to see I gotta zoom way in because of the gap down. These wicks are gonna make it not work that well. It's hard to use the trend line when you have the scaling on the chart like that, but you kind of get the idea here. This is also breaking trend. So I want to see if this can close above the trend line and just do like a scalp into the volume weighted average price as the market is trying to come back here. And if it does, I don't want to reload another time if we end up breaking out in the overall market, because I think that could mean we'll have some relief on the energy names.
Yeah, so Okay, I'm only in energy. Let's just look around for something else. What is Coinbase doing? Yesterday we had that super chat about Coinbase and wondered about, I don't think it was today expiry potentially there. And, we talked about getting some out yesterday right around here when we got that super chat, talking about the cluster happening up there and mentioning that maybe you might want to get out, and then it fell back in and you got an opportunity to get some out at 204.50. And obviously we got to watch out for crypto down there and Bitcoin if you're going to actually trade some Coinbase. So there's a nice move up for coin. Looks like it might get going. I mean, the market is trying to go right now as well. What a good base that potentially was there at 224.250 downside right now on the NASDAQ. Did a name like NVIDIA possibly bottom? I mean, if you get a bottoming, possibly yes, but still I'd like to see it break the 50 period right there. If NVIDIA can get above 176.30, that to me would signal a much better upside possibility, obviously, there for NVIDIA. So we'll see if that can go. USO's back at its highs again. So obviously me getting out a little bit prematurely there. And we still have, so unfortunately right now I have 25, it's still good, that's 25%, but only 25% left right now of USO. As here it goes, you see too many outs, but I'm not here all day again. So if we can come up in here, I think my next out would be pretty smart to be around 75. So let's put, actually I still have my 80 fill. So let's wait for that. We missed the 80 last time. It went to 119.78 right here. We were waiting at 80 and it went to 78s and missed us. So I'm going to sit there and see if we can get a little bit of revenge on that one and take that fill. Although it's only going to be for about a quarter of what we have left, putting me down to about 15%. Still something that we could get. Let's wait for the highs. And remember, we are going to stop out. What about that wick right there? That's not a horrible stop out. Or even a break of the 50 period moving average, 119.25, where we were just at. Not a horrible out either. So, trade your book, but I'm going to put an offer right now to get out of maybe 25% or so of what we have left. 119.24. Is that what that level is right there? The 50 period? Yeah. I'm going to double check it on another. Yeah, I have it at 26 on e-signal, so that's good enough. All right there. We'll get out of a quarter of what we have left if that does break. So let's get a little bit more aggressive on the outs here as the market's bouncing back up. And, a strong NASDAQ or a strong Dow or a strong SPY there has not led to strong oil either. So, we'll see if it wants to go right now. ES down 0.8 right now.
By the way, I just saw the Fed funds tool for a hike is now up to 12%.
Ooh.
That's doubled from 2 days ago. On Fed Day, we were sitting at 6% chance.
It was only 8 this morning.
Yeah, well, yeah, now it's 12.
50% up.
That they could raise rates has gone to 12%. That is not bullish. Anyways, it's just an opinion that's not bullish for the markets. The markets are bouncing, so as that sentiment shifts, it's kind of going in the other direction. SMCI did break that trend line. Save, going to look for VWAP as the target, which is about 2280 or so. I like, if a stock is this bad, gap down, look for a trend break or something like that. I'm always playing that one into VWAP if it's SSR. Remember, this is bad news for SMCI sentiment-wise, no question about it. As far as some other names go, whether you're looking at the NASDAQ, which I think we just showed you, relatively strong stock because it's already off the lows, but is not bouncing now as the market is Apple, because it has this nice wedge pattern going, right, which I like a wedge pattern because it breaks to the upside and it kind of gives you an obvious entry. But as the market bounces, for whatever reason, Apple is dropping, which I am not in love with. And the other side, and once again, it's like no matter what you look at, I mean, Boyle's bouncing, that's great, and maybe SMCI works, but seriously, Intel, what the heck is this? At 40, look at what happened at the even dollar 47. It wicks that top by 6 cents to give you the perfect even dollar entry revert short. And the long at 45, look how tight that entry is. The day you don't look at something is the day that it does stuff like this. And Cool Brioche just said Babcock is having a good BW.
B-dubs?
Yeah, it's Perma-green is the comment they use. It's up, right? But it's not really, not going ham. It's up, and it could be making a breakout. When this stock goes, it goes. Look at it trend yesterday, like that, pretty much unabated to the quarterback. Another crazy up day in this stock. No breakout just yet. That is Obi's long pick. I want to say like one of his pick, but like it's the best way to describe it is Obi's only long pick. Okay, so this could be finally the press that takes Boyle up, because I'm just taking this into the high. Like if it gets to the high, that's been the target all along. It's into VWAP and then it's into the high, and I've already scalped most out in front of VWAP, so the rest is a hold into not today's high.
Okay, come on USO, don't do it again.
But like the prior day low, which is also this high.
Okay, we waited for it.
Money, 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 money.
There it is.
Money,
All right, guys, there's your 2 times daily goal. If you're in this trade, we did have our goal at one point on NVIDIA and lost it. And we try not to do the same thing here today for USO, man. What a good take that was. And honestly, the reason why I keep saying that is it was just so clean, because right here, we said US, wait for news, we got that, then be patient and wait for VWAP. So it's 1, 2, there it is, right? So sometimes we are smarter than we look, and most times not. But there it is, man. It's a good move, and we are now officially into Dollar Club now on USO. And it's just going higher here. So I said that I thought maybe we would, and we can wait now. I mean, let's do that. I mean, we said we would wait for 119.80. We got that. That was your dollar there. And it wasn't even about it being a dollar. It was about it being the high of the day. I didn't even realize where it was right now. But now you're at 120.10. Now you're $1.30 and going higher. So if I just zoom in here and try to figure out where USO is actually going, remember, we're long right now. We've already taken out these levels, so that was key. That's 119.80 right there. We've taken it out. Now we're starting to go higher. What about right into here? 120.70, 120. Let's get greedy with this, right? Let's go to, well, it's almost already here. Let's go to 120.40s, and we'll see if we can get out something on that side. If it does rip to the high heavens, we'll see what happens with USO right now, trying to get back upside right there. So yeah, man, working out so far on that take through VWAP is USO, and just hope that some of you guys were riding that up there. We got Boyle, we've got SMCI. SMCI is interesting. Is it trying to bounce? Because that was the low.
It's trying to do a double bottom bounce. We missed it the first time on SMCI. I just threw my order on this. You know what? I'm going to follow rule, and if I don't get filled on that candle, well, that's Amex. If you're at Real Trading, one of the things that you should always do, and I really need to correct we have like all different markets we can trade. My keyboard setup, for weird reasons, I have different keys set up on like NASDAQ New York and Amex, because we don't really trade Amex that much. So every now and then, I'll go to punch out of something on the Amex, and I'll hit the wrong key, and I'll hit, it'll be just a nonsense key. And then I'll remember, oh yeah, I gotta change it so that all of my keys cross markets are exactly the same. Like I want ARCA to be ARCA, regardless of which market I'm trading. So anyways, but we're out at 18 on this, but SMCI did not work. So I can flip to SMCI now. So I like the mean reversion, and I said in the note this morning that I would play it for an SSR bounce break if it did, and it tried. Like there's the trend break, but once you lose the bid on that trend break, the rule is to get out. So it would have worked the first time you take it, but at that moment, not really. I wasn't looking at SMCI, to be honest with you. We were looking at some other things, and rightfully so. So far, I don't really see anything else. SoFi might be out of pocket. IBIT's pretty much gone. I shouldn't say pretty much gone. It's not dead yet. Like that trend break already happened in IBIT. There, as we're looking at SMCI and Boyle at the moment. But like that was your chance to maybe grab IBIT in here. We tried it the first time, and that could be gone. SoFi, we did try that the first time. We got a good move on SoFi, about 1% and change, and now it's holding on to VWAP. So there could be something here for SoFi at least. Like SoFi holds the low again. Now we can get a VWAP hold into a potential break of 17. So that could be a little something for the next opportunity. About 20 minutes until the midday. It'll be this or a reload. I don't think, maybe IBIT, but I'm thinking SoFi could be it for me on VWAP. Yeah, good start to the day. What's that?
Some sort of a sound, drill or something, or vacuum maybe even. Not happening right here. I was just telling Brendan, we do have a bunch of different shorts out on YouTube, so go make sure you guys go check out some of those shorts. There was some yesterday. I think maybe your trade what's the midday thing called? Knowledge? No, Neil.
lesson.
Lesson of is it lesson of the day? Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't have a formal.
Okay, so that
think
lesson of the day
Derek
was
just
out
called
there, and some talk about the USO trade yesterday was there, and a few other things about Nvidia and whatnot. So go check those out at our Instagram page right now, TraderTV Live, or at TraderTV Sean on Instagram as well. Should all be tagged up into that. All right, there goes USO. All right, so I just wanted to have another quick look there. Sia's about to take the desk, so that's nice. Good to see her there today. Thank you, everybody that's watching us, obviously there on TikTok as well. Keep those good times going right now on TikTok. I'm just going to call it up. I went to the live thing. All the time it says I'm not following. I don't know how that is right here, but I have to format this screen. I have it on the lowest resolution, but you guys just hit the like as many times as possible right there. 78 of you watching. So thank you so much to everybody here. Braverly, Hulk, Topper, myself. Okay, some comments are filtered, so we know that. Thank you for that there. But go watch us over on TikTok. A lot of fun on that platform as well. Yeah, so I'm still waiting. We just got one. I was at 120.40s. I can't, honestly, I can't make this up. So I'll just sit there and keep my hands off. So hopefully you guys can believe me. It went to 120.38 there and stopped. So I'm at 120.40s. Hopefully we get back up to that upside right now, and we can ring the register for about $1.60 on that as well. But I do want to say a shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. And we could do a little bit right now. We could do a little bit of a roll call right now, because I don't do this often enough, and it's something that we started with. So I'm about to say hi to everybody that's here right now in chat. So say hi back at me, and maybe I can just do a little, here, let's do a little wave. Hi, everybody, right there. Let's see who I can find out right there. So what's up to Dr. Shuttle, Andrew Chow, D-Dog is there, Mike Philip DeRider. Oh, God, now it's going to go way too fast. What have I done? Okay, what's up, Angelo? What's up with Jonathan? What's up with Luis Valbueno there? What's up to something about old time something? What's up to Derek Thompson, old wise trader? There it was again. I just, here, if I, can I, how do I, I can't pause it. I just hold this, I can pause. There we go. Ha. All right, what's up to Robert Lewis? What's up to Paul? Midwest Cannabis, have one on me. Ray HQ's here as well. John D. Pietro, shout out to you as well. Buffalo Soldier, shout out to the Buffalo Bills and the Buffalo Sabres, of course. Come on, USO, if I do this, you gotta print me. Oh, there, I love all those Trader TV Live. You gotta be a member to do that. Where's my guy over here? All those Trader TV Live symbols. Gonna get a shout out. There it is. What's up, Ryan O'Day? Top of the morning to you over there, my guy. What's up to Cosby there? Grandchildren, seasoned veterans, and whatnot. Shout out to a sad day today, hearing of the passing of Chuck Norris.
Did we get the super chat?
I'm not sure, but here comes one. I said I was at 120.40. Hands up in the air. Boom, right there, and there it goes. Nice day so far on USO, man. Double your pleasure today on your daily goals. So far, so good, man. I've only made 2 trades today. Nvidia and USO. There it is.
I always feel like it's on a witching day. You want to do a little bit less.
Maybe, I don't know.
Dave, is that the Dave with Dave? Is that you and you just changed your name? I don't know, but I like
a lot of Daves in this world.
Yeah, but we have the regular Dave. I have no idea, but thank you for the super chat. I think setting a goal, getting a visual image of what it is you want. You've got to see what it is you want to achieve before you can pursue it. Grandmaster Norris. So I don't know if that's his quote, but let's just, I assume it is. I'll take your word for it. I think those are wise, regardless, those are wise words. It doesn't even matter. And of course, rest in peace.
Yeah, setting a goal. That's why we talk about that every day, right? Hitting the daily goals, hitting that. So shout out Chuck Norris and Neil. Kind words and wise words, I think.
Yeah, thanks.
Is right there, man. Yeah, we're just.
It is David.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, thanks for all those super chats. And yeah, a lot of good feels here today, man. This is now $1.70 on USO. SMR not doing anything. Coinbase not doing anything. Let me check out my boy Marvell. Probably also not doing anything. And yeah, man, you're right, Joseph. We should have doubled our shares on that trade, but you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes we double them, and yeah, it goes double smacks in our face. Marvell downside, upside right now. This name I've already said I think this name pops. But with the market down 1.2%, Marvell just can't get going. So down 0.3 on Marvell. Not worried about that. Look at Nvidia, man. This is the other trade. So we only have, again, you know, when our losing trades are going to look like this and our winning trades can look like this, you know, that's the kind of trading that we want to do. So, you know, happy with that. The only thing is, yes, thank you, much appreciated. Yesterday, look, we wore the vest yesterday and we absolutely did damage in the afternoon. We forgot to put in our glasses there today, but, you know, damage being put on again. It's now almost $2 in the money right now on USO. Only 15 minutes left. We got Sharif, we've got Sia, we've got Joe coming in the midday, and then the man, the myth, the legend himself, Obi, will be filling in for me at 2 p.m. So no more of this kind of trading. We'll get Obi and Neil back in there, and then we'll see what kind of moves can happen near the end of the day. I'm going to take one more piece out here at 65 on USO as we're getting into that area, man. We talked about that 121 sort of high for USO right into here. And we're almost there right now. Like, wow, what a dream to have been able to hold all those. But nice move here back into USO. And unfortunately, with that fill at 40s there that we got, I only have 10% left of this trade. So that's it. We're going already. And yeah, someone just put a good note there. Chuck Norris passed away in Hawaii. I mean, that's pretty much paradise. So shout out to you, Chuck. And
you live in Hawaii? I didn't know that.
I don't know if he lived there or not, but that's where he passed away. And I saw that on TMZ or whatever as well. Just quickly, we did put a stop order in. Remember, if we were going to break sort of this 50-period moving average, we were going to get out of a quarter. We can adjust that now to the 50-period being 1950. So that's already $1 lower than this. We don't want to give all of that back, but we only have 10% left. So we'll see what happens now with USO coming up to a pretty key level right now. We've done pretty well joining the momentum on this stock upside. So that's what we did, right? Once it gets going, let it go a little bit. And so I just got to do better at that. And so far, so good here. I'm going to take out another small piece here at 30. And we'll go back now. 7.5% left of Marvell. What's up, Sia?
Sia.
Good morning, everyone. We're just going to do a quick recap. Yesterday, Sharif and I were talking about how Nexstar deal was facing antitrust fight as states were pushing back. Well, I have an update for you. Nexstar has closed on the Tegna merger and it has won regulatory approval. The broadcast station groups are merging after the companies have received FCC and DOJ approval late of yesterday. And Nexstar announced its proposal $6.2 billion acquisition, as we know it, of Tegna in August and has been waiting on regulatory approval since then. Just context that companies like Nexstar and Tegna, which own broadcast station affiliates throughout the U.S., have long been against decades-old FCC rules that prevent such mergers. That's all.
Thank you very much, Sia. And, oh, no, why is that the same one? I clicked the new one. Sorry, okay, well, there it is. Adventure Dog LA. I like that one. I like that. Thank you for the super chat made. It's so specific that we have to say the number. $3,156.47 today, and exactly 4,000 yesterday. Which is, I love it. It's exactly 4,000, but the exact to the penny number is chat is better than any paid chat room I have ever been in, pure and simply. Thank you and your entire team for everything you do. That's what the community is undefeated, man. Like, remember when we did the visualizer and someone typed in that Anna stock, right? And Anna went absolutely, when Anna was going ham. I mean, it's pulling back a little bit now, but that was probably the best looking small cap runner out there. And you find it because our viewers are interested in it, because we can go over the entire market. So thank you, Adventure. I think it's a great sentiment, and it's incredibly important. You can't see everything. There's no chance you can monitor everything in the market. There's no chance that you're being able to observe every opportunity. But what you can do is learn from others' mistakes, learn from others' ideas, ask questions, communicate with everybody. I think that's fantastic. Everyone's going to have their different styles, and I think that's great. And I appreciate you for the super chat. That's the one thing. Like, trading at home is not easy, or trading by yourself in a general sense is not going to be easy. So being able to bounce ideas off and learn from others is great. And the other thing too is be able to keep your ear to the ground, get news like we do at the desk.
Just a quick announcement here. Trump's administration has announced a partnership with SoftBank and AEP Ohio. And SoftBank is currently planning a giant Ohio data center, AI data center, that will be powered by gas plants.
Gibbity. Thank you there, Sia. Almost at Adara, but thank you, Sia, filling in admirably for Adara there. We were looking at the next opportunity. We said it was going to be SoFi bouncing off VWAP. There's the bounce. There's the higher low. There's the break of the consolidation. Now we'll play for the high, which is going to be basically, like, it's right in and around, not where it closed, because it ended up closing on like this dip in here, but I want to look at the resistance off of that close, which is about 17.15. So SoFi has double bottom since the muddy water support. There's your double bottom, and we take our second salvo in this one. So we like it. We'll get our second trade here in SoFi as we are on the long train again.
I was just saying, what's up, Sharif? He just, no, it's choo-choo's fine. He was just asking what's up, and I was like, very long USO. And I think like when it comes into view up there, that's going to be a trade that I'm going to have to keep on looking at for sure. And I'm going to be gone here, but I do know what's for lunch because I did have a look because Raquel messaged me. Initially, I had the full day off, but now I only have the half day here. So I already know what's for lunch. It's going to be a good one, trust me, when I tell you right now. It is an American flag.
Mac and cheese.
So that's always, oh, by the way, boom goes dynamite right there.
Fried chicken.
Yeah, fried chicken would be great.
Fried chicken.
We've only ever had two things when it's been an American flag. We've had fried chicken and we've had sandwiches.
Oh,
we've never had burgers with this new caterer, ever. Not that I can recall. Too bad Adara wasn't here. She would.
Yeah, no, I don't recall it either.
Neither do I. I don't remember like straight up like chicken sandwiches. Like basically we don't have that.
Some burgers.
But today it would be the second option, and it would be what's for lunch. We'll do it one more time. Today's flag, U.S., and today's what for lunch is assorted sandwiches. We have eggs here. It's talking about egg sandwiches, chicken avocado, turkey, whatnot. We hopefully have some pastrami in there, some Montreal smoked meat.
Chicken avocado. I'm count me surprised there.
Well, avocado, it's like a California, like chicken with avocado spread. I mean,
I'm just surprised I don't think I'll be getting that one.
I don't know, maybe whatever. Mixed green salad, and then Neil, your favorite always comes with this one. It's fresh baked cookies. So that's what's for lunch, and should be a good one there today, I would feel like. Sandwiches are the best. I mean, for me, sandwiches are number one. I would think that that's, for me, one of the best. I like, a sandwich with a salad, or just a salad topped with like a chicken Caesar type of thing. Good lunches right there. But yeah, never hamburgers. So maybe I'll put that request in because the guy, I'm not going to say his name, but he
used to give sandwiches all the time.
They are taking requests. They do take requests.
Yeah, I like.
So I'm going to have to put a request in there for a nice little hamburger. Is a hamburger a sandwich?
No, hamburger's a hamburger.
I mean, meat in the middle of two buns.
Hamburger's a hamburger, hot dog's a hot dog.
I mean, I agree. Like when you tell someone you want a hamburger, they don't go, oh, like, they don't
well, it's more like
think
this.
It's a sandwich.
If I ask for a sandwich and you bring me a hamburger, did you fulfill my request? To me, the answer is no. So therefore, a hamburger is not a sandwich.
But the thing is, what if you ask for a sandwich and I bring you like a tuna sandwich?
That's a sandwich.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, you didn't specify which.
Yeah, but at least be like happy.
I'm just hearing something. So USO, yeah, no, I agree. I think I would not. I mean, it's like some people even say that hot dogs are sandwiches. That for sure. I cannot wrap my head around that one. Okay, I just heard a little bit in my ear. There's something about Trump. What else is new? But not much going on there. Look at the S&P 500. Look at the Nasdaq, man. You're getting clubbed right there. We took advantage of that dip buy in USO. Bitcoin tanking right now as well. So yeah, something going on. We could take a quick little look at the US dollar going. Yeah, what? Just as I thought. There goes the US dollar trying to tick up right now. So this is probably a war escalation situation now. That's what happens. The US dollar starts to go up as we have a flight to safety. We could probably take a quick look at GLD here as well and have a look at what gold's doing. Down. Okay, so opposite there. US dollar going up, gold going down. Oil trying to go up, but oil's already been going upside as well. We have a $2 club winner here on USO today. And we had 5 units down there, so it was a good trade. Let's go back over to Sia. She's got news.
Yeah, just looking at U.S. President Donald Trump currently talking in the Commander-in-Chief Trophy presentation. Just a couple of things he is saying right now. He's not going to let Iran have nuclear weapons. That's all. And we're doing extremely well in Iran. Just an update. And Iran has no navy anymore. 58 ships have been knocked down.
There you go. And we got, this is great news. The super chat. I just glanced and saw it there. Adam James abroad, home from the hospital. You beautiful bar stewards. Look at my girl, Anna. So you like that Anna stock. Greeting me. Let go, happy Friday.
Did you have a kid? Is that why?
Everyone buy Anna. Okay, we can't tell people to buy stock. I get it. I'll always cheer for anything to go up, and I hope that the small cap rate goes for you. Please, okay. And 86, Chuck Norris. Yeah, rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Hey, great look there, Adam James. And yeah, glad that Anna's going for you. I don't know if Sharif just sat down, but no word of a lie. That just halted to the upside. You can't make this stuff up. It just halted at $6.18, ANNA. The current tap is 6.37, so it's indicating it wants to open higher. Now, obviously, this one would be above VWAP there, Sharif, because it just broke the high of the day. And I think we had looked, it was a 3.5 million float. They were, I think it was some kind of an energy name. I'd have to double check. But ANNA on 30 million of volume, looking very, very good. That's great news there, Adam. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we don't know what the hospital was about, but it's always good to get out of it. That is for sure. So
yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
That's why I said like a congratulatory if it was a kid, if they had a kid and they're home. But I don't know if that's what it was because I saw this. The Anna stock.
Like it's either good news or congrats.
Kid's name's not Anna, I guess. So
maybe the kid's name is Anna. I
doubt it. I mean, the stock is moving today, so that would be wild.
I'll be dead ass honest. Like if
halted.
That'd be dead honest. I think I should say. Like if your kid was born on a day, if you're a trader and your kid was born on the same day that, let's just say you made a bunch of money on ANNA, and then your kid gets born and you have a girl, there's crazier things than calling them Anna. I'm not even saying that that's true. By the way, the tap is now flat, so it's indicating a flat open on ANNA if you happen to be watching.
I already did.
Yeah, but that's a little different.
Yeah, I've already put it in. My there was a copyright. I tried to name all three of my kids Palantir, but unfortunately, I got a phone call from Alex, and he was like, "Do you really want to do that?" And I was like, "Nah." Yeah, Palantir. Whoa. That was a good one, and maybe I can get away with naming them Alex or something. But yeah, we just took $2 on USO. There's only 2 minutes left right there. But yeah, I don't think you want to name your kid after a stock. But if you do, that's good for you. I mean, there's been weirder things.
People name their kids after a lot of stuff, man.
Someone named their kid. Was it? I forget who it was. Apple. I forget her name there.
Yeah, it was
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah.
There it is. Good one there.
How do you do
on the tip of my tongue there.
You know what kids are gonna
Paltrow.
do.
Future's kid named his kid Future. So okay, what's going on over there, Sia? Yeah, Future One or something called that.
Are we going to?
Yeah, we're going to see it. Was that what it was or no? No, we are not.
Oh, we're not.
I thought that's what we
I
heard.
didn't think I heard anything
there in our ear. Okay, it doesn't matter anyways. Yeah, so there's Apple doing that. I wanted to see what Google was doing as well today. 301, like it's almost getting into that buy zone for me, man. Like I really, for myself again, like this 280 to 290 area for Google. I don't think we dipped down there that day, but I can't remember. I don't even remember a 290 print on Google, but apparently on these charts it did happen twice. I'm actually, before I throw it back to Neil, I actually do want to confirm. No, see, I don't see that here on eSignal.
Well, there's all kinds of bad.
So, yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember it getting into 290, let alone breaking it. So it looks like that's close enough, though, man, like 295. So that's a legitimate low. I was thinking, like, in and around this 280, not even way, like, 260 would be great as well. But I don't think 280, I think if I stepped in there on a downward trending market, I don't think I would feel any kind of ways about that. So, all right, man, it's 10:59, a couple more seconds and we're out of here. Obi in the afternoon, Neil be with you. And then we do have Sharif and Joe sitting patiently right now.
Mr. Leahy, first of all, you win. I'm putting, even just for the name, you get that one. Shout out to Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, of course.
My favorite character in Trailer Park Boys. Great actor. Heard a story of a kid born, in Kia, in a Kia, named Kia. Parents got a free car. My daughter, 2026 Audi RS6 Avant with performance package will turn 3 soon, and Audi is not returning your calls. Well, you know what, Audi? You've got to do better. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
I appreciate you.
More news. I mean, there has to be something going on right now again as the market shoots up and oil shoots down. So we just got another.
The only thing I saw was Hegseth is in the Situation Room. Came across.
Oh, he's in the Situation Room. Oh, wow.
Why would that be?
Shout out to the Situation. I hope him and Hegseth have a very good meeting. So Jim Tan Laundry, Mr. Hegseth. All right, man. I have less than 3% left. We're out of here. Again, thank you, everybody, for a good day. All right, Neil. Good day over there.
Good luck in the tournament.
Yeah, our team is crap. But yeah, hopefully we'll.
Well, it's not just about. Yeah, but it's not just about that. Like you want to see Gia play well.
Oh yeah, I know she'll play well. I know. I have no doubt about her. She'll be fine. And yeah, lots of fun happening. It is about, you know, the togetherness for sure. So one of her friends is actually over at the house right now, and we're getting ready to go. So, all right, thanks everybody. We'll see everybody. I'll see everybody on Monday, but the show goes on, man, and it's going to go over to the midday. But first to Sia, and then we'll go see what's for lunch as well, and maybe I'll show you what those sandwiches look like. Ciao for now.
Yeah, markets are moving. You're right, Sean, due to U.S. President Donald Trump still speaking right now. As you said it right. He said U.S. Secretary of War Hegseth is now in the Situation Room. Also, U.S. crude futures have been rising, and Trump has also said nobody wants to be a leader in Iran anymore, and there's no leaders left to talk in Iran.
Sorry, bro. What?
No, it was Trump himself.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. I am Sharif. And yes, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
We now have a consolidated chat, meaning that if you're watching us on TikTok, you're watching us on Kick, there's Twitch, there's, of course, there's YouTube. Everything else, X, we will be able to see your messages.
Tell them what we're on there. Kick, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, X. Instagram. Are we live on Instagram?
No.
We're not live. Okay. We're not. We gotta do it live over there. Get the Instagram live.
Kind of, but we will.
Kind of.
No, Bastone.
No, Bastone.
We're not on OnlyFans. We will never be on OnlyFans.
Whoa.
Okay?
We can't say that.
Yeah,
we're not allowed saying that word.
Why?
I don't know. Apparently not.
Apparently not?
There's Katina Man.
All right. Well, we're not going to be on it.
See ya. What's up?
You're on it?
Oh!
When'd you open up the account, man? My goodness.
What's the handle, my boy?
All right.
How much you charging? That's crazy.
Greetings, guys. Good morning. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to Bovin. I see LNAI Bovin. I knew you were going to say that. I'm watching Anna as well. Shout out to Other Zinc. Shout out to Mimi Wasabi. We got Monster. We got Old Wise Trader. Big E is in the house. 0031 Mike. Never say never. You're right, Mike. Shouldn't. I'm trading Rick, Chris Onion, Options and Deep. We got Overthinking Bear and Grandmother Shun. Set it to Nick W, Omar, Hangry, Randy. Who else, man? Maya. We got Lee, the frickin' conductor with MF Dangerous. We got Randy Worms, Buffalo, frickin' Soldier, and Callum Mitchell Miller. I used to have a very, very good friend in grade school. Grade 2, actually. His name was Callum Auer. Shout out to him.
Sharif, my boy.
Go ahead, Joey.
Listen, we got to do it on the condensed chat there. Look at my guy, Fly Guy Hatchie on Kick. Are we doing it live? He asked over there. So shout out to Fly Guy over there.
I just want a Fly Guy. You know that I want that
song.
Oh, man.
Anyways, guys, there's TikTok. What's up? Shout out to everyone. What's going on? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Oh, no. What did we just do, Shreve? Look, there we go. We're back.
It worked for you
baby.
This time.
We're doing it live, that's for sure. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here today. I want to reload on this trade. We're just going to get down to the nitty-gritty, right into the thick of things. We're not going to beat around the bush on this one. Short AMD via AMDL here. Getting a nice little move. We can do a little bit of a transaction. But I'm waiting for the reload. Maybe... All right, man, you guys giggling. These guys are giggling over there. I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say Katina Man.
What's the problem, bro?
Katina Man, where's the first game today? Scarborough Canlin. All right, hopefully you guys get the W over there. Hey, did you know that Canlin's publicly traded, right? You can buy ICE on the CSE.
Mic is on, by the way, Andre, if you're interested, which probably people aren't. Canlin, they have, I think it's 4 pads at least per Canlin location there. So, you can go grab those.
I knew this a while ago, but anyways, long story short, buddies at my hockey team, they're complaining about the league fees and everything. So what do? I post the chart. I post a chart of ICE, offers a 2.3% dividend as well, too. So instead of paying league fees, we just buy the stock, get paid a dividend, and then we just go upstairs and watch games for a couple
depending on the location. It's like about, $300 to $500 an hour to rent ice. So it does.
Go check it out.
It does get expensive. And you know what? They turn the. This is the thing about why I actually think it's not a bad stock, and I have to actually look at it. They turn the. rinks now in the summer. Well, they keep some going because hockey's 24/7, right? But to pickleball.
Oh, they're going pickleball.
Yeah,
They're
so
not going roller?
Pickleball. I have no idea anything about this dog. Neil wants to know the dividend. Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, okay.
should get
this ain't
roller.
This ain't my party. Ciao.
All right, see you.
I love this guy, man. He's like, yo, I'm done work. All right, we're involved here in LNAI, Bovin, looking for a hold off the volume weighted average price and a test of RE60. Got in here, as you can see on the position board. We're in at 54.8. It says 55 there because it rounds up. We're in at 54.8. 1 hour for me, 61, 2 hours, 67, 3 hours, 73. Look, the deal with this one is it's putting in 2 now lower highs in a row. We made that day high on the 1055 candle. That's the 60 penny print. The following candle, a red, not an engulfing candle. It didn't engulf, but it has a lower low and a lower high. And then this current candle also has a lower low and a lower high. What I'm looking at is general trend, okay? I'm not looking at just the micro 1-2 candle look. I'm looking at the higher lows. So you got area low over here. You got another area low, and then I would say this is another area low. So let's give this one the old college try. Let's see if we can work our way up into about, I'm going to wet the beak here at 59.50. That's going to technically be my 1 hour. It's really not, but it's at that 10 penny level. So I like to take it a little bit ahead of that. That's of course if it makes it up there. No guarantees, of course, that it does. Let's see if it can shake 57. Current bar high is exactly 56.75. So the answer to whether we're able to shake the sellers at 57, at least momentarily, is no. Coming back down into my entry now, I stop out below 50 pennies. So let's go ahead and put that in now because I haven't actually done that yet. And we're going to have to give this obviously a little room, as that typically is the case. Let's look at Anna. Anna's going here, guys. Here we go. So into the high of the day. This one's all gas, no brakes. Let's see what we're going to do about this one. So let's look to take some shares over here on ANNA. This one is a multiple halter. And as we've seen lately, the halters have really been going. Okay? Joe, I got to send it to you because I'm about to execute on this one.
Sounds good, man. All right, guys. So this is what we got going on here today. We're looking at USO, NVDA, IBIT, AMD, Tesla, and Qs. Other than that, we're looking for the reload. Maybe we get that turtle shell type price action. The thing is, with this specific trade, we're going to have to be really patient on that reload. This is ideally where you want to get involved with, but it's too late now, as IBIT is starting to slide down to 39.41. So that pop up to 74 was short-lived and a good time. So, I mean, it's tough. The weakness within the underlying is still remaining. So you got to be cautious on what you got going on. Other than that, it's the same narrative here with IBIT, selling the volume-weighted, or sorry, AMDL, selling the volume-weighted average price. You take some off. You wait till specific targets to be hit there. Boom, 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 boom. What was I? Yeah, I was risking about 10 cents on this specific trade, and then we wait to approximately 3 to 1. We partial it out, and then we're continuously taking some off. I'm sitting on approximately, how many do I have left here, Sharif, is the real question. Okay, so yeah, I'm sitting on approximately 20% remaining of this. I want to add aggressively. I was going to add some more up here, but never pulled the trigger, so hesitation nation on that front. But as soon as we get that pullback, if we do fail to break through this previous pivot high, then that's going to be my green light to go. Neckline being broken on Bitcoin, so watch out as the slide continues, probably heading towards the 60s, the high 60s via actual spot Bitcoin. The NASDAQ still hovering around who knows what at this point, below the volume-weighted average price, as for the bigger names are continuing to slide, and USO continuing to the top side.
All right, brother, just give me some time because I'm just in a position.
All right, do your thing, man. Do your thing. Other than that, let's go over our scanner here. I'm on a different account right now, just running some things. So I can't run through my scanner right now, or do I have my watch list? But what we can do is just run through the options chain and see what we got going on here. As for Tesla, I mean, we were looking at the OPEX today, and you can see if you just look at your 5-minute time frames, the 5-minute volume, that first print, and how substantial the volume is. And even if you break down in increments and go over to the 1 minute, the lower time frames that is, you can see how much volume actually went through out of the open. And it's substantially more than what you typically see, all right? So, I mean, just be cautious on what we got going on. And it's the same thing that's going to happen near the close, okay? So the imbalances are probably going to be a little bit heavier. You're going to see more notional size. And with that being said, it's going to probably give you a couple opportunities to put on some trades. So don't get too antsy. Give yourself some time, because once those imbalances reach, like I just said, it's going to present some opportunities, especially in the bigger names. AAPL, I was talking about, NVDA, AMD. Look at the volume here. I'll actually pull it up so we can get a little bit better of a picture. But look at the volume here in that first 5 minutes. And if we head over to the 1 minute, there's just substantial amount, and we're not even anywhere close to reaching that. Usually the first couple of bars are relatively close, but it hasn't been the narrative. OPEX today, so be cautious. See ya.
Yeah, SMCI has been tanking after the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern District of New York has charged associates of Supermicro with which is apparently an unidentified, as reported by CNBC, a U.S. server maker, which illegally diverting billions of dollars in NVIDIA. So Supermicro has said that one of the defendants was a co-founder and executive of the company, another was a manager, and the third was a contractor. And the U.S. government has been trying to figure out how these chips have reached China without their authorization.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is what I got going on here.
Right.
You're good now?
Yeah. We're okay. Keeping an eye on Anna. We're in Anna at 77s, looking for the break of 7. It's a 701 high. There's a huge seller at 90 that we can't shake. There's multiple rejections on the 5-second chart, all rejecting off 90 initially. I had a dip trade waiting at around 55. For what I perceive to be that area support. That's the breakout level. I saw multiple rejections initially at 55 with a wick or two through 60. It didn't quite make it down there. There it goes into 98. Here we go again. All right, we're gonna wet the beak here. Let's let this one run. I'm gonna get stopped out of LNAI any second if it breaks 50, but this is really going. Here we go into 720. The breakout's on, it's very aggressive. Watch out now. I can't quite see what limit up is. We're still holding some shares on this one, packing the patience on this, but I probably need to flatten out my position on LNAI because it is going to lose the bid. It's losing the bid quite aggressively there into 50 pennies. I have my stop below 50 pennies, but I just want to focus for the moment on ANNA. I can't quite see where the limit up is. If it develops a price action a bit more, I'll be able to see it. So coming back down now, looks like it's failing 7 at least for now. So 725 high. This current bar still has a higher low and a higher high. So the current bar low, 67. That's where my trade is going to end. We're going to put it at 65 and we're going to give it down to 60 for the last remaining amount of shares. So I've moved up my stop on this one. Man, LNAI is failing and it's basically wiping away my profits on this one. So I'm just going to give it a little bit more room. It's right at 50 pennies. I'm talking about LNAI. It's defending. But if it fails 50, then I'll have to let that one go. I just want to see that trade through. I put my stop below 50 for a reason. So continuing to watch here on ANNA. So long as this one is holding higher lows and higher highs, I'm going to add into the position because we've seen the one, these ones that are halting multiple times per day really do well lately. With maybe some of these others, I mean, like the non-halter, small cap gappers, all right, not too bad. So we're going to continue to watch this one. Still holding shares here on on ANNA, but LNAI is recovering a little bit. So I'm starting to think maybe I should just get the hell out of there and cover my losses, which is what I'm going to do since it popped back up. We're going to take the loss on that one, which is fine. That way it'll give me the ability to focus on this one. Joey, what do you got, my man?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for that reload here, just adding this watch list, guys. So put some tickers in the chat. We'll throw them on the watch list. We'll do it live. We're going to have a little bit of fun with this AMD trade. I mean, we held this there, so now we're just rocking and rolling, waiting for a little ad opportunity. We'll let it chop up here. The thing is Tesla and the NASDAQ isn't necessarily on a big climb, but Tesla just broke through VWAP. All right, yeah. Keep putting those in there, and then we're gonna do it live here momentarily and just add things. Come on, like T and ENLT. Like what kind of tickers are these, man? Throw in the Mag 7 and some of the other ones. IBIT, ETHA. But no, in all seriousness, whatever you got to make sure that also helps you vote. CRM, thank you for that one. Tyler Smith, AZTR, these some SanDisk, appreciate that. Into this is what I'm talking about. Now we're putting some real names in the chat there, guys, and that's what I want to see. So we'll create this. We'll do it together. We'll construct our own watch list with names that we can go over time and time again. So, all right, guys, here it is on AMD. Is this going to be my opportunity? I was just mentioning not too long ago about being patient, waiting for that primetime reload opportunity. As long as we hover around this neck of the woods and below VWAP, and there's no substantial buying pressure stepping in, what I want to see is maybe another additional fake out. We consolidate around $12.30, and then we slowly curl over, and that's going to be my sign to rock and roll and just add for a potential move. We may not get the low of the day once again, but if we fail to construct one and get a lower high, we can start piecing some out. But the whole point is the reload, my boy.
Here's exactly the chicken.
Oh, not bad.
The avocado.
That actually looks good, man. Where are the cookies, Katina, man?
They're in there. I don't know.
All right, all right. Okay.
You using that salad dressing, Katina, man? Yeah. You like it? I like that. I wasn't seeing if you were using it, but I could get it maybe.
Fantastic.
All right, my boy. I was just seeing if I could get a little bit of yours, man. All right, no problem. All right, guys. No, in all seriousness, there it is. A nice move from 12.30 down over here. But yeah. Other than that, we'll be patient. A breakup through VWAP on Tesla. What has NVDA been up to? Not too much. And the NASDAQ is essentially just trailing that there. There's no pie there today, Oscarito.
Aww.
Yeah.
All right, guys, continuing to watch. Stopped out break even for the last remaining amount here on ANNA. The reason I got out, simple. It failed, or breached, excuse me, prior bar low. Here it comes into the $0.50. There seems to be a buyer here in and around the $0.50. I perceive support to be around 6. Okay, I'm going to give you a range, okay? 6, about and a fifth to 6. 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me 6 high teens, 6 mid-teens, 6.15, give or take. And then obviously that $6 level is important as well. It's a whole dollar level, but there seems to be a buyer here for whatever reason at the $0.50. So prior low here is 45. Let's continue to watch. Let's see if this one catches a bid. If it starts curling back up and changes its tune, I'm going to get back in. Otherwise, I'm waiting for that 6 1/5 to 6 to come in. But I keep seeing buying in the high 40s and the 50s defending this level on ANNA. So, you know, the reason I'm not in the position, it failed prior bar low. So trend was broken. That is, I don't want to say completely typical with these small cap gappers, but they're a lot more noisy than some of the other ones that we typically trade. All right, well, here we go. Popping back off here into the $0.50. It price spiked insane. It popped up into 63, dropped right back down. I'd be watching out here for a possible bull trap, but it doesn't look like it's doing that. In fact, it looks like it's changing trend. Let's get involved here. Let's see if we can give this to 44s because we know that's where the sellers were basically losing out. They were losing out at around 40. So we're involved here. Where do we get? We got 60. Let's see if we can pop up into 75, take the profits there. There's 68. Let's see if we can get continuation. There's a lot of strength right now popping off in ANA, but it could be short covering, right? Because, well, we had a big drop from 725 down into this level. So let's pack the patience. Let's see what we can get. There seems to be a seller at 68, 69, 70 area. Let's see if we can cross that 70 area. Not quite yet. There's a seller at 70 now. Let's cancel that. And now there it is. Nice. Into 75. Oops. There we go. Let's continue to watch here. 72 still showing up. There could be resistance here at 75. There was a bit of a base that we couldn't shake. So watch out for possible resistance at 75. We're already getting a topping tail candle. If we breach below 60, I think that's awfully bearish, and I'm going to get back out. So we're going to move up the stop now into 57s so we can kind of lock in profits for that amount. So this, if it does fail 675 and drops back down, I'm going to get the hell out of there. But I'm looking for continuation, Joey, above that $0.75 area. But there seems to be a lot of selling, man, into the 70s. There it is, into 75 now. Selling at 75 as I anticipated. There's a shelf there locally, basically a former area of resistance, which we cleared, but then we're right back down below. So I do anticipate that it will likely be a bit of a resistance area until we can get a big bid to move all these sellers out of the way, Joe.
All right, brother Mang. Yeah, let's see. Might have missed that reload opportunity. I do believe we're going to get another pop, but my boy Gorev, I didn't even do that, guys. So we're building our watch list here. How did I forget this name, you ask? I don't know, because we were just talking about it. Let's add insert a row right there. And we're just going to go Zuck and Company right there, META. So keep putting it in the chat, guys. If you see anything that I'm missing in the top names, let's build this watch list here. We got the SPY, the NAS, IWM, the Dow, USO, IBIT, Ethereum, NVDA, Apple, MF Dangerous, and I on the same page, just thinking, doing something. Who do we got? YSS. But see, these are small caps. These things come and go. You know what I mean? Like a bus.
Oh yeah,
they go,
straight up.
Miss one, and then the next one is coming in approximately 10-15 minutes or so. Oklo. But see, I was going to sing a song, bro. But it's a famous line from probably one of your favorite rappers of all time, Gucci Mane. Yeah, just in case. So, yeah. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's wait for this pullback one more time, and then we can get involved and have that ad. We did break up through VWAP in Tesla, and now we're starting to pull back in. Meta has been selling all day. And how has Google been performing on the intraday session?
How's it doing, Joey?
Not doing too good, my boy, as it's down to $300. And I told you can be the hottest stock on the block and eventually start to pull back a little bit here. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing in Meta. How come I can't, in Google, sorry. How come I can't do that? There we go. So, I mean, we've seen the exact same example in what goes up, no matter how strong you may be, will eventually somewhat come down. And I think that's kind of been the narrative here in Google. This trend line is still fully intact. Have we capitulated? Absolutely not. But we have multiple touches here. We snapped that trend line. We're on the backside of it, and we have been since February. So for over a month there, guys. And I mean, we've seen the exact same thing in Softy, as our boy Obi, who's be showing up momentarily. He's the exact same thing, right? Like, remember this run? This was all fun and giggles, right? And it's like everybody when jumping on the bed, but then someone falls off, boom, you hit your head pretty hard right there, Sharif.
I used to get in trouble all the time for that. I threw my cousin off the bed.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun until someone gets hurt, as they typically say, and then
he'd scream, and his mom would come, and I'd get yelled at.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it was just,
yeah.
Punk.
Yeah, I would get beat up, man, but there's no screaming or snitching around here. My uncles would beat me up, and Charlie horses and everything, and yeah, we weren't allowed to cry, man. All right, so anyways, Microsoft down substantially, guys, 30%. Like that's not good here, considering that we all love Azure essentially. So have to be patient. And same with Apple. And I like what Michael Noss was saying earlier this morning. It's like 40% is down, and a lot of these names are the big tech names. None of them are at the all-time highs, right? NVDA hasn't done anything for how many months now? 9 months. So this market will get going, and it's unfortunate that we have to go on the fact that it's really tough for the NASDAQ and the SPY to climb higher, regardless of breadth, but the big boys need to participate, Sharif.
They're participating, Joey. I mean,
they're not participating.
They're not. You're right.
They're not.
Guys, I've been watching the 5-second chart here for a while on ANNA. There is a very, very clear range being established now. It is 75 pennies as resistance and 45 pennies as support. We haven't breached 45 and we haven't breached 75 within this range. I realize, of course, we've been above and below those ranges intraday, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm looking now because we're in a bit of a consolidative phase. Who's going to win out here? Are the longs going to win out, beating the sellers at 75, or the shorts going to beat the longs who are waiting at 45? We're showing 63, 61, 60, in and around that area, so we're in the mean. We're in the middle part here. You can do one of two things. You can look long for the break above 65, or you can look short for the break above 645. I'm sorry, I misspoke. You can do multiple things. Or you can look to build your position as a long at 45 with a tight stop, maybe in the low 40s. I would say be careful with that strategy, because usually when 45 gives, especially when it's been defending in this way, it's going to give. It's not going to give 1 or 2 pennies. It's going to give 5, 6, 7. So there's going to be slippage at around there. That means you need to account for that in your stop placement. Either you put your stop farther away, or you give your stop a larger range between the trigger and the limit. Okay, so if you know, you know. So what I've been watching here, I'm continuing to watch this trade in a range in the kind of mid 50s, mid 60s. Here we are back into the high 50s. I'm neither taking a breakout. I'm not taking the range trade here. I'm going to wait for the breakout, okay? I'm looking for a decided move above 675. Perhaps.
Oh, Sharif,
Go ahead, Joey.
there's a big spike in oil here. Yeah, there's another volatility spike, guys. We'll wait for something to come in here. I don't see anything just yet, but Tesla went up with the market, came right back down, starting to print an inverted. I just wanted to bring that up because the chat's also going bonkers on the fact that we had another volatility spike. It's nothing crazy right now. We'll keep our eyes on it, and as soon as we hear something, we'll let you know.
You can keep going. I got it.
Yeah. It's gone now. Like I mean, we've seen this on multiple occasions throughout the past couple of weeks in the month or so, be it, or whatever it may be. So just be prepared for these events to continuously happen. I wouldn't be surprised if it was either Donald Trump or someone on the opposite party saying something. So we'll be patient and see if we can. I gotta get in. I gotta pull that Twitter up, that thing that you sent me there, just so I can see. Anyways, aside from that, a nice pop up there. This is perfect. This is setting up really good for an ad, but we have to be extremely patient, okay? Gorev, Los Polios, check this out here. I don't know why I can't get rid of this here. By the way, similar, it's not real or anything along those lines. So yeah, just because I'm trying to run my algo off of this thing, but yeah, this isn't anything to do with it. So anyways, aside from that, guys, inverted hammer there on Tesla, Gorev, Los Pollos, keep an eye on a breakdown through the volume-weighted average price. If you do get a pop back up as in 377, then I think you can drastically increase your risk to reward there. And NASDAQ, no pump. So you have Tesla moving a little bit higher, no movement in the Qs whatsoever. And then now we're starting to just form this consolidative range. What I want is that turtle shell and that slow curl over for us to add, and then maybe we can catch an all-day trender here on AMDL. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going to type in. I still don't see anything, but I have to pop up a different news feed. So Middle East war poses great threat to global energy. Yeah, I mean, we knew that from time again. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's all I got going on right now, Sharif. We'll pull over NVDA heading towards the lows. Same with some of the other larger participants. Meta has been extremely weak here today, and I was just telling, wow, this thing gave up 600 like it was no tomorrow.
Yeah.
So boom, breaking through support. Street, like the CapEx, are for a little bit after the earnings report. After that, they're like, no, it's too much spending, not enough monetization.
All right, doing well here on Anna. Took another 25 penny winner. We got in at 77s, the best place there. Thank you, Katina, man. I appreciate you, brother. Looking for, we rejected the the $7 area again. I'm continuing to watch here. Remember, we were talking about 75 as resistance? Well, lo and behold, now 75, ironically enough, is support. But that's the good news. The bad news is there's an annoying seller at 85 that keeps rearing their ugly head, and we can't really shake them at the moment. So what I'm staring at is my top screen. My top screen has the 5-second chart. Why do I use the 5-second chart? I'm trying to spot areas of support and resistance, which, you know, to be fair, show up on the level 2, but they are a little transient on the level 2 because the level 2 doesn't stay in any one area for a prolonged period of time. So I need, you know, because I don't have a great memory, I need to be able to kind of see it just to know that that's the level that I'm looking for there. So 75 buyer still hanging out. As you can see, we keep defending that 75 penny level, but I think I'm going to steer clear of trying to pick up the dip trades here. And what's worked for me so far on Anna are the breakout trades. When we clear a local seller like the one that was at 75, we broke out nicely into $7. Last, though, that $7, you know, this current candle is turning into a bit of a topping tail candle. Here we go again into 81. Let's see if we can shake the sellers at 85. I'm quite interested in getting right back into this one if we can clear 85 for yet another attempt at 7. And the good news is here, if we've defended this 75, 70 penny area and we take out 85, that'll be another higher low that we put in. So it was a 45 area low. Then it was 55. Now it's 70 to 75. So let's keep a watch here. There we comes. 86 seller here. Let's see if we can spike up. There it is. Let's go. Right into the high. Right in, man. There we go again on this one. Beautiful. Let's see if we can clear 7. Are we going to be able to clear 7 this time? We can't shake the seller at 7, man. So right back down into 88. So we're basically break even. Try not to paper hand this trade. Let's see if we can pump up a little bit more. Yeah, we can't clear that seller at 7, sadly. badly. So I'm going to give this a little bit of room now that I have a higher support level off which to work, and we've taken out that 85 penny seller. Again, now we're showing 87s, 85. Yeah, this one's losing bid again. Give this one an opportunity. Let's see if it fails 75, then I'll get out. If it fails 75, I'm out. If it defends 80, I'm going to stay in. Back into 85 it goes. Let's see if we can get another attempt here at the whole dollar. Doesn't look like we're able to shake that annoying seller who's shown up again, Joey, at 85. Can we start using 85 now as support? Back at 89, 90 again, seller at 90. All right, so we're going to have to post some beak wetters here because I don't want to be slow on the keys. Let's continue to watch here. What are you looking at, my man?
I'm looking at Tesla. I'm talking to my boy Gorev. Shout out to Pop LaCork. Appreciate the look there, my friend. So what I'm thinking here is, and I respect the lookout, truly. So essentially, he's like, hey, man, you got to get out of that AMD trade. Look where the market is. Look what NVDA is doing. Look what USO is doing, right? Like we're heading towards the high. I'm thinking that we might get a small curl over. I'm willing to add more. I'm long from all, I'm short from all the way up here. I have some time and I only have 20% remaining in my position. So I'm willing to lose this more for the potential to add to that, to it. See ya.
U.S. President Donald Trump has concluded his remarks. However, the White House is saying that Trump has no plans to send troops into Iran. A White House official has said that Trump has no plans to deploy more troops into Iran despite new troop movements and reports of a possible Kurg Island blockade. The official added that the U.S. military could definitely be taking out Kurg Island at any time, but is keeping options open and not revealing their strategy.
That's super annoying. All right, it was breaking through 7. I didn't get the fill, didn't respond in time, but it did break through 7. So we're continuing to put in higher lows and higher highs. But as you can see, the wicks, all the breaks through 7 are wicks. Okay, so now we're going to put another order. There is 708. There's a boom, boom into 20. Nice breakout there. Let's continue. Let's look for the $0.25 now on ANNA. Looking for the move. It's a $0.25 high on this current candle. Here's 20 again. Let's see. Let's take out some here at 20. We're going to pack the patience. So now we're going to set up at 33s. Let's set up at 33. So there's a seller locally here at 20 and 25. Let's see if we can squeeze them. We're up 89%. 21 showing up again. Yeah, so now we're going to get a local seller at around 20. Does 7 defend, though? Do we have the juice to hold up above 7? Because 7 was definitely resistance. That's not really a question there. Can it act as support? There's a buyer at 6 and 7 here. 6s and 7s. Sorry. My bad. All right. Continue to watch here on looking for the move again. I don't think it's the right thing for me to get out here. I think that there's a lot of strength. I think that the shorts are likely on the ropes here, whether or not a big seller comes in and dampens everybody's party. I mean, that's really beyond me. I can just try to run with the trade. I see higher lows. I see higher highs. But what I want to suggest is throw in some resting orders because this one is very, very transient in the level that it's holding. Okay, so it goes into 20, it goes into 25, it doesn't hold, and you try to punch out like live and it doesn't end up holding. So throw in those resting orders, see if you can catch the bids, and we're going to keep an eye out on that. What are you looking at, Joe?
No, man. TBK, our boy TBK. He reminds me of Danny Boy. He's got a good sense of humor. I like that. Yeah, I like that funny stuff. What was my boy who told me to get out of this AMD trade? He's looking pretty right now. So we'll be patient to see if this market's going to recover. We were hovering around the low. Someone said they're going long at the low of the consolidation. That's a smart play, as it didn't get that breakdown, right? The NVDA bouncing. We have IBIT coming off of that 39.40 low, and then you have the Nasdaq coming off of that 586 low, roughly there too. So some good looks. I'm still going to be patient and look for that ad, considering I didn't have as much size I wanted in there. I wanted to double up right here, but then my risk would have had to be a little bit more tighter because of my shares. What I ended up doing was anticipating the breakdown, which we were fortunate enough to get, but I should be closer to the top end of the range instead of selling the lower end of the range, because I would drastically, another 10 cents or so, right? So that's another R or so along those lines. I know Chuck Norris is gone, man.
I saw he was in the hospital yesterday. I forgot to mention it. I saw it on the news blotter that we have here.
Yeah.
And I think he
Chuck,
come to his.
I mean, he was like 80 something though. So good life. Celebrate the life.
I used to be called Chuck Norris by my friends in university because I was always MIA.
Oh, is that?
You don't get it.
No, I don't know. I don't get it, man.
His movies were called MI.
He had a movie called MI. All I remember is I remember the TV show Texas.
I go to the
Texas
club
Walk.
and I disappear.
You did the old Irish goodbye all the time, man.
Is that what it's called?
Where you just leave and don't say anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I mean, Texas Walker Ranger, that was a classic show right there. Shout out to anybody who's watched that and maybe even Leave It to Beaver. That was the black and white show that I used to watch with my great-grandmother back in the day. But aside from that, guys, let's get some shares on. Enough talk here. We got that bounce up into AMD. We're still short this name. We're going to add a little bit more just to get this party rolling, really, to see if we can get a test of that $200 mark once again. As long as we consolidate, and if we breach VWAP, then we get out of Dodge and wait for another opportunity. We've already locked in approximately 80% or 90% of this position, so it ain't a thing but a chicken wing to add a little bit more here, Sharif. So that's what I'm going to do. Bang. Didn't catch the fill. Good stuff. Now we catch it there now.
Again, bro? Are we going to do this again?
Yeah, we got to do it again, man. Yesterday
it wasn't
didn't
enough,
work.
Joey.
It didn't work yesterday.
We need multiple days of the fire alarm.
Just in case anything changed from yesterday, you want to throw that up. So, you sweat in there. It's warm in here.
Hot, bro.
Hey, you're going somewhere even warmer, my guy. So yeah, you're looking forward to it.
We smashed legs today.
You smashed legs? Okay.
Glutes. I split my leg day into 3 different days.
Yeah, you.
So glutes, hams, and quads.
Okay.
Throwing calves with all 3.
Yep.
And then when I do my leg days, they're splits. So I do the accessory work for the group, the glute. In today's case, it's glutes. So then I'll do the hard stuff later. So tonight, we're going to do Romanian deadlifts, Bulgarian split squats, excuse me, right? Barbell Bulgarian split squats. And then we're going to do hip thrusters on the machine as well. So those are the heavy ones where we're going to put weight on those ones. Today, we do all the accessory, like the abductor machine, like the kickbacks and stuff.
I've been hitting the abductor machine lately. So
I feel like Bulgarian split squats like literally end me by the end of it.
They're supposed to be hard
anymore.
They're supposed to be hard. Well, you're isolating your entire body on one leg, right? So, yeah.
I think it's better to do it just first and get it over with.
I don't blame that. I don't actually disagree with that at all. It would be nice to do that, but then the gains aren't going to be what they are.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, that's kind of there.
Got those eye repeats, my boy. All right. No, aside from that, guys, USO uptick, market downtake. I'm going to wait for a curl over here. Maybe we get a little bit of short on. We get a little short here on Tesla as well. As long as we don't break this high, I like our opportunity. This is really taking me off. Like. Get out of here, man.
I know, bro. He's so annoying.
Not that guy. This stuff over here, man. It's really just like in the way of everything, and I can't see what we really have. So let's see if we can get that curl over. We added up here on AMDL. If it heads back to our average, then we'll just take a break-even stop. So that's all we've done, really. Okay, we're at 30s right now. I'm going to be really patient on that. So I'll give back a little bit of unrealized just in case this market decides that it wants to curl over once again, as the NASDAQ is bouncing as well, too. So we'll be patient. My guy popped. Whoever said, Joe, get out. Yeah, we'll see what we got going on. This ad is extremely early, kind of just trade into trade at this point.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to see a 40 dash with Joe and Sharif. Money on Joe. I think probably Joe could beat me in everything, so you guys can just bet on him, and I'll be the dark horse. I should probably tell you guys I'm quite fast. So
You're fast?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah, maybe not as fast as you, not as fast as him, but.
Is this on?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is on or not, but I have better.
It's not on. It's not on. It's not on. Hold on.
Not on, my boy. Press three button, my boy. Now it's off now.
Yeah.
It's off. It's totally off now.
I should speak through one of your mics.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a better challenge. Once the weather gets nice, forget about these two guys running a 40. I'm willing to go, you run 40, you hand off to Joe to run the next 40, and I'll raise both y'all.
Oh.
But the handoff is hard though, Neil.
Figure it out.
The handoff.
Just like
You're at a disadvantage with the handoff though.
All right, we gotta go see it.
Yeah, I have news here. President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, has been speaking, and he said that would like to halt intel to Iran if U.S. cuts off Ukraine, according to sources at Politico. And Putin is also offering to stop sharing intel, as I said, with Iran. Just repeating, by Politico.
Thank you very much, Sia. Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens there.
And Neil going after me, knowing that I'm fully not capable of running at all right now.
So, in case this is a very important headline here. It maybe shows a little bit of where President Putin's head's at. President Putin said he would halt intelligence to Iran. I'm assuming intelligence sharing, of course, if the U.S. cuts off Ukraine. Quid pro quo. I don't think, we'll have to wait and see how that all happens there. I'm assuming that's where they're getting their targeting coordinates for some of the infrastructure that they've been hitting. So in any event, that's kind of beyond the scope of the show. Guys, I'm done with the Anna trade. I was just speaking here to somebody in the chat. I'm going to continue to watch Anna because while there's not too many small cap gappers running today, and I've traded it quite well, I see the higher lows are still in play. It's not really a 675 buyer anymore. I mean, it's dipping below that into the 60s, but as you can see, picking up steam again into the 80s it goes. You know, I'll try to be as strategic as I can be with my placement on this one, but I think if we start breaking out quite aggressively, we could definitely see a good move here on Anna. Just to give you an idea, because I know Neil did a call out the float. I see a 33.2 million share float, and that data is accurate. Sadly, it's a few months old as of basically New Year's Eve of last year. 33.2 million shares. So, that's the look there. Here it comes again into the 80s, high 80s, low 90s. The best print we've had was very close to the high day at 7.25. So a good look there. I also want to mention one quick one here. VG. You know, not nearly up as much as some of the others, but I perceive a good breakout level here to be around 1575, which kind of also jives with the 10 EMA on the 5. So I could be a buyer here at 1575, 1570 for kind of a flat top defend. To me, this looks like a flat top with a lot of selling at around the $0.75 alas. This 1135 candle does take us into the high of the day of 1593. But the trend is still intact in my humble submission here. I mean, like, look at the higher lows. So VG in focus for me. I'll be looking maybe to get in here if I like what I see. But LNAI is just losing the bid and losing the bid freaking quickly here, Bovin. Didn't really hold up at all. And it's been basically putting in. Have a great weekend, brother. I hope you guys smash on the games. And, we wish Gia all the best, obviously. Get it, Katina Man. He's got dad duties later today. He's got dad duties tomorrow. There's a big tournament in the borough. If you're from Toronto, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Scarbs. I'm interested in VG. I'm not interested in LNAI because it looks like hot freaking garbage. Cool Brioche, 10 EMA on the 5. Is EMA 10 on the 5-minute chart? Yes. Cool Brioche. Sorry, I should probably clarify that from time to time for the newer viewers. When I say 10 EMA on the 5, I mean the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's what I mean. I should clarify that. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Bovin. Roma. Bovin says Roma is moving up, Assassino. Let's have a quick look here. Oh my days, the breakout is on. Roma is freaking out. So let's put in ROMA on the side chart so we can take a gander. This is up 37% and change, 723 high. Very light though, geez Louise, on volume. We haven't even barely finished a 1/4 milli shares on the day, but it may be picking up volume now. So gonna keep an eye out on that. And shout out to our new mod, man. Shout out to Bravely. He's our new mod. If you've been with us for a while, you remember Bears versus Bulls. Now it's Bravely. Shout out to him. Thank you for that, Bravely. He's tagging you and he's like, people on TikTok are asking about UPS. They're asking about Meta. How about Pfizer, Broadcom? I love all those names except UPS. I think UPS is hot garbage, and I wouldn't touch it with something. I don't want to kind of.
You just say someone else's money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't like it. My mom had a super bad experience with her iPhone shipping through UPS. Did I tell you about that? It was lost. If it wasn't for the great company of Apple, which I have a lot of money in, they would not. Her phone wouldn't be there. Apple took care of it. Apple sent her a new phone. Apple dealt with UPS. UPS gave her a gesture that we can do on her hand.
Oh yeah.
And she got nothing from
this
them.
one.
No.
Oh.
No, not that one.
All right.
But nice.
I mean,
Good guess.
we're hella long Apple.
Yeah.
Busting, man. Come on, man.
You saw that?
Yeah,
I was about to unblock that,
man.
but
Yeah, I
we
don't know if
can't
you can
unblock that.
one
Busting,
there.
man. Come on, man. You're killing me.
I
here.
mean, we'll just leave it at that there, brother. Aside from that, we're just adding here. Someone said, hey, man, why don't you guys ever talk about silver or gold? Silver and gold. We can do that right now. You know that song?
Of course. It's
what's it from,
song.
then? I don't even know, to be honest with you. That was a genuine question.
Yeah, isn't it like one of those Christmas carols?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, because the three wise men.
Shout out
obviously.
Christmas, man. And to the people who have yet to take down their Christmas tree, I mean, if there's anybody still in there. But silver, guys, let's see what we got going on. We got to change this up here. We'll head over to the settings. We're going to get it over here to the extended hours and see what we got going on SLV as it's slowly starting to curl over. We have that curl over happening right now on AMDL. I'm more than happy to add some more size. So I just went full position right again, looking for that breakdown if we're fortunate enough to get one. The market is slowly grinding, and we have to see what this name is going to be up to. Strong session yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe we kind of just give a little bit of that move back, and that's kind of been the narrative. This was a steady up grind yesterday, and a strong channel, and then now we're starting to pull back in. I just think it's going to take some time, right? So we're in a little bit early, but if we continuously move side and then we get that turtle shell type price action, then we're ready to rock and roll. Same thing here with Tesla. I could take a short here, but I want to get closer to the top end of this wick, right? Because this is a nice inverted hammer candle. It's just prolonging this move maybe. And then we also have a consolidation. So a pretty quiet Friday. And I think that any large participants can step in depending on which direction they want to go. Obviously, can really start to move some price. We have a super chat. Pull it up there. We have two super chats, to be honest with you. We have one from our Danny boy. Okay, we'll go over Nick's first. Can you look, Sharif, can you look at VKTX looking for a move to 36, consolidating on support? And then we also have a $2 super chat from our boy, Danny Boy, Bear Market Bingo. Okay, bingo. I know who loses the 2026 Trader TV pie eating contest. I wonder. I would truly don't know who would lose that one there. But aside from that, I bet
you probably do pretty good.
Yeah, I would.
I think you would, because it's just food, right?
It's just
like
food,
you just
exactly.
be like, all right, I don't like this, but I'll eat it.
Yeah, you know, it's like if I were to.
But I haven't seen you with like a huge appetite, though. You're not the guy that strikes me like.
No, I get full. I get full easy, man. I get full. I get full. Like I eat a little bit, and then I'm just like.
You're full. I'm full. But you eat multiple times a day. You got
3 times a day. Yeah, 3 times.
3?
Yeah, well, I have a little breakfast. You eat 5 times a day? Yeah, well, I mean, you need that protein. 3? Like, why'd you say 3? Like, that is in the, I think that's the normal.
It is. I don't mean to hate.
Yeah, I mean, 3 times is good enough for me, man. Gym, 8 o'clock in the evening, come back, crush a little bit.
How is the gym ever since?
Good, man. I do like leg extension, like no weight though on the leg extensions. Yeah, you know what I have been doing though? Farmer's carries.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's like a little pressure on the legs though, because you're weighting it down.
40s.
That's still good.
Right? You know what I mean?
Good. All right, guys, let's get to VKTX. Thank you very much, Nick Dubb, for the $2 super chat. Look, this is one that I really did like. I like what their product pipeline. I always kind of viewed them as a possible buyout candidate, especially with the Trump administration kind of being a bit more favorable to these, mergers, acquisitions, buyouts. But that really hasn't been the case, man. And, even when we did get a big pop-up there, when was that? That was August of last year. It wasn't sustained. So, Nick, I got to tell you, we're still within that range, this holding pattern. For the most part, it seems like the buyers step in and around 25. There are outlying areas, as you can see, but that's a tariff tantrum, right? We can't really look at the tariff tantrum with the same lens that we view everything else. So I would say $25 support, and if it makes its way down there in and around 25, I'd be a buyer with maybe a stop below the tariff tantrum low at below 20. And then you can kind of see most of the prints, not all, they do reject 40. Again, you have a couple of outlying areas. So you have a bit of $15 range, and I would work around that $15 range if I were you, right? Of course, you're probably looking at this one for a lot higher of a move, because this one was almost at $100. But the fact of the matter is, this is an unbroken lower high trend. So, as much as I do like it, as much as the current economic environment, political environment is conducive to my thesis here of buyouts, it hasn't happened, and we haven't had any higher highs. So I would kind of go back, $25, put an order there. Maybe if it's a swing, you're wetting your beak at 40. But if it's an investment, you're obviously holding for longer. Thank you very much, Nick, for the $2 or whatever. How much did he super there? $5. Pardon me. Super chat. Anna, new high day, 738. Here we go again on ANNA. So let's have a look now. We're going to flip to the 5. We've got a seller here in the high 30s. It's a 38 penny high, but the breakout is on. We've got higher lows. And now we've got higher highs. It looks like it's respecting, for the most part here, the 10 EMA on the 5-second chart. There it is, right into 7.25, and then back up into highs. It could take out 738 here. We're showing 35s. There it is, 39. Looking for continuation. There's none yet. 40s flash momentarily there. So ANNA, Alena Incorporated, it's really rocketing up here. I'd say this is the best of the bunch in the world of small cap gappers right now. But trade it carefully because, as you can see, it's quite volatile. Get yourself a plan, set up the plan, execute the plan, and yeah, follow the plan. Thank you very much, Data Robertson, for the $2 super chat, but no comment attached to that. But thank you, Data Robertson N5S, for that. Buvin, I know you don't like LNAI for now, but it held 46, trying to curl up. I see that, Buvin. It rejected VWAP, though. I don't know if you saw where that topping tail candle on LNAI, bottom left of your screen there, guys. There is a candle, pops up into VWAP. Look, Buvin, if it starts giving me that rounded bottom in an attempt into VWAP, maybe we'll breach our rules for a scalp or two, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see on LNAI, but for the moment, I think it's a little undecided. Thank you, Buvin, for pointing that out. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to see you for news.
Yeah, just a couple of updates here from the White House. A White House official has been saying that the U.S. Army is capable of seizing Iran's Kursk Island at any time, and U.S. rejected Putin's offer for Iran-Ukraine quid pro quo, according to sources at Politico. Sending it back to you.
Anticipate the Americans taking them up on that offer. It shifts the balance of power there. If Putin starts making demands about Ukraine, then that obviously changes the negotiations that are ongoing, which seem to be on hold for the ending of that European war. I didn't anticipate President Trump taking that deal. We'll have to wait and see. Anything can change. President Trump can, he can maneuver. He can change his mind in a second.
Yeah, so. Yeah. The thing about this Iran, obviously Israel, that Hezbollah is involved in this. I think it's going to go on significantly longer than what people are actually anticipating. You'll see a cool down, but I mean, it's not the nature of the beast of people just stopping after a couple of weeks or after a couple of months. You'll just have that ongoing odd attack here and there and stuff. So which can go on for extended period of time. Like think about how long Hamas and Israel have been just sending rockets at each other, right? Like you have the odd, you have the heated the core of things, and then sure enough, after that, it's just those one-off events essentially. And I think that's the narrative.
It'd be nice not to see anybody get killed in the Middle East for just a couple of months. Be nice.
It'd be anywhere.
It'd be nice.
It'd be cool, if that stuff cooled down in Russia. Or in Ukraine. It's just everybody chill out for a little bit here, and then you know what I mean. Do something. See ya.
Yeah, I have an update on Chevron. HSBC has upgraded Chevron to a buy rating from a hold rating, and it has emphasized that investors should consider buying the energy giant due to the fact that its Middle East exposure is now lower than its rivals. So HSBC's price target is of $215, which was raised from $180. Now, this implies a 7% upside from yesterday's close. Here's a quote from them. "We prefer Chevron to Exxon, giving its unusually deep discount on 2026 EVDACF, which is 12%, lower Middle East exposure, and higher balance sheet gearing, which offers more leverage to rising commodity prices." Analyst Kim Fustier has written, and shares of Chevron have surged 32% this year. Currently, Chevron is down 0.72%.
Great information, Sia. Thank you for that. Yeah, and USO is up 2.5. But have you seen the disconnect lately, Joey, between Brent and WTI?
Yeah. What's up with that?
Yeah, because WTI is still flowing, right? I mean, that's West Texas Intermediate, and Brent is obviously mostly from the Middle East, and It's interesting. I wonder if there's an ARB there. I wonder if energy traders, oil traders are all over that, right? An
I would think so.
Probably, right?
Right, like
I mean,
think about what happened. I mean, from like kind of a micro standpoint, look what happened with ZSL and silver that one time.
Point. Remember that?
Remember?
Yeah, that was a trade. I remember that. And Neil, he was all over that. I remember when it actually broke. That was intense. Guys, continue.
Yeah,
to
Iran
watch.
equals Persia. I don't know. People still say Persia.
Pardon me?
Well, someone said Iran equals Persia.
Yeah. I don't call my Iranian friends Iranian. I call them Persian. Yeah, that's what they refer to themselves as.
Do they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Maybe they get a little name switch back to Persia.
And I'm reading the Old Testament now. I've been reading the Old Testament for a while. Nehemiah, right? I just finished Ezra. Yeah. And it's the Persian Empire now, right?
Persian
that
Empire
dominates that whole area. So it's like Persian King Cyrus, Darius, I forget the other dude, Artash.
It's King Darius, yeah.
Darius, there was Cyrus before him, right?
I like Darius. Darius gets killed in a marathon, doesn't he?
I have no idea.
Fact check me, Chad. Darius does get killed in marathon.
Yes, thank you, MF Dangerous. Artaxerxes. Yes, thank you, Artaxerxes. Yeah, that's actually in Ezra. And the Nehemiah as well. All right, guys, here we go, man. Into the high goes Anna, 757. I ain't talking about the plane either. High of day, dealing with that $0.50 area, guys. Let's keep an eye on Anna. This is not done yet. I don't think it's done by a long shot. There it goes into the high of the day again, into 59. We're still dealing with a bit of tug of war between buyers and sellers at the $0.50, completely normal. Anna's on the way to 100%. You look, if we get into this 7.5 and we start touching 8, there's a really good chance that we get into the upper 9s, if not 10. So, you know, if you really love these small cap gappers, you got to be in your seat to take these trades, because I don't think this one's done yet. So we're going to be definitely looking at this. I think the rest of the show, quite frankly, I don't like anything else, which is good because it helps me focus on one of these. And I don't think I'm gonna be switching to anything else. Trying to set up a trade now that fits my risk to reward parameters, and then we'll get back to you guys on that. So keeping an eye here on Anna, Joey.
Good stuff there. Darius is my. All right, Jay Lee, man, come on, brother. I know a couple of Darius as well, too. But no, here it is, guys. We got that ad. You get a little bit of a breakdown to 12:22, and then let's see if we're going to get that curl-over. I told you guys about the time that it's going to take. I'm still looking at Tesla here, Gorev. I mean, if it blows past this high, then we'll just get out of Dodge on that one. Steady uptrend right now, and we don't want to go against the grain. So if the market wants to continue its grind higher, then by all means, we don't want to stand in front of it, especially if NVDA decides that it wants to have a recovery in the latter half of the session. So we'll be patient, not looking too good on that ad here on AMD. That's all right. We'll just lock in what we have, and then maybe we'll be fortunate enough to get that curl over that we're looking for. I'll even double it up more just because I'm feeling that type of way. Shout out to Rich Homie Kwan. Well, let's add VWAP here so we can get a little bit of a better picture of where we're actually kind of headed, and then some potential resistance zones, which can actually come into play right now. And the exact same thing here with the king of the chips. It's below VWAP, boom, 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 king of inference, I guess we can call him. So yeah, I mean, we're not quite there yet. I like our chances for an additional leg lower. I thought we would, if we were going to recover, it'd be a little bit quicker than what we're experiencing right now. I've got my eyes on Tesla. It's starting to, the risk to reward is starting to really increase, guys, and that's what we want to look for. Instead of selling VWAP, you have this inverted hammer, so we could just break down this candle, and we talk about how each individual one can tell its own story, is that eventually what we had is buyers push price all the way up to 377, and they push it down to 374 on that volatility spike. So that's $3 approximately. And then now we're just a slow grind. So if there's anything that's about to curl over, then that's when it's going to be our time to try to take advantage of a move back into VWAP. But if the signal is exposed and broken, then that means as soon as we breach that high, it's no longer valid. All right, so patience on this one. We're still slightly in the money, but not by much. My average is up here. We removed 90% of it, and that's where you're going to see that increase of my previous average, or a decrease from my previous average of 1250 all the way down to 1230. All right, guys, it's that time. The favorite segment of the day, Neil with his lesson of the day.
Hey, welcome everybody. So here's the lesson of the day. I think one of the interesting things is, it's all well and good to have a plan, and everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth or whatever it is, or until the market opens. And that assumes that you have a direct plan that I'm going to buy X stock at X price. But you know what? Sometimes your plan isn't that specific. I'll give you an example, because I was looking at it today, and I realized that it wasn't super specific. I knew what I wanted to look at, and I only traded, actually it's weird, I ended up, oddly enough, trading the 4 names that I had on my list. Usually I'll have a few things that come out of the middle of nowhere, but I did trade in this morning show. It was IBIT, Boyle, SMCI, and SoFi. It actually worked out that way. Usually it doesn't. But IBIT, it was held 70K. I was doing an over-under play at that 39.75. I guess I'll start with that. Like, that's not a very specific strategy. I know what the stock price I'm looking for to trade off of, and I'll give myself a B even though it was a 1-for-1 shot. So I know the stock price I wanted to look at, and I knew what I liked it for, resistance to support. It ends up being right around here, about the 70,000 mark. So when it bounced off of 40,000, this is what I mean about not super specific. It held 70,000 on Bitcoin here, gets back above the price that I like, and holds. So that's where we grab the long. It doesn't continue. So notice how I don't really try any other longs. What I would say to this is the other side of that trade is once we are now clearly holding underneath on trend, there was probably some kind of short that I can be looking for, like a trend break in here. But it was more of, I know the area under which it's in and around here, where if I see strength over this, I want long. That presented itself once. The only point after the open where there was strength above that line was here. I could try to weasel my way in and tell you it was there, but it's not, because that's lower high, lower high. If it could have rounded out there could have been something over here, but it wasn't. You don't have to be super specific, and that's why I only traded it the one time. Now, SoFi was also one of those. I'm going to jump to the bottom of the list here because I don't feel it's necessary to go through all 4. Like SoFi there's a clear double bottom at 1655 after the muddy waters. Look for longs off of that level. Does it get to 1655? No, there's our double bottom, but I'm looking for longs. So I don't get that. What I do get is a bounce before, which is fine because you can just try other entry strategies. Bottoming tail wick and the trend reversal back into the high. Now, I would make the argument that it got probably a little bit too bearish on the market and did not end up taking this one. I was looking at something else. This one I didn't love for some reason. Then looking for long to me always means if it trends off of VWAP, take the VWAP bounce on the trend line. So there's a test of the high of the day. There's the VWAP pullback. I like that play. Play it into the prior close, which we said we would. And then that's where you find the other trade. Neither one of those, like that one was kind of specific, but it didn't get to 1655. But that doesn't matter. You can still have your entry point anyways, as long as you've got that plan of action. The strength showed up in front of the place that I wanted buyers to be, confirming what my thesis was. So you look for some kind of a trade setup entry that goes with it. I'll do one more because SMCI, I like that mean reversion, SSR bounce kind of play, right? Like it's going to be down double digits. You look for it to fail a low or break a trend. And admittedly here, this one I have to slap the absolute fail on, because generally speaking, the first bounce is the one on a panic day down over 20% that you want to get. And I didn't. Like I ended up going for this trend break, which doesn't hold. You could make an argument this double bottom could have given you something right in there, fair enough. But this is the one that you want. Like instead of taking it, and you could argue also, of course, that you should have it, that I would probably have this both times, right? So I would have been 1 for 2 anyways, even if I had gotten this. But it's not super specific, but I know what it is, and it resembles a failed break of the low. There's the open, there's a false break of the low, there's a trend break, and it goes to VWAP. It's not an A+ setup because you're going long on one of the weakest stocks out there, but it's in that solid like B+ to A- range for setups for me. And I was not looking at that stock because in that moment, as I showed you, SoFi, and then we also had Boyle, that was the other name on the list, but we went over the energy, so you guys don't need to see that again. And of course, IBIT, and you can only do 1 or 2 at a time. But what I'm trying to get at is it does show you that you can have a plan that doesn't need to be, and I'll just pull up a random stock. Like it doesn't need to be, I'm going long on Tesla at $370. And, oh great, it got there and I got my, but what if your notion on Tesla was, let's pull out the daily chart here, What if your notion on Tesla is, see this prior high, 368, and this breakout price, it's around 370. What if your notion was, on a loss of the 200 period moving average, I'm gonna look for a bounce in front of that level, right? That's a little bit more open-ended technically, but there's lots of ways you could have gotten into this. Now for myself, I can easily tell you, once it puts in, well, I drew that poorly, once it puts in that top, I didn't do the best drawing that line, you get the idea. You could go for a trend break, which probably would occur somewhere over here, and it happens in front of the level on the daily. There's an actual trend entry. You could have your stop underneath, and then you play it off of VWAP. Then you could also have the VWAP continuation play. You're just looking for a long setup so long as that level holds. You don't have to actually buy it just sitting on the bid in front. Because the example I'll use here is, what if the number that you had in mind was $372? Well, if it was, you'd be in a world of hurt. But if you waited for a long setup at 372, let's just say, well then maybe you've got this long instead of getting rinsed here. Having an idea that's just buy stock at this price, when it works, it's fantastic. But also understand, you're going to be arbitrarily sometimes just buying it and getting run over for no necessary reason. But if it does set up in front of your price, you can grab a trading strategy entry, bottoming tail wick, trend reversal, consolidation, that gives you the confluence that you're looking for. So you don't have to have such a very specific notion of what has to happen in the stock for you to win on it. You just need something that leads you in the direction that you like, that gives you a trade setup where you can have good risk to reward, and then you execute the trade with confidence. So there's your lesson of the day. Man, the sandwiches, it was chicken and coleslaw, and bread was whole wheat, fresh bread. It was delicious. I'm giving it an 8.8 out of 10. Easy. I haven't finished my salad, but it was a great lunch today. We're having a fun one. Good luck, everyone. Hopefully the market will get a bit of a bounce. I know it hasn't been the best day for the market, but there has meant some good opportunities.
How was the sandwich, Neil?
8.8.
8.8. All right, Assassini, you're good to go, brother. Do your thing. All right, guys, Anna is... I don't know. Look, I took a quick scalp while Neil was doing the lesson of the day. There was no follow through. There was a seller at $7.15 on Anna. I think it fooled some people because it did pop up to 18s, but there was no continuation. So, you know, once I saw that, I got the hell out of there. I think I had 99s. I had 699 or something like that. I picked it up on, let me bring in my, my 5 second. I picked it up on this dip, and you know, we popped up into 15, and I sold the rest, I think, at 12s or 13s or something like that. But it's on a bit of a pullback, and most notably, it's preceded, the pullback is being preceded by this topping tail candle. Now, you are getting bought back up against, or you're being bought up above the 10 EMA and above $7. But you still have 3 lower highs in a row, 2 lower highs, pardon me, preceded by topping tail inverse hammer candle. So let's watch a little bit more. I mean, we've got another 2 minutes or so on this 5-minute candle. What I'd like to see is both these bad boys here, the 12 o'clock candle and the 12:05 candle, both hold above the 10 EMA on the 5, and by extension of that, the $7 area. If it doesn't, it's going to need to set up a little bit differently. Let's look at the multi-time frame look here on ANNA. So as you know, we're doing the multi-time frame kind of situation. So bottom left, 15, top left, 1, top right, 5, bottom right, 1 hour.
Gotta listen to that song now. No, Annie, are you okay?
Yes, that's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. So the 15 looks as if, you know, we're putting in higher lows on the 15. You're not necessarily seeing that on the 5 because we did breach prior bar low. So let's look for the multi-time frame confirmation here. 6 to 6.5 is a buy area on the 15. That's, of course, predicated upon failing the $7 area. So just to give you an idea here, prior bar low on the 15 takes us down to 681. Current bar low on the 15, 687, which is what I mean when I say we have a higher low on the 15. So let's flip back to the 5-second chart on this monster. take a gander at what the trend is. Yeah, still putting in lower highs and, definitely rejecting that 15 area. We can't shake the seller at 15, which is fine. We're going to pack the patience. We're here all day. We're not, but you know what I mean. We've got nowhere to go for now. No problem, SSE. No, everything is good. I was just talking naturally there. Let's bring in the other side charts. And Bovin and Cool Brioche and the other gang, we're pointing out new ones here. And I want to bring your attention to them. There's Roma. I need you guys to be careful with Roma, though, because it's awfully spready. And the volume is dropping off, not like it had much to begin with. ROMA is the ticker. It's up about 34%, give or take. The other one that Bovin brought to my attention, Drama, DRMA. This had a big breakout yesterday in the aftermarket. Let's throw in the ticker so everybody can follow along. This one started breaking out, looks like at around 4 o'clock, maybe an earnings name, maybe it's not. I don't really care. I'm trading the technicals. What I do know, though, Bovin, is that we're not above the pre-market high, sadly. The pre-market high, 167.5. What is this stupid thing doing? Stay over here. Don't go anywhere. 167.5. Not like we didn't breach it here. We got into about 167. So I think if we take out that 1 2/3 area, we're definitely going to be on something here on Drama. But the volume, look, it's still a little light. It's not bad. Like when you go over these volume bars, just to give you an example, the 1205 candle has about 461,000 shares. Prior candle, 280,000. So it's not exactly the volume king over here, but we're going to keep it on the side chart. If it sets up in a good way, we'll get involved. LNAI is doing bupkis. VG is right back at that resistance level. Remember, we were talking about that 1575. It's a great looking pattern for a flat top break, but it's got to manifest into the actual flat top, and then the break, which is currently not doing at the moment. So going to steer clear. Brian Stone 5. Sharif, how do you know when it's a hot small cap market? That's a great question, brother. I've struggled with a different question, but to answer yours first, if there's a lot running, if I'm looking at my scanner and there's a bunch, that are either up triple digits or high double digits, 80, 90, 75%, whatever, you can kind of get the idea right away. The small caps are in play. What I've struggled with, Brian, though, is knowing when there's continuation. So, we're doing well this week, right? But last week, I went 2 for 5. And because there were 3 days where I pushed heavy and there was no continuation on all of them. They'd get into technical levels, pullbacks, which is what I wait for, 10 EMA, VWAP, price action support, and it would fail. It wouldn't hold those levels. Today and basically all week, we've been seeing continuation. They come into levels and they bounce off those levels, or they'll continue higher, like we've seen with the multiple IPOs that halted to no end over the last few days. Shout out to KC 526, right? So that's the question that I struggled with. I find the easier question is to know whether there's a lot of small caps running. That's just a matter of looking at your scanner. If there's a lot going, well, then you kind of have your answer there. So shout out to my man there, Brian. Thank you for the question. DLV Sound Sharif, please check SATL for a short. Let's have a quick look at SATL. See what that one is up to. By the way, Anna's breaking down now, so it's probably on the way back to 6.5. We're going to get to that one in a second. So SATL up 13 4/5. It's breaking down though. This is a good looking short here. Okay, this is a good short. Sorry?
No, I'm talking to myself here.
What I would say here, DLV Sound. Let me just throw in the ticker on SATL. My suggestion on this is as follows. Look, you can try to get in here for, the breakdown into the $0.50, maybe even go right on the day at around the $0.25 break even, or you can wait for an attempt to reclaim VWAP. So we're at, well, say 375. It's showing 373 now. This one's may attempt to pop back in to the mid 80s, maybe even the high 80s, low 90s, attempt a reclaim of VWAP to test that lower trend line as well. And that's where you get short for the reattempt to claim VWAP, and the shorts step in quite aggressively there. So SATL, not a bad one. It looks like it's fading. It's below VWAP. It's below this area low. It's making lower highs. It's making lower lows. So you've got the right idea here. I like that. But there are a couple of ways you can look at it. You can get in here, give it to maybe look on the 15, look on the 5, give it to prior bar high, or you can wait for the retest of the volume weighted average price. Day trading. you should use our tool, Sharif. It measures the level of runners and highs. Hold on. Day trading. I'm pretty sure. Luis, is that you? Is that Luis? Day trading? Because that is. I'm pretty sure that's Luis Barbado. Luis, let me know if that's you or somebody else in the office.
Our tool. So
yeah, exactly. Because he sent you and I an email, I think a couple of days ago, explaining the tool.
Yeah, he did.
So I just want to confirm.
It's free, man. It's free Fridays.
Of course I am. It is Luis.
Yeah, hop on, brother.
I'm so stupid.
Should we get Luis on right now? It's Friday.
Well, he's probably trading, man.
I mean, he's in the chat.
Well, I know.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Luis, thank you for that, Luis. I've been actually planning on learning. So what I wanted to do, Luis, was I wanted to go back to not this week, but the prior week when you explained to us how to use the tools. I was actually earmarking time on the weekend to go and look through all of that. I have access to it. Thank you so much, Luis, by the way. We definitely want to shout out Luis Barbado, man. I didn't know that was you, Luis. Thank you. It actually made sense once you said that. And I think you guys are going to love having Luis in the chat, man, because he is one knowledgeable man. Thank you very much.
He said he's waiting for you to show you how to use it. All right, guys, let's take a look at something I'm just working on. We don't really go over this often, but I'm curious to you guys. I know there's individuals in the chat who are using DAS and everything else, but do you look at what gateway you want to use? I know we talk about Sean having his favorite ARCA. That is, I believe that Neil likes Edge A, Edge X. Me, I'm all about Frex right now. If you don't have smart routing, I really like this one. I never knew that was a gateway, but this is one of my favorite right here. It's just like punch, it gets you in right away. It'll cross multiple gateways, and that's kind of what I'm on right now. Memex, never really used this or anything along those lines, so let me know, guys. What are you actually using? Oh, they have smart? Oh my God. Neil, do you use smart routing? He's not listening. He's focused right now. All right, anyways, aside from that, guys, SMRT, yeah, everything is getting changed to this. Where's Obi? I need to talk to Obi here about smart routing here. This is I think in my opinion, never mind all this. You could just set your hotkeys if you do have to set up your gateways, SMRT all day. See ya.
Yeah, just a quick update here that Google is now the first cloud provider to integrate 1 gigawatts of flexible demand into long-term utility contracts, and Google is down 1.6% at the moment.
Very much for that. So yeah, we'll take a look at. Okay, so I got to change all that stuff. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to add one more time over here as long as we continuously kind of bounce off of this. We're slowly starting to get that turtle shell. I'm averaging into this. I'm okay with that because we have a little bit of room to free roll and everything along those lines. Excuse me. So yeah, moving forward, there goes USO, new high of the day. Boy, are you long this one? Because if you are, then congratulations to you. Tesla's still holding up. Hasn't broken that candle yet, guys. So watch out for a curl over here as well. But if AMD, the one thing that we don't have in our favor right now is this. Right? So you have that steady uptrend. This trend line seems relatively strong. The ask and the bid is slowly getting lifted, and then we bounce right off the lower end of it. That's why I'm just going to wait for things to curl around. USO, we're starting to lose that kind of that inverse correlation between USO and the NASDAQ. It just shows you that the market doesn't really care anymore at this point. It's like, yeah, we'll fluctuate oil and everything along those lines, everybody who's involved with it. But as for the actual NASDAQ, they're like, yeah, all right, this is old news. What's the next thing essentially moving up here? And there goes Tesla about to breach the high of the day. And it's tough. On these days, if you're looking to go short, and this is just me thinking out loud, is just the fact that you have these breakdowns, but then they're immediately bought back up. So you have the larger participants going, okay, we're going to just form a channel here today. We'll turn on that buy algo. Any dip, just buy it back up and we'll grind. And then you and myself, who are looking for the continuation in the short, it's just like, yeah, this isn't going to happen until we decide to turn them off. It's not necessarily us being like, all right, shorts are dominating. They're just, the buy programs have been turned off. I noticed that too just now. It says Hangry Wife. Yeah, I mean, it's just like climbing higher, right? So they don't care anymore. They're like, all right, that's old news. We're still out of the money on this one. But yeah, other than that, what do you think about a short on the NASDAQ? I don't think it's a good play right now, even though I'm short AMD. I think you want to go with the flow. We just went over the basic trend lines here, right? So the consistent uptrends there. And then now we're heading into the volume weighted average price. You have USO climbing higher, but we haven't breached this. So there's no point in us thinking about going short. There's nothing telling us that we need to go short until the sellers really step in and move price lower. And I don't think that's going to be the narrative on today's session. It's just giving me that vibe. As long as we knock on this, I don't know. I have to wait maybe for an ad on the backside of this because I often talk about this and have been for the past couple of days is that I'm anticipating, not participating, and then that's when you can start to get a little bit frustrated and be like, hey, why isn't it moving? Well, you're not going with the flow. That's why. And that's why sometimes the reverse or the retracement plays, the pullback plays are a little bit more difficult. So I would say no to that. Right? Like I would totally say no to a short until you have that flat base. You see that there's a clear supply zone in an overhead perspective. You reject, you've touched it multiple times, and then you slowly start to form more of those lower highs. All right, so that's my narrative. Just buy shares. I mean, if it were only that simple, it's not that simple. So, anyways, aside from that, guys, let's move forward and head back over to our watch list. We have some names, nothing substantial. We'll go over the Meg 7 to see how they're acting, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like, hey, do we short the Qs? Why are you going to short the Qs when you have NVDA grinding higher, breaking through resistance? Low volume, though, right? You have Apple at the high of the day, roughly. Oh. You have Microsoft starting to climb a little bit higher. Then you have Goggles starting to climb a little bit higher. Then you have Meta, Broadcom, Tesla. And it's just like, do you think it's truly going to work when the heaviest weighted names are moving to the top side and you're thinking about going short on the NASDAQ? No. That's why you have to pay attention when you're trading the Qs, is that there's so many variables that come into play. It makes it a little bit more difficult at times because if they're all not moving in tandem, then that's when you get that chop and that push and pull effect within the underlying asset itself. Amazon, what have you been doing here? Not much, right? So AMD not looking too good for your boy as it's continuing to grind a little bit higher.
All right, man. I want to shout out Luis for this great trade. This is CODX. And this is a hell of a short. Shout out to you, Luis, because this looked awfully bullish, right? I mean, you get a whole bunch, a plethora of higher highs, higher lows. You definitely see the intentions of the shorts on Codex. At least, you know, that's my humble submission here. And the way that I make that assessment is look how many topping tail candles we have on all these candles to make new highs. I mean, the 8 a.m., the 8:05, huge topping tail. It doesn't change. 8:20, 8:25, monster topping tails. And the one that really topped everything off is that 8:50 candle that got up to 4:05. You get that consolidative move. You get down to VWAP. This is the candle that bamboozled everybody and their mother. Look at this. So, comes back to VWAP. You're putting in some higher lows. It looks like you're curling here. You're doing that rounding shape off the volume weighted average price. You breach prior bar high by a nice amount, right? Prior bar high on the 925 candle was 387. The one at 930 got to 394. So we're on the way into 4. Then all hell broke loose. It loses VWAP, and it's basically a short all the way down, now negative on the day, trading below 265, which was the close. So great trade by Luis on CODX. What a move down. And I need to start spotting these a lot better. And I really do anticipate, you know, Luis coming on the show. He's going to explain how to Joseph and I really how to use his tools even better than the way that he explained to us last time. We do appreciate that, Luis, of course. But what a move down here on CODX, because there's going to be a time, and a lot of times, in fact, where, you know, the longs are going to be crap for these small cap gappers, right? And we want to be able to go both ways. And I had a good short on one yesterday. I was kind of proud of it, but still very much the exception as opposed to the rule for me with some of these small cap gappers. So thanks for him for that. I want to mention drama. Bovin, you called it, brother. I think Cool Brioche as well. DRMA taking out pre-market high. This is now a good look. Remember, we had that 167.5, 630 high, and then we tried to take it out at around noon. We got down to 167, but that was just, I guess, maybe the prelude for what was going to happen next. 170 high. Now we're about almost 40% in Greensville. Going to keep an eye here on drama as we see and take a bit of a more prolonged pullback. Let's go ahead and put DRMA. You taking off? Oh, I thought you were waving or something. My bad. I thought you were waving goodbye. DRMA, let's have a look at this one. So 1 penny spread looks fantastic, up 38% as I mentioned. Here are the levels as I perceive them. Let's, sorry, 1 sec. Let me just set that up like this. Good. So now let's look at drama here on the not the 5 second. Yeah, let me flip to the 5 second chart, DRMA. So I can kind of spot the support area and resistance area locally. 5 seconds, there we go, good. All right, it's not a volume king at the moment. I'm talking about DRMA, but it's doing all right. 18 million shares on a $1 name, which is not that high. Look, there's a buyer here at around 65. I also believe there's a great buyer at 55. So it's really the 5 penny levels here. Let's see, there was certainly a little bit of resistance at 60. Now it looks like the buyers are stepping in at a little bit lower than the 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if we can get something on this. So let's load up the old risk calculator. And let's see exactly what this situation is going to be on this one. So we want to risk a little bit over here. Let's go ahead and put in that. And our entry price, let's just say 168, give it, and then we have to give it to 159, right? Because that has to be a little bit of room. Sounds good, sounds good. We're going to go ahead with that. Let's see what we can do on this one. So right back close to the area high here on DRMA. Let's give this one the old college try. I'm going to give it to, as I mentioned, 159. So let's go ahead and throw that in. And in case it really gets a little bit down, we want to be ready for this one to come against us. So here are the levels on the 5-minute chart on DRMA. So we have current bar low, which takes us into, I believe, 64. So we did technically breach 65, but we've been bought back up. And then prior bar low, which is substantially south here, takes us to about 56. I don't know why it's not letting me do that. Let's flip to the multi-time frame and then see if I can get a better look here. So prior bar low, yeah, 156. Current bar low, 164. So we're definitely in a nice uptrend, right? But this one does have a bit of propensity for topping tails, so be careful with that. Like I'm talking about on the 5-minute chart, 1205 topping tail candle, 1220 topping tail candle. So something to be alert to here. Now, you could be a bit more risk averse with this because you are getting in at highs. You could give it to current bar low, which takes you down to 64. When you do that though, you subject yourselves to price volatility. It dips down because there's an area of illiquidity, then gets bought right back up. And that gets to be quite a frustrating trade when that happens. So let's go ahead, set up some profit takers here. Let's see what we can get on this. I'm looking for 75s. Let's see if we can get above the high of the day. We're at the high of the day. There's 71, there's 72. Looking for continuation now into 75, up 41%. Right? But we know that this one has a tendency to do topping tail candles. So there may be price volatility on the way up here. So going to keep an eye out on that, and we'll report back to you, hopefully with some good news.
Good stuff, good stuff. All right, guys, let's get right into things here. There's a lot going on. Bounce off a trend line right here at AMD. NVDA rejects the volume-weighted average price, starting to curl right back over. What happens? We were talking about not too long ago, hey, are you going to be looking to short the Qs? Well, good call on that individual. Hopefully sometimes it's just better off to just go with your own instinct because I'm like, we're climbing higher, but now it seems like we have some sellers starting to step in. If AMD sits on the backside of this trend, a retest of this, we're adding more. So we'll triple up our position on this one for the attempt of that turtle shell type price action. And then maybe we'll get a move a little bit lower into the 200s. Now let's see how we react on the NASDAQ right on this trend line. We have that touch. We have multiple touches, so we know that we can consider this in play, right? This trend line, that is. If it breaks and then you have a 5-minute candle on the backside of it, then guess what? Maybe we will see some more downside. So to the individual who's talking short the Qs, way to call that because the buying pressure has slowly started to cool off. Now we're slightly ITM on this one. We add here. But what I really want to do is add more right around here, just around my average, so then we can get that curl over. If the momentum picks up and we start to slide, then so be it. I'm happy with what we got here. I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. I'm excited. Okay, yeah, so I mean, that's not bad. This is double what I had as the initial starter, and this is going to be the anticipation of leg 2. Now, 12.26, we had some shares left from this remaining. We wait for that 3-to-1 price target to come into play, the risk to reward. We take some off, we come back. I only did this transaction for the folks back home, aka you guys, so that you can see what my average price was. I added, using unrealized, we bounce off of the volume weighted average price, we add some more. So as long as we chop around in this zone and fail to establish a new high here, therefore creating a lower high, we're gonna add even more to it. So then it'll be by far the largest position outside of this, even though we're already a little bit bigger. All right. Our guy, Adam James, best week in 2026. Peace and love, peeps. Time for R&R. Healing some pain naturally. Have a beautiful weekend, everyone. Baldy and Gooner. All right, then. Yeah, I mean, I heard you in the hospital.
Bro.
Yeah, I know. I heard
he
you
put
was
a
in the
new
hospital.
video out. Yeah,
he never really said why.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know, man.
I hope you're good, Adam.
Yeah,
man.
so do I. Making too much money over there, and to be honest with you, he's going to Florida and stuff like that. So it's hard for me to sympathize for this guy because he's in El Salvador, he's over in Florida, living the life of Riley over there. Our friend Adam James. All right, guys, right back into AMDL. As we're almost 10 cents ITM on this name, we're still negative on the day. This is 2x leverage. We're negative 3.3, so we're around 115, down 1.15% here. It's Tom. Yo, Tom, what's up, brother? How you doing? I hope everything's good. We didn't get to hang out last summer, obviously, but that's pretty cool to see you in the chat, man. And I mean, you can text me anytime because Tom Q has my number. There it goes, another move lower. Tom, we're short AMDL. We were short AMD from this morning. We take some out here, and then we added on multiple occasions as the market is slowly starting to curl over, and now we have breached trend lines. So, second leg to the downside. Whoever mentioned that potentially incoming, let's see. Didn't break that wick high on Tesla as well as we really start to pick up the momentum towards the volume weighted average price.
All right, Luis putting in really interesting statistics here. Listen to what he said. So he's talking about Drama. Drama has 14 gaps since 2020, and it has a 92% probability to go red close probability. Sorry, 93% red close probability. So in other words, you know, this one is around for a good time, not a long time. Let's see if we can possibly take out $0.75. What I've done now is I've tightened up my stop. Prior bar low is where I've moved up my stop to. So prior bar low on the 5, that takes us down to 162. So currently we've got 163 as current bar low. Prior bar low, which is the candle of indecision, that did make the high of the day, but did end up closing red, has a low of 162. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Here we go. Let's see if we can take out some at around the low 70s, high 60s. There's a seller at 67 here, continuing to watch. We have a higher low on this one, but there's no follow through quite yet. Into 68 we go. Let's see if we can wet the beak a little bit over here. Looking for a bigger move now into 69, really to test 70, but you can see the seller step in. You can see the seller step in. Let's see if we can move up. We're taking some off the levels here. There we go. Big seller at 69. Be careful with this, guys. There's some wattage here at 69. So let's see if we can work our way up and do some more damage on DRMA, waiting for the print at 69, but there's a lot of selling at 69 penny level. You'd think that they'd be waiting at around 70, right? The 10 penny level is where, you know, a lot of people like to set up, but 69er is what they're earmarking here, Joey. We've got 65s on. We're looking for a move into 70. We have higher lows on this candle, but we also have lower highs, right? So the trend, you know, is in our favor, but we need to breach prior bar high. There's 70, and now we get the print. Good continuation now, looking for a breach of 72. That is the high. So let's see if we can work our way into 75, you know, likely an area of resistance as well. 71 showing up now, 72. Let's wet the beak over here. Good trade so far. We put in good size on this one. Looking for a bit more. There's 73. Now we're almost at 74, which is the high of the day. Let's see if we can squeeze out some shorts on this one. We got 64s on here. There's 74. So there's a breach. There's a test of the high of the day. Let's go ahead and take a little bit more out here. There it is, another failure coming back down now. If it comes into my entry, that ends the trade. A lot of topping tail candles, but we already knew that this was going to be a topping tail fest, right? I mentioned that to you guys. This is the characteristic of this one, right? And that, you know, is something that we can't control. So Good trade on this one, but looks like we're giving back some here, Joey, as we dip down back into the high 60s, low 70s.
All right, beautiful stuff. Yeah, guys, so we did take some off. There was a nice add, a curl over. But what I'm seeing on the 5-minute time frame isn't too much of to my liking here, just considering that we're starting to form a hammer candle. Oh man, why didn't I take that short on Tesla? Momentum really starting to pick up. So let's see if we're gonna get the same thing here with AMDL. Nice curl over, nice multiple adds here, just using our unrealized gains to add into the position. And then sure enough, we add another 30% onto our daily realized, and we're gonna look to add some more. I only took 12.5% off on this previous partial right there. So if we get anything around 12.14s, that's when I'm gonna take about half of what I have remaining off and letting the rest slide for the rest of the session if we're fortunate enough to get there. But this kind of held up really well, Gaurav. Didn't breach it, and then you have a nice strong flush to the downside. This is alarming to me. I don't want this to close like this, right? Because that means we can probably come back in and retest this. And considering I already locked in some profit, oh, okay, that's promising. We like that. Let's head over to the 1-minute time frame. We don't really care about IBIT right now. We want to focus on AMDL. And AMD to see if we're going to potentially head there. Liquidity issues on AMDL, so let's head over to AMD, the actual underlying, which it's derived from. So this is just breath to me. Look at the volume step in on the 1-minute time frame to the downside, and then look how we were defending this, right? I always talk about effort and result quite often, and it's really important to kind of gauge that within your trading. Does it work all the time? Absolutely not. Nothing in trading works all the time, but if you can somewhat work your way around it, read what volume is telling you, because I think it's equally as important, and a lot of veteran traders could agree with that. Volume is equally as important to what price is actually telling you, and that can stop you from getting caught in potential fake outs and fake breakouts as well too. I talk about it all the time. Just when you're punching through key resistance or support, you want to see that effort step in, right? And then if the result is breaking through, but there's little volume, that could just be somewhat of a liquidity grab. But if the volume is supporting that breakout, then maybe you'll get a sustained continuation. A nice test of the low of the day, or sorry, of that pivot low. If we can breach that, then we're really starting to rock and roll, Sharif. And that's kind of the narrative here that I'm looking for. 12.14. That's approximately 6 pennies away from here, which isn't bad whatsoever. And if we continue on this trajectory, I think we'll be okay.
I love hearing that, man. I love hearing it. Good short there, Joey. Shout out to Mopar, my man Mopar. Chrysler's favorite, I would say there. Or in I guess, modern days, Stellantis' favorite. I was about to mention it.
Did you actually think that, or do you think he was trolling, or actually...
Mopar?
Yeah, is he actually...
I don't know. Maybe, I don't. Would you throw it? Maybe it's a troll.
Pretty descriptive, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, maybe he was like a...
But were you walking down that street?
Wellesley? Mm-hmm. We're on Wellesley, Joey.
But were you walking? I know we're on it, but...
Hold on, Joey.
All right.
There goes drama into the high of the day of 79. Sadly, Joey, it didn't cross 79, so we didn't get the print at 79, but we got everything else filled, and we're doing well on drama. We're looking for more. Let's see if we can squeeze up now into that $2-ish area. 77 showing up again. Here comes 78. It looked like that flash momentarily, but no continuation. As is normal, this one's got a topping tail king over here. But let's get to the Mopar man's comment, and I'm going to load that up. Shout out to you, Mopar. I'm sad that you couldn't say what's up. Apparently, he saw me on the bus, or he was on the bus. He saw me walking on the street that we're on here. Shout out to my man Mopar. Thoughts on NRXS? Bought a starter position yesterday. Looking to add more. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a look. NRXS. All right, let's go to the daily, because clearly he's looking a little bit longer term. What the hell is this? This is beautiful over here. Let me just flip to the weekly quickly. This is really good. Okay, so this is all-time highs that we got into today, breaching that mid-August, I want to say early to mid-August of 2023. Fantastic look there. What does this company do? Because I don't know anything about it. It's an $83 million market cap. Wow, okay, so it's small. Medical technology company focused on developing neuromodulation therapies to address chronic and debilitating conditions in children and adults, okay? Focuses on advancing science, leveraging evidence-based medicine to drive the adoption of its IB stim therapy, which is proprietary percutaneous electrical nerve field stimulation. Not that I've heard of it. by medical, scientific, and patient communities. Okay, so not like much I can add in terms of the fundamentals or the science, but this is a hell of a move. You're getting extended away, though. Look at the day that it had today. What a range. $2 worth of range, 6 at the low, 8 at the high. Ooh, this is a very, very good pattern. I think most people would agree this is the rounding pattern, the rounded bottom. Big smile, where you at, my man? We miss you, we love you, of course. He's probably listening to us. He's always working, putting food on the table for the fam. We love him for that.
Incoming in 5.
Incoming, yeah.
4.
I know, right? He's going LJS this, LJS that. No, seriously though, Mopar, this is really good. What I would be I wanted to mention to you is that there is a good chance that this turns into a cup and handle, right? If that ends up manifesting and this ends up being a cup and handle pattern, then you should expect some sideways consolidation, which is the handle pattern, right, of the cup. Doesn't always have to be like that. Now, a couple other things I want to mention. If it doesn't do the cup and handle pattern and it moseys on up, I would say that you need to set up some breakout levels here. For me, the breakout level is the breach of the prior all-time high, that August 2023 level. So what does that mean? Why are you earmarking that August 2023 level? Because you want to measure the move, right? The measured move. We know that the measured move for the rounded bottom is essentially taking it from the consolidation area low and projecting it to the breakout level. In my humble submission, the breakout level is previous all-time highs. And then you take that and you project it upward, and that should be your target. So in this case, what do we have here? Let's just say, for the sake of example, because we found really a lot of support, I want to say at 250 to 225. Let's just go with 225. All right, so we have a 225 level all the way up to the breakout level. Let's just say $7 because it was 690. Let's just go 7. All right, so there, let's just go 2 to 7, so $5. You need to be projecting $5 up from 7 in that area. It's not a science, it's an art. So you should be looking to wet the beak at $12 to $13. That's my submission for that. If you're going to really use technicals, that's as technical as it gets, right? You're identifying the shape, you're identifying the breakout part, the breakout level. You're identifying the area to start measuring, which is the consolidation area bottom, to the breakout level, and then you're projecting it up for the measured move. That's my opinion, you Mopar. I hope you print up storms on that, and this is a great looking chart, Joey.
Good stuff, man. Is there any mini put places close around here? I feel like getting my short game on.
I like that.
I'm serious.
I don't know. Use Google Maps.
Yeah, I just did, man. We got something down there. Got something lined up here. Anybody who wants to go one-on-one in mini putt, feel free, hit me up. I'm down to do this. Yeah, let's go. All right, I'm glad you're doing a lot better at Wendy's tendies. There we go. We're taking some fills there. Finally, Sharif, on AMDL, slowly starting to piece up. It's been an all-day fader on this one.
Baby.
Yeah, I mean, all days, man. So there it is, VWAP breakdown. Look at this hold.
Got it, Joe.
Deontay Wilder, that one, no Devin Haney, all the way down to a 3-1 there, approximately, Sharif. So it's honestly like, so full disclosure, we enter on that one, but just like a little less size helps me hold for longer durations opposed to just like max size. And you slowly lift that in increments, and then you wait for those 3-1 targets, and it's like boom, 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 boom. You slowly start taking some partial. And then surprisingly so, it's Friday and we're just been relaxing. I have double the amount of size here than what I had on this, and then we start to take some out. So not too bad. It's putt-putt or mini golf, not just mini putt. I didn't know there was a difference between the two, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, and if it doesn't matter what it is, I'm all about that smoke, to be honest with you, Sharif.
Yo, Neil has a good idea.
What does he have a good idea?
We should kind of try to do a TraderTV outing for some mini putt. I know I won't win, but it'll be fun.
Who said they know they don't win already?
Neil. Well, he can't win everything. He's going to dunk on you and I, right, in the race. He can't be king of them all.
Yeah, but dude,
I'm kidding,
running double 40 straight is so much easier than relay because he's going full momentum.
Oh, he's going to come in now.
He's coming hot.
You aggravated him.
He's coming hot, man.
Oh, he's coming in hot. Crazy. Here we go.
Listen, I'm all about. See, are you a mini putter or no?
Mini putt, bro. Mini golf.
You don't know what mini? Oh.
Assassino, is it working?
Is this on?
Yeah,
we're on, man.
Okay, so I have a new proposition.
Yeah.
What distance would it be fair for you?
Yeah.
Under 200 meters that
I'm
you
more
guys
of a
can hand
distance
off.
guy, though. To be honest with you.
More of a distance guy.
Yeah, like I'm talking like 10K. How do you?
10K?
Yeah. How are you on
We're
those?
not running a marathon.
You're crazy. I'm not running no marathon. No one wants to
It's
see
not a
that.
marathon. It's not even close to a marathon.
Nobody,
It's 10K.
nobody cares. This guy's a hockey player. You won't even stand up to it. I'm just saying, what is a fair race? And these two guys can hand off, and I'll run the whole thing. 400 is too long.
No.
Because I'm 47 years old.
I think we
Bro, you're starting with the excuses already.
this guy's shark. He's luring us.
No,
in.
y'all can do
yeah,
200.
yeah.
We'll do 200
Listen,
meters.
I'll take
thinking,
the bait all day.
Alright,
Lure
I'm
me in,
just
baby.
saying.
I'm all about that smoke, but I'm not even. I'm at like 20%.
In all seriousness,
You got to
a few-
heal first.
Yeah.
A few years
man.
ago, I know that. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. In all seriousness, we did like a bowling outing a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Remember
that
The
with
entire
Feifei.
crew went out and we had some drinks and like
Remember
it's
that.
something we need to get out there again.
I completely
Mini
agree.
putt's a fantastic
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, yeah,
Added like
yeah.
some laser tag,
Especially with summer coming along, it'd be nice to go.
Yeah, 100%.
outside, yeah.
I think it's a great idea. We should do that, and then we can maybe invite a few viewers.
What
if
is
we want to as well.
there has to be like a crazy prize though, like
A prize?
Yeah, if you win,
the good
if you win mini putt, then I get your lunch for the next month.
Why is
Okay,
this
the
guy
winner
always
doesn't have to.
doing that?
The loser has to buy the winner's drinks and meal. I don't know. What are we talking about?
That's
We're an
fair.
expensive
Yeah.
thing anyways. What difference does it make?
We could probably do teams, and the one team has to buy the other team lunch.
Out of sheer principle, because this guy wants to be all this, I'm gonna whoop everyone's butt. It's mini golf. I just want to be on the other team.
It's all
Because I just want to
psychological.
see you go
Listen,
down.
there's a high probability I could lose, but it's all about
Hate.
as much as it is physical, it's psychological warfare as well too. So it's just you got to get into people's mind.
All right. Scott H says he'll smoke you any day, Neil. Period. That's Scott H. That's a bold statement, Scott.
For me?
We'll talk more about that. No.
No, it's just about this. There's
Come
someone,
in.
a comment I just saw is like, first place is tilapia plate.
Everyone's gonna want to lose then.
No, that's last
I gotta
place,
tell you,
man.
I don't mind the top. Sia, do you not like the tilapia?
Look, I don't mind the
be
food
real.
here. I'm actually like so grateful there's lunch here. I
Not
don't
too many
cook.
places
I'm a
have
student,
that.
guys.
There you go,
Any kind
there
of
you go.
food is food.
Assassino says no more tilapia for me.
Brother, this guy's getting salmon every day.
Who? Assassino?
Yeah.
Or
He's
shrimp.
pescatarian. Brother.
I know he is, but
we can be pescatarian
you know I got my
too.
eyes. I got my eyes on that salmon every day, my boy.
All right, I love it. Thank you, Sia, for coming in.
All right, man. Let's take a look at this AMD
sure.
here one more time. Listen, someone was talking about this. Multiple people were saying, hey, short in the market is definitely in the play. So somewhat of a lag move. Break that down, break that uptrend, and then now we're off to the races, almost at the low of the day. Same thing here with Tesla, not at the low of the day, but we're heading right towards the volume weighted average price, and it seems like there's a little bit more strength in the selling pressure than there is in the buying right now. And if we can crack this 201.25 level on AMD, I believe that we're going to be able to take some more profits off, and that could send me down to 1210 here on AMDL, the leverage product. So it's been a pretty good one. NVDA, let's see if you can break down as well. It's definitely going to drag the market with it.
Good job, Joey. That's a hell of a short way to spot that, my man. All right, watching drama back into the high of the day, goes, rejects this candle, has a higher low, but it also has a lower high. 183, current bar high on the 5-minute chart on drama, up 50%, but the prior bar has a 184. I didn't wet the beak there because I want 8/8s. Quite frankly, I hate to even use the G word, greedy, but you know, when it's presenting you with unbroken higher lows, why am I looking to get out? Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, we took a little bit more off there, Sharif, at 15s on AMDL. I still have half of the position remaining, but we got to keep an eye on it just in case we do fail to head towards the low of the day and establish a new higher low.
Great trade, Joe. Great trade. Keep it going, baby. Manifest codes now. Drama, 1-day time frame looking crazy. Shout out to Dewey. I appreciate you, Dewey. Shout out to my man, Dewey. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I don't have anything yet. A lot of people are saying E-Trade is down, guys. We don't have E-Trade in Canada. We don't have E-Trade in Canada, right? No, we don't. We have, you know, some American companies, IB. We've got, obviously, you guys know Ameritrade. That's actually a Canadian company, but they sold it, I think, to Schwab now. It used to be called TD Ameritrade. Obviously, TD stands for Toronto Dominion, in case some of my American friends didn't know that. But we don't have E-Trade. So we have something similar. We have something called Quest Trade, not like you guys care, but Yeah. So
that thing's ancient, man. Questrade was like the OG
they're in my area now, man.
Are they?
They bought one of the buildings, or like they have their big ass sign on top of the building.
I remember my cousin.
Like they're running things there now, Joey.
My cousin.
Back into the high day drama. Go ahead.
He was like all about Questrade way back in the day.
Do they have good rates on things?
I have no idea.
How's their platform? You don't know anything about that?
I know nothing about it. Yeah.
To me,
yeah.
if you're a serious trader, in Canada, your options are a little limited, and that's kind of like the way it is.
Like
so.
if you want the packaged, like if you want like all access, you're a little bit limited. I think.
I feel so.
Yeah.
Look, give credit to some other brokerages who have kind of diversified their game a little bit, but it's still.
You see, Wealthsimple is zero
like
commission.
Robinhood, though.
No, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah,
zero commissions on options trading.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hold on, is Robinhood zero commission on options?
I have no idea, but Wealthsimple is now.
The Robinhood of Canada. Press the button, see if you want to come in. Press the button. Okay, it says, I think, Adara on it or something like that.
There you go. Bang. Now we're figuring things out.
There you go. See? Now you can weasel in that way. Exactly.
I really love it. I personally invest and use that platform too.
Do you use it? Do you like using it? Is it user-friendly?
Yeah, it's very user-friendly. And you can create a watch list for yourself, and you can also take a look at, it suggests you ETFs based on your activity.
Oh, that's interesting.
ETFs you might like, or what I don't know.
All right, see, what do you have on your watch list?
She sold everything yesterday.
I sold all my stocks that I had, AEO, ANF, everything, but I bought 2 more shares of the Vanguard High Dividend.
Okay, you mentioned that the other day, yeah.
I also bought another share or 2 of gold, but the VanEck ETF of gold.
GLD.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Bang.
Gold, long-term play. Long-term play. Good stuff.
Can you grab fractionals? I'm sure you can grab fractional.
You can, but the problem is every time I've tried grabbing like a QQQ or an Invesco fractional, it expires and it does not get fulfilled. So
So then change the order type, Sia, to good till filled, GTF.
Or GTC.
GTC.
Good till cancel, GTC.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Good till
GTC
cancel.
on that. Yeah, GTC.
We'll do it.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
We'll get that right.
Guys, continuing to hold drama here. This ended up breaching prior bar low, which I feel probably stopped out a lot of people, but it's turning into a bottoming tail hammer candle now and back into 180. So I'm trying to pack the patience here. I have a lot of room based upon where I got in the current price action, and I'm full disclosure, not holding much left. So, really trying to take my time with this one. But as I take my time with that, it's allowed me to kind of look at some others. And guys, Anna is looking like this might be setting up for a short. Let's refresh, see where the WAP is at. Well, VWAP is at 16, calm down, Sharif. 618. Now, remember that trade that I had yesterday? I forget the name of the ticker because I have memory of a goldfish, but it was one very similar to this in the sense that it was a prolonged downtrend, found support, I think, in and around VWAP, broke the downtrend line, consolidated for a little bit, which is normal, and then boom, went the dynamite. It took out prior area high. So I don't want to put my short goggles on too quickly with this one because it can do the same thing like we saw yesterday. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Anna, I think, is still in play either as a dip trade off the volume weighted average price as a long, or, for the breakout trade and a resumption of trend, or the ending of the lower highs and a resumption of trend. I'm speaking about Anna, continuing to watch this one. Okay, happy that I held drama back into the high of the day. It goes into 83s, 84 is the high of the day. We've got 64s on at the moment. We're not able to shake. Now, the seller here on drama, triple top on the 5-minute chart. Let me just bring this in. This is the 5 right here. So look at this. We're getting all sorts of selling. Now, you could be like, wow, look, you got higher lows. You don't, though. This candle breached prior bar low, albeit by a little bit, but I'm continuing to watch the seller at 184, continue to defend their position. I just think if we're up here, we're likely going to glance at 2. If that's a statement, I want to wet my beak at 2. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. Hezbollah. We attacked with a swarm of suicide drones. Go ahead, Sia.
Yeah, no, there's just an announcement from the Qatar Energy CEO saying that the North Field expansion project, which was initially set for 2027, has until further notice and could, until further notice, be delayed for over a year.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Sia. Hezbollah, we attacked with a swarm of suicide drones, a gathering of enemy Israeli soldiers south of the town of Marun al-Ras, something head. Al-Ras means the head. Israeli airstrikes on Kafr. Kafr means like district. Tibnit in the Nabthia district. Okay, so just Hezbollah, we shielded our settlement with missiles as a part of the warning we issued. Okay. So it looks like more Lebanese, there's more attacks in Lebanon happening there. So that, I don't want to say it's not important. Of course it is, but it's away from the oil fields. So, you know.
Yeah, that was on foot soldiers this time.
Pardon me?
That was on foot soldiers.
I don't know.
I think that you read it. That's what you said. Yeah, it was kind of a group there. All right, guys, we took some more out. I mean, we took it off at 13s, I believe we got. So a nice little movement and continuation. So you can see it's FIFO here. So first in, first out. We had a little bit left, only 20% remaining. After we added that, my average did bump up, but now we're just sitting on the remaining amount of this final ad here. So that's what the price is going to be considering. So we'll take that all day. It's not too bad of a look. A lot of buying pressure stepping in the overall market, though. A slight pullback in USO. Nice channel on today's session. A bounce off the volume-weighted average price was really clean, and then you go and establish a new high of the day. This was a big-time volatility spike. If we were patient enough to wait, it holds that wick low, bounces off view up and off to the races. And the exact same narrative with this one. If we were slightly more, I guess, aggressive, I should have been. On that hold of that, you base at the top, so it's acting as a resistance zone, and then you come right back into volume-weighted average price, all right? Some buying pressure slowly starting kicking in. We do almost establish a LOD on the NASDAQ, right? So we almost get there, and then that support system coming into play, and then now you're starting to bounce off of it. What is this big boy up to? Because I think it's really important to monitor NVDA because they just move in correlation sometimes. It's like a spitting image of the other chart. Sometimes you only have to look at one. So SPY, same thing. Didn't get as close as the NASDAQ did to the low of the day, but a lot of chop here today, guys. I think there's going to be some solid activity and some pretty big imbalances coming near the end of the day, all right? A lot of individuals are going to be closing those options positions, and they're going to do so. You have it in the morning, so it's like, all right, the last day, I don't want to give up whatever unrealized they have, or if you're a writer, you're like, let's get out of Dodge. How do we know this? I'm going to show you an example of it right now, and we're going to go over the options chain and just see how some of the open interest on today's expiration cycle started to cool off. I mean, we had 267 over 250 here at that $200 mark. We had 130s and we had 190s here in like 190,000 at that 190 mark. So there's a lot going on, and there's some positions being closed, which can tell you individuals are locking in those gains. They're writing. It's like, there's no point in me holding onto this contract because it's not worth anything anymore. And if any form of volatility steps in, why would I give back something? Because that volatility is definitely going to uptick. When you're at options expiration days, gamma is highly, highly sensitive, and so is your theta. It can really, really mess up your profits, and that's why it drags a lot of traders in, is because that gamma and that theta exposure fluctuates very, very high on that final day of expiration.
Great call out, Joey. The Qatar Energy CEO saying, this is about, a few minutes ago, saying that the North Field expansion project set to be open in 2027 could be delayed by more than a year. I think that's like one of the underrated. Here comes drama. I think that's one of the more underrated trades, I think, is because Qatar is getting hit now. They're, I think, one of the biggest producers of natural gas in the world. So, if they keep getting hit, and one of their facilities got hit and they said it's going to take 4 to 5 years to rebuild, if you believe that, then there may be a nat gas trade here that maybe I think I haven't thought of yet. I'd love to hear some of your thoughts about that, guys. You guys think that nat gas could be in play here, especially with, Qatar on the receiving end of some hits, and if, the belligerencies continue, you think that, maybe more targets get hit taking more supply offline. So an LNG specific trade here. I'd love to hear what you guys think about that. Scott Tomlinson said 1,000%. Let's see what some other people have to say. LNG has been way up, says Graffiti X Nut. Yeah, it has been. Maybe we can go up a little bit more. Dave says, heck yeah, natural gas going to be fire. All right, that's interesting. Scott H says, I've been trading TTE on the LNG disruption this week. That's very interesting there. All right, let's see what else people are saying. Box Qatar says, stop your gamble. All right, man. Mr. T says, I'm up over 600% on ticker LNG. How long you been holding that, man? Yeah, and Big Mank 88, a zillion %. He thinks so. Matt Murr says Boyle still getting crushed. Interesting. Scott Tomlinson says Boyle 2 weeks to 1 month out. Okay. Lemon Family talking about drama. As Sharif says, these don't stay around for a long time. It's flushing. LOL. Yeah, you know what I mean by that, brother. Like Luis was giving us a data on drama. He was saying 20 gaps up or 10 gaps up or something like that since 2020. 97% of them ended up closing red. Like, it's hard to argue with that kind of data, right? And I'm trading this intraday. So it did test 165, but bounces up. If it comes into 164, it ends the trade for me. It really is that simple. All right, continuing to look at some of the things that you guys are saying here. Phantom Trader, nat gas is a heavily leveraged product, so longs are harder to get, but it's a long bidding. I don't disagree with that. I think there are some ways you can kind of get in without the leverage, but I do see what you're saying. Let's see what else you guys are talking about there. Nat gas will make thousandaires. I like that, Dave Z. Interesting. Scott Tomlinson goes on to say these oil and gas fields will take a while to put together. I don't disagree with that at all. In fact, that's what you're hearing from the horse's mouth, right? I don't mean to call the Qatar oil minister a horse, but it's an expression, clearly. He says 4 to 5 years for the facilities that got hit yesterday by those drones. So literally dozens of dollars, says Gray Matter. All right, you guys are jokes. All right, continuing to watch drama here. It did breach the 10 EMA on the 5, but it is finding a bit of a bid into about 172. I'm going to continue to hold this, and if it stops me out break even, I'll accept that because I don't have that much left in the way of shares. But I'm good with that. See ya. You see what time it is? Boom.
Let's start with NVIDIA. NVIDIA will be supplying, I'm going to begin again. NVIDIA has been supplying 1 million plus AI chips to Amazon, AMZN, AWS by 2027, which is marking one of the largest AI infrastructure deals to date. Shipments will be beginning this year and will be extending through the year 2027, but this will provide a multi-year revenue visibility. So this deal includes a broad mix of AI and networking products and not just GPUs. So it will not just be limited to GPUs. There'll be multiple mix of AI and networking products. And now AWS will be deploying Blackwell and Rubin GPU architecture. So this agreement includes the Spectrum networking chips, ConnectX, and Spectrum X systems, which will expand NVIDIA's footprint. And NVIDIA is pushing full-stack AI platform strategy, which comprises of both computing and networking. So AWS, finally, is planning to use Grok chips, GROQ Grok chips, and multiple NVIDIA chips, up to 7 types of them, for inference workloads.
That's what I like, and that's what I want to see there. So right away, they've got a customer, I should say, for their inference CPUs, which is what Grok is, right? It's very much an ASIC type chip, hence the acquisition of Grok to kind of get their focus on that as well, because they've been, NVIDIA that is kind of pegged as great as having GPUs great for training, but not the hottest for inference. They quickly addressed that through an acquisition, which I like, right? Companies responding to these things. So number one, you gotta like that they have a long dated view for income, for revenue, I should say, 1 million AI chips by 2027. Bro, it's 2026. That's a lot of freaking AI chips within the span of maximum 2 years here. Gotta love that. Apparently shipments begin this year and extend through 27. So good accumulation there. Asia also mentioning, it's not just about chips, it's about the networking as well. We've been talking a lot about photonics, about connecting these GPUs together for the lowest latency possible. Photonics really coming into play. I gave you guys LITE, which is down 9% on the day, but still very much up in an uptrend. So that's kind of what I take from this. Longer dated revenue, looking obviously to diversify different chips in their arsenal there. I'm talking about Amazon. And the fact that they're not relying exclusively on their Trainium 2 for inference and they're actually diversifying into these Grok chips makes me feel better about possibly NVIDIA's moat getting disrupted, because you and I have been talking about this, right? Like, what about, if the hyperscalers, they get away from buying these NVIDIA chips and then they focus on making their own? Well, Amazon is doing that. We know that they're doing it with Trainium, but they're also picking up Grok.
Yeah.
So maybe that whole thesis that I had about NVIDIA getting disrupted by internally designed silicon, maybe that doesn't actually manifest as quickly or as aggressively.
That's the thing. That's the key thing that you said, as quickly. Right?
Yes.
It's just because of the head start that these guys have. Yes. And obviously with the vertical and horizontal integration that Jensen is just continuously going on about, it makes it a little bit more, and which gives them also a competitive pricing point advantage as well too, because it's just everything is so compatible, and that's their objective, is just be compatible with essentially everything. And we know from previous kind of examples and experiments is that when you make those in-house chips, it doesn't technically work as well as what Jensen and company have. We've seen Meta attempt it before, the on and off program with
TPUs?
Well, Tensor, but that's like, you got to think about it. Google's a different beast. TensorBot, right? Google's a different beast. It's like, hey, Meta struggling to do so. Right, just struggling to do so. So it's not like you may have the one-off situation. I just think Google has such a massive advantage compared to just considering from a business perspective than what Meta has.
I agree with that.
So it can be disrupted, but the timeline may be stretched out a little bit more than what we're anticipating.
I don't disagree with that. Let's go to see it for news, and we can go to the next story as well.
So just a U.S. Baker Hughes oil rig count here, actual standing at 414, previous at 412. I don't know why oil is... Yeah, go to Sharif.
Drones target U.S. diplomatic facility near Baghdad airport. That's being reported by a number of different news institutions. So drones targeting diplomatic facility near the Baghdad airport. It doesn't say if it's an American diplomatic facility. It doesn't specify. As soon as we get more news, we're going to give it to you guys. Sorry, Sia, to interrupt you, but that's kind of what is going on right now with that. We can go back to Sia.
Also, I don't know if this might be relevant or not, but Russia has reportedly struck oil and gas sites in Ukraine's Poltava and Sumy gas areas, according to a news report. But let's move on to our next story. Okay, Amazon is reportedly developing a new smartphone after the failed Fire Phone attempt back in 2014. This was overseen by Jeff Bezos himself and had been scraped within a year due to its weak adoption. Now, Amazon's willingness to re-enter the hardware despite its past failures signals a great effort from the company's side. Now, the new phone is internally been called Transformer and is being built within the Amazon's devices and services division. It has been positioned as a personalization hub centered around Alexa. And it is designed to act as a daily touchpoint for users, which can potentially increase engagement across services. So now this smartphone is expected to sync with Amazon's Alexa and smart home infrastructure, which will reinforce Amazon's ecosystem strategy. But there has been no confirmed launch timeline, pricing, or expected revenue contribution, and the financial commitment to the project is also at the moment undisclosed.
I can't believe how young Marquez Brownlee looks here. That's crazy. The reason I show this, Joey, that's the last time Amazon attempted a phone. This is 2014. Shout out to Marquez Brownlee, man. Holy, he's grown up, man. He's a grown-ass man now.
He's a teenager there.
He's a teenager
He's
there,
a little
right?
kid, man.
Shout out
That's
to Ultimate
crazy.
Frisbee. He's about that life. But this is the last time, Joey, they took a shot at making a phone.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a flop, but that was under previous administration, of course, with Jeff Bezos. Look, you know, they got a lot of money. I think it's going to be based on the Android operating system, so another nod to Google there. I don't mind this if you're trying to build an ecosystem for yourself. So we know some people have Alexa, right, at home. They use Alexa for this and that. And obviously there's e-commerce that they tie you in to. I don't mind them trying an ecosystem here. I just feel if you're going to be, just be as transparent as possible. Tell us that you're likely not going to make much money off this phone and that your intentions are to build an ecosystem. I think that that's what they're going for here. I don't necessarily think that you know, this is going to be a big money maker for them, but yeah, looks like, you know, they're saying it could function as a gateway to Amazon services. We're talking about shopping, content, AI assistance. All right, reflects a broader push to AI-driven personalization. What I'd also like to know is it going to come, you know, with the required hardware to be able to run maybe a small language model on device so that you could kind of market it as an AI phone. That's kind of some of the information that I don't know. And apparently, according to the article that we reviewed this morning, no confirmed launch time, no confirmed pricing. They don't know what the expected revenue is. And we also don't know how much money they're going to throw at this project. So we don't know the financial commitment to the project. That remains undisclosed. So want to mention that. Iran says unwilling to discuss Hormuz while under attack. Okay, so that's the look there. All right, thank you very much, David Liang. Just before we get Joey's take on that, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, David. I can't sleep right now. What will happen? Stop laughing. What will happen if the DOJ pokes NVIDIA for colluding with SMCI to smuggle graphics cards to China all the way to 120? That's an interesting take. I personally don't think that the U.S. wants to destroy their gem, and you know their diamond right now is NVIDIA, the world's leading AI chip maker or designer. They don't make them actually. Tommy does. I don't think that that's the case. I also. Just my opinion, no facts. I don't think Jensen is stupid enough to collude and then, subject the entire company and everything that it comes with that to what would happen. So I don't think that that's the case, but if it is the case, of course, and they do get investigated by the DOJ, you better believe that NVIDIA is going to sell off and sell off aggressively. How far and for how long, I don't know. I have no idea. But just before we go to Joey, guys, Anna is changing its tune here, okay? Watch out for the breakout now. The trend has broken. It's a couple of higher lows in a row. We're breaching above this trend line for the first time since the topping tail into 760. Be on the lookout here. Anna could be in play, but I have to warn you, watch out for the lower high right around $7. I've seen this story before. It makes the move, comes into that, technical area of resistance that you can't shake, and then it puts in a lower high, and then it likely loses VWAP subsequent to that. And if it does that, I'm taking it short. I'm not saying it's going to do that. I'm just saying be on the lookout for it. Joey, what do you think about this Amazon iPhone?
A couple things I have to cover before we talk about Amazon here is our boy Danny Boy over here giving us a $20 super chat. We can't forget about him. Joe, about a month ago, I picked up some end of the you got to read these a couple of times. The end of the world VIX calls at $70 strike price expiring June 16th. They're currently up 27%. I'm thinking of selling half on the next volatility spike. What can I expect in decay? Yeah, I mean, that's a good play. Those are extremely out of the money. And I mean, this is what we can do. So whatever platform you have, I wouldn't hold those, obviously, until expiration. I just don't think that's the right play. But again, what do I know? It's your position. But you can just go, whatever you're doing it on, it will tell you your theta. On this one, it's not pulling it up for me for some reason. I tried getting it, but considering it's just so far out of the money, I'd have to go all the way down here to 79, but I can't get there for some reason. Let's see if I expand this.
Get there,
No,
Joey.
yes. So it will tell you. But don't forget it accelerates day by day, right? So whether it be a couple of pennies or something along those lines, it will tell you the contracts decay. All of your Greek metrics, I don't know if you're using IBKR, then you can just go into the client portal. It will tell you that instead of using TWS, which is kind of glitchy here right now. Or you can even do this. So we'll do it live, and we'll add insert a column, and you can see the theta on this. If I don't want to take too long, oh, there it is, bang, bang, and then sure enough, right there, right? So it'll tell you that this is losing like $1.70 a day, $1.80, but that'll accelerate, right? So it's just that simple. You can calculate, and you can see how these in the monies are kind of acting and everything along those lines. So all your Greek metrics will be displayed because they are a calculation. Now, as for Amazon, it's interesting. Is this just a waste of money considering? No, I'm serious.
No,
you know what
I think it's a fair statement,
right? Is this just a waste of money considering we know that Apple and Samsung essentially dominate the space? I don't know how much market share you can grab unless you have something that's really, really outstanding and the consumer wants to grab. But one thing that I will give credit for is that what is the next boom in this AI trade? Is it from a software standpoint, or are we going to start to transition and see this stuff implemented into hardware, which I think is that next massive step that we need to take. But as of right now, I just don't know if I would want to compete against Apple and Samsung.
You don't like the kind of ecosystem push, having you locked in with Alexa on there?
Sure. You can have the ecosystem push, but how many people are already locked into ecosystems, right? Like you have the individuals who live and die by that ecosystem, and it's hard to get them to switch over unless your technology is phenomenal. Is this phone going to be that?
They got to offer something. It better come with a back massage.
You better come with something. You know what I mean? Like you better be able to teleport or something at this point, Sharif, with that thing, because it's just really hard to sway people from the ecosystems that they're already integrated into.
That's fair enough. I think Apple, Google, we're kind of ensconced, you and I, in both.
Yeah, exactly.
We have Google at work,
right? And it's like, it's like now, do you want to go off grid and grab this Amazon thing? No, it's like you would most likely stay within the ecosystem.
You're in the Apple ecosystem personally.
Yeah.
I'm in the Apple ecosystem personally. At work, we're locked into the Google ecosystem.
Exactly.
And we're happy like that. Two ecosystems good enough for me.
That's it, man.
All right, Sia, what do we got another Amazon story. They're ripe with stories today.
Yeah, we definitely do have another Amazon story. So Amazon has acquired Swiss robotics firm River, RIVR, focused on doorstep delivery and on doorstep delivery automation. So deal terms here, again, have not been disclosed. And this is targeting last mile delivery, which is one of the most expensive and operationally complex part of logistics that is being handled by AMZN. So River's technology includes a four-legged delivery robot that is designed to assist drivers with the final package drop-off. And Amazon has framed the acquisition in a way to improve safety outcomes for the delivery workers and also at the same time boost efficiency. The robots are expected to work alongside human drivers, not replace them, at least in the short term. Now, a bit of background to this story. Amazon is known to operate a vast network of third-party delivery contractors handling last-mile logistics. So River Tech can technically and potentially help streamline this handoff van-to-doorstep medium, which can in turn reduce the physical strain and delivery time. So AMZN is planning to begin real-world testing and field integration before it starts gathering data on scaling. And this entire acquisition strategy fits into Amazon's broader automation push, which dates back to a $775 million acquisitions of Kiva Systems back in 2012. So now Amazon has deployed over 1 million robots across its logistics and warehouse operations.
So they have 1.5 million employees. Brendo looked that up this morning, worldwide, not in the U.S., and they've got 1 million robots so far. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what does. But look, I gotta tell you this. I think it fits great with the narrative that we spoke about yesterday. That narrative is Amazon and USPS kind of, looking to diverge away from each other. Amazon was using USPS as kind of that last mile delivery system, and looks like they're going to bring that internally, but they're going to do it with robots. I don't think it's great for employment, all right, because drivers are going to be out of a job. Think about it like this, guys, right? they're automating the last step. So for now, the drivers are driving to your condo or to your house. But for how long? We know that AVs are right around the corner. So you're going to have an autonomous vehicle pull up and a freaking robot take out the package and drop it to your door or to the concierge if you live in a building, whatever, right? So it's not going to be great for jobs, but we know that this is where Amazon is going anyway with the layoffs that they've had. They try not to blame it on AI, but we already know what's happening here. So I think it's great for margins if you're an investor in Amazon. I just look at the societal impact and how that could affect. And think about this as well. I think we were talking about this in 24, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, when Amazon signed a new deal with their drivers where they were getting, including benefits and salary, $170,000 a year. That was the average. That includes benefits, so healthcare, some other stuff as well. But that's a huge fixed cost. Imagine being able to wean off that huge fixed cost and how that could be accretive for margins and for profitability. I hate to put it this way because people will lose their jobs, but I have nothing to do with it. I have no control over it. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's interesting. I know Amazon did a deal with an Australian robotics company not too long ago as well. So they're really looking to sway that way. Is this overly efficient? Yeah, you're eliminating the obviously the massive cost of the employee. You have the vehicle, the autonomous vehicle, whatever it may be, Zooks, and then you have the robot drop it off. But isn't there a little bit more of an efficient way? Like, can you have larger sized drones or something along those lines?
That was the right idea. I thought
to go with the drone delivery, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. They got the cash, they can spend.
But it's inefficient.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, hold on, no, it's inefficient for the drone. Yeah, because the drone can come on one or two packages at a time, unless you're going to have these big-ass eVTOLs, right? We're talking a different story.
You would need a much bigger drone, right? Yeah, which is fair, like a much bigger drone, which is totally fair. I mean, these guys got the cash, and that's what I was just saying about not too long ago. What is that? What is the next big step in the AI trade? And it doesn't necessarily seem to be a software move right now. It seems to be more or less in the hardware and how you can integrate the software into the hardware via robotics.
I agree. I think robotics is the next move, and this
has
is just
to be. It has to be, right? Like, okay, I just have so much trouble with having, like, ChatGPT is a great tool, but it's just like I don't see anything outside of. You can't do anything outside of this computer.
No, but we already we're moving into agentic stuff now. Joey,
I get it, but it's like it's computer based, right?
Yeah, but like the agent's doing work on your behalf. Like, look at the coding that I just did.
But I needed to see it step out and do real world things, right?
I agree. We definitely need robot. I think that's the next step.
Like a physical product.
All right, see ya. What do we got next?
About Meta Platforms has reversed its decisions to shut down Horizon Worlds on Quest VR headsets, and this is just after a day that it made its decisions to do that and of the closure. So the platform will now remain active for the foreseeable future. And this also highlights ongoing uncertainty in Meta's metaverse and VR strategy execution. So Meta CTO Andrew Bosworth has cited strong user feedback, which is a key reason for maintaining VR access. And Meta is also prioritizing existing users and developers, particularly those active in the Horizon Worlds and engaged in the Horizon Worlds. This suggests Meta is still trying to balance investment versus user adoption realities in the VR area. But no new games or content will be added to the VR platform, even while Horizon Worlds will still be available. Existing content that will be built with the Unity-based Horizon engine will also continue to function regularly. And from what I am seeing here, this is effectively shifting Horizon Worlds into a maintenance mode rather than a growth mode. What do you have to say about this?
So I didn't know what this was, Sia, until I looked it up, and then it made sense. So I have this content creator that I follow, and he always does these like jokes, videos where he's going into this game here, slapping people up, and he does like commentary along the way. It's funny. I didn't know what game it was. I get it now. Look, this to me is not what Meta should be focusing on. I think the street made them pay financially for their investments in VR, and they've shifted. To be fair to Meta, they understood. They kind of got the message. They moved on. They started deploying CapEx into AI and AR, augmented reality, which I think is definitely the better bet. You know, like I was never a fan of sitting down putting on a giant ass headset and being in a virtual world. I never got that. Zuck is obviously far smarter than me. He liked it. So I wasn't one to argue, but I was never attracted to it. And when Meta moved away, it made sense to me. And I invested in Meta when they moved away from that. And we saw how the market rewarded them in 2023 when they dubbed it the year of efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. And they moved away from CapEx, from VR. So I don't mind the fact that they're not going to continue to support this. I think that if, there's going to be a focus, it really should be on AI, AR, and even robotics, which we haven't heard from Meta yet.
Yeah, I just don't think that the gaming world, to be honest with you, I'm a sci-fi geek. I like all of this stuff, but the world wasn't ready to transition into this VR stuff. I think it might have came a little bit late, especially during COVID, right? I mean, this thing had at its peak 300,000 monthly active monthly users, where Roblox has 1.5 million daily active users. I just don't think the world was ready to move into that. I don't think it's a technology that should be brushed under the rug. I mean, if you like the Ready Player Ones, you like the Upgrade, the movie The Upgrade, Ready Player One, a wicked movie where you just have this alternate universe, but people wanted to get back outside and actually live in reality.
Yeah, man. Exactly.
And I think that's obviously the way to go. It's fun. You probably haven't seen the movie Ready Player One. It's pretty cool.
I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's cool, right? Like some people live by this movie. And there's other ones called Kiss Me First, I believe. It's great. It's about Kiss Me First. It's actually really good, a low-key movie. Anyways, I just don't think we were ready to move in that direction. Zuck's cut 10% of Reality Labs' workforce. I think that's going to increase for now.
I agree.
Right because he's spending so much money, and where is he going to cut it? In segments that he's been losing money in substantial amounts of cash.
I think real life is exciting enough with everything going on.
Dude.
I don't need to be in this virtual world. I'm a dinosaur. You know what I mean?
But even so,
I shouldn't speak for everybody else.
Like we live in the most ultimate video game. I get it. Some people, you need to escape from reality. I understand that sometimes you need to. Like for me, being an introverted individual, I like being. You're a brother. You have no idea outside of here, man.
Just because you like to chill on your own doesn't make you an introvert.
Yeah, I am at peace when I'm out. I had something else that I wanted to say here. We'll send it off to Sia, and then maybe it'll come across my mind one more time.
Yeah, just a quick update here that Germany's Chancellor Merz will be speaking on the phone with U.S. President Donald Trump over the weekend. Moving on to our next story. Tesla is in talks with multiple Chinese firms to acquire $2.9 billion worth of solar manufacturing equipment. Now, the key supplier candidate is Suzhou Maxwell Technologies, which is accompanied by others such as Shenzhen, SC New Energy, and Laplace that are also in the mix. So this deal acquires export approval from Chinese regulators, which adds a certain kind of uncertainty around timing and execution. And this investment ties into Tesla's ambitious 100 gigawatt solar capacity goal in the United States. The company is also exploring expanding its Buffalo, New York facility to 10 gigawatts capacity and potentially building a second site. Their long-term objective is to localize solar manufacturing end-to-end in the U.S. by the year 2028. So the solar expansion is definitely lining with the growing AI demand, including powering projects like SpaceX satellites. And Deloitte estimates solar power costs rising to 55% in 2026 as tax credits are phasing out.
All right. I know you want to talk about metaverse.
Okay, are we on this thing here?
We're on Tesla.
Okay, we're on Tesla.
Give your opinion
all of
about
that there. My poor selective hearing. What I was going to say, also GTA 6 coming out. That's going to be a danger for all other video games because we know how people live inside that Grand Theft Auto universe.
Good point.
Right?
Is there rumors that actually could be like VR?
It's over. I think if you're going to do it with any game, you want to be first-person shooter, the Call of Duty series, and then sure enough, Grand Theft Auto. And also in Black Mirror 2, for all my Black Mirror fans, I believe the first episode of the first season or the second episode is they kind of live in that kind of, you have to use goggles and wear stuff like that. So, yeah. Second, yeah, exactly. The first one was the pig. It's the second episode, exactly. Attaboy, my boy ass.
All right, well, I like this Tesla headline, okay? Initially, I thought that they were looking for solar panels for their space data centers that he's been talking nonstop about, but that's not what this article says. It looks like he's trying to add how many gigawatts here to the U.S.? 100 gigawatts in solar capacity. So the investment ties into Tesla's ambitious 100 gigawatt solar capacity goal in the U.S. They want to expand Buffalo, New York facility to about 10 gigawatts capacity, according to the article. Long-term objective to localize solar manufacturing end-to-end in the U.S. That would be part of Tesla's moat. We know that they're vertically integrated. This shouldn't stand to be any different, right? You're not going to just change your opinion. But I pulled up some Chinese solar stocks, Assassino, and one that I've had on my watch list for a long time is a company called DQ. This is called DAQO New Energy, DAQO New Energy. So this is DQ. And as you can see on the chart's seen better days. So is JKS. This is Jinko Solar, another company that I've had on my watch list for basically since the pandemic. And this one's also seen better days. But when we look at like the half an hour, it gapped up a little bit, closed out at about 236 and a third, gapped up to about 25. Typical with these Chinese ADR, you short the pop, right? You fade the pop, and here it is, barely holding on at 24. So I think that if this is going to be a deal, it's going to be a short-term deal for these Chinese solar solar players, because we know that Tesla wants to vertically integrate, and they're probably going to bring it home. But what wasn't mentioned by me was the fact that it's a lot harder now to actually import these and to manufacture them, because the U.S. tariffs and the policy shifts by the current administration make solar deployment more expensive. Of course, the current administration favors fossil fuels and nuclear energy at really the expense of solar and wind. I think reasonable people can disagree about that. And Deloitte estimates that solar projects costs rising 55% in 26 as the tax credits for them phase out. So it's something else to keep in mind, right? Elon Musk, super gung-ho about solar, but the current economic climate and the current political climate, I should say, not that favorable to it, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking to expand this energy storage into India as well, too. So I think, a segment within the company that we were talking about not too long ago that was relatively quiet, but it's starting to grow at a substantial rate, and he's getting all these deals done, whether it be in China, $2.9 billion, and then also looking to head into India as well. So I like how he's really starting to expand. He got his foot in the door with the EVs, and then now it's really just like, hey, you have the gigafactory in China, and then now you're moving into India. And I mean, this is what you want to see from Tesla, because we know that its EV segment is really starting to dwindle. So what is going to be that next thing that is going to drive Tesla to that multi-trillion-dollar market cap that he needs in order to get his trillion-dollar pay package? Is it going to be the energy storage, which is slowly starting to lead the way, and it's robotics and autonomy, which I think is important. Also, Netherlands are starting to approve full self-drive FSD.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's on the way.
In Europe.
We'll wait until everybody else gets it done, and then we'll think about allowing it here.
Just before we go back to see it, guys, I want to take a picture of this, because if this loses VWAP, this is the prototypical lure in. This is what I meant on Anna. A plethora of lower highs, you then get a break in trend. And then what ends up happening, you get a break in trend, but you get a lower high, and then you get a breakdown again. So guys, if Anna loses VWAP here, currently showing 6 1/5, this is a short, okay? Now, where you may encounter some initial support, which may dampen the short party, I'd say between 6 to 580. 6 because the whole dollar level, we could have buyers at 6, but you also have price action initial resistance at 580. Buyers could step in there. So watch for the first thing here, the loss of VWAP on ANNA and this lower high with a downtrend break. This could spell trouble. Now, it doesn't mean that this is moving back down to VWAP. It still needs to make it down there. But this is what I mean when you have a prolonged lower high trend, you get a break with some higher highs and higher lows, but then it fades and it makes a lower high. And this is where I need to get a little bit better at spotting these, which is why I didn't take this until it breached through 7 again. I was watching this closely as we were doing the news. Keep an eye out here on ANNA. This could be a beautiful short if it loses 620. Neil, if you have an opportunity, can I see how much the shorts would be for ANNA? I appreciate that, brother. All right, Sia, what do we got?
No, one thing
Go
before
ahead,
we
Joey.
send it back over to Sia, never buy property in Mexico, says no loon. Okay, I need to know a little bit more about that. But as for AMDL, guys, a nice move here to the downside. We're starting to piece some more out. I don't have very much left, considering we tripled up our size right here, and we were fortunate enough. It's been a while since I put on one of these all-day traders straight from the get. We're in that from around 940. Take that to the low. We get that reload. It was honestly a picture-perfect pattern. We were fortunate enough to participate in that. We have the multiple reloads, and then boom. So participating in this whole move down in AMD in the market. NASDAQ, low of the day. SPY heading towards the low of the day. And then we have NVDA also putting in a new low of the day. Well, USO, you guessed it, is at the high of the day.
SMCI is down 30%. Oh, baby. See ya.
Yeah, Sharif, that's exactly what I was coming to. SMCI has been tanking this entire day after the employees were charged with smuggling NVIDIA chips to China. Now, let's go into context here. U.S. prosecutors have charged associates that are linked to SMCI with illegally diverting NVIDIA-powered servers to China. So there are alleged violations of the Export Control Reform Act, which basically restricts advanced AI chip exports without any licenses. And this case also highlights the ongoing U.S. efforts to block high-end AI hardware from reaching China. So the defendants have allegedly used a Southeast Asian intermediary company to disguise these shipments. And fake documentation and dummy servers have also been used to mislead compliance terms and regulators. Real servers have also been reportedly rerouted to China, and the inspections were staged to appear compliant. So the scheme has generated roughly $2.5 billion in server sales since 2024, including a $510 million in a short 2025 window. So no export license has been obtained for shipments involving NVIDIA's GPUs. And this is proof of the massive demand for AI that we keep talking about, compute in China, even under strict restrictions.
What are we gonna do with this company, bro? Like, what are we gonna do with this company, bro? Every 6 months, there's a scandal, man.
Yeah, I like them.
Get it together.
I like him now.
You like him now because of this guy?
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Joey, let's cut the crap,
Yeah,
okay?
seriously.
It's not like there isn't a data center in the heart of Mongolia's interior with Blackwells that DeepSeek is using.
Yeah,
That doesn't exist, Joey.
No, it doesn't exist.
Look, the fact of the matter is, you're going to put restrictions, and they're going to find ways around it. It's a game of cat and mouse until it isn't.
Yeah, there's loopholes, right? They're going to find loopholes.
This is not even a loophole. This is just fraud.
No, but yeah, it is flat out fraud. There it goes. Look at the market really starting to tank here now.
Yeah, market tank.
Let's take a little bit more off. But Sharif, to add to your point, it's like we knew China was getting them from somewhere. So it's like if you're China and some of the corporations who are acquiring some of these illegal chips, are you now worried because it's like, hey, our plug is now been exposed?
Well, exactly it.
Right?
But can I say one other thing? That if you believe some of the Chinese reports, the Americans are putting kill switches and tracking devices on these.
They've been saying
I'm
that.
not saying that they are, but what I'm trying to say is imagine that these things are juiced and they're learning how the Chinese are using them, right? I'm just saying.
Do you think why would they do that?
So they can get an advantage, bro. That's what Altman does. He gives you the product for free,
Well, that's what I'm
watches
saying.
how you use it.
They wouldn't do it. I should have said they wouldn't do that.
Of course they would. Are you kidding me, man? All right.
Hey, you know what I say all the time, brother?
Yes, sir.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
That's fair.
All right?
That's fair. No, we're getting super, skeptical here. And the fact of the matter is, this is not a good look. This is a serious company. It was part of the NASDAQ 100. And, if they want to be taken as a serious company, they're going to have to get their together, because I get this is not the company doing it, but this is one of the co-founders, this Wally Liao guy. This guy owns, as Neil joked this morning, he used to own $464 million worth of stock. It's down 30% today, so he's taking a bit of a haircut there. But this is one of the main dudes in the company. They can't be doing this. and think that they're going to stay on the exchange, especially having such strong ties to China already, makes you a little sus. So I don't really have anything to say other than I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised, man. These guys already had issues reporting on time and everything along those lines. So, I mean, what do we say? The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
No, it doesn't, Joe.
So these guys are repeat offenders, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continuously get in trouble. I don't know. And you know what's funny? Kramer likes the front office here at SMCI. I don't know.
He likes it?
Yeah, I don't know what there is to like.
What is there to like about Charles Liang, man?
They don't report on time.
No.
Right? They're doing this. So it's like these guys are some shady individuals. It seems to be. But yeah, the Nasdaq is really tanking. Also, guys, covered call. I don't have that many shares. I wasn't even swinging some. I'm just slowly going to buy more and more and more.
Let me ask you something though.
On NVDA,
is Dell a buy because of this? Well, here's why I say it. Before you answer.
Yeah. I need to know.
So think about your company now that does business with SMCI. You're a hyperscaler, you're maybe a medium scaler, and you've been getting your server racks from Supermicro. With the heat that's coming on, with the consistent heat, you drop them as a supplier and you move to Dell.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts?
I think so. That'd be the smart play, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen with these guys. What if they have to slow down production? What if the DOJ is going to start rinsing their pockets, and then sure enough they can't meet their obligations?
That's a fair point. But how about from the perspective of the customer? Let's just say Amazon. I'm not saying Amazon's buying from them. I'm just
Why would you want?
Why would you want to do business with these people? Because it looks bad for you. You have to explain that to the board. You have to explain. Management has to explain that to their shareholders. You're gonna be like, why do you keep doing business with these people?
It's like buying the watch off the guy on the street. You know what I mean? Is that an extreme?
Yeah, no, it's fair.
You know what I mean? Buying the watch off the
they can't, right now get mad about.
I've been watching too many Diamond District videos, man. I'm all about the Mazalito.
Hello, where's my money?
You're like, where's my money? But they can never do the price. They can never. It is brother. I can't pay that price.
I like that guy, man. He's angry all the time.
Who Trax?
Yeah, Trax NYC. I've never seen him happy.
I like Benny.
Even when he's smiling, he's angry, bro. He's hilarious. Anyway, SMCI is dropping down 29.5, Sia. But you know what isn't dropping, Sia? Oil.
You're right there, Sharif. Oil is not dropping. Crude prices have moved higher with Brent at over $110 and WTI at 96, near 96, even as the U.S. is considering easing sanctions on Iranian oil. I'm sorry about that. The U.S. Treasury Secretary has signaled that up to 140 million barrels of Iranian crude could re-enter the market soon. And Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz continues to be a key driver for volatility and risk premium in oil. And Israel has indicated efforts to help reopen the critical shipping route, which is hinting at a possible de-escalation here. Citi has raised near-term oil targets to $120 within the next 1 to 3 months, with a $150 bull case if disruptions get worse. And Saudi officials have suggested an extreme upside risk as well, with $180 oil possible if supply disruptions keep persisting into late April. And Citi's base case has assumed de-escalation within 4 to 6 weeks, which could push Brent back within the $70 to $80 by year end. And this suggests current spike may be temporary rather than structural, but this also heavily depends on the conflict.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, I forget the name of the island where the great majority of the Iranian, pardon me? Kurg Island. Thank you, Sia. That island, that's where I think 90-80% of Iranian oil exports ship out from. There were reports, not saying that they're accurate, there were reports this morning that the Americans are either looking at taking that island or conducting a naval blockade to kind of put pressure on Iranian oil, which didn't jive with me because just before we got that report, we also had a report that President Trump was removing sanctions like he did on Russian oil from Iranian oil, obviously to help with the supply and, to ease prices a little bit. So on one hand, you're going to restrict oil exports by quarantining or blockading the island or taking it over. And the other, you're going to allow Iranian oil to go back online so it doesn't have to operate through the shadow fleet, which is what it does with the Russian and previously Venezuelan oil. We spoke about that. So I don't know how to kind of take all this. There's so many developments. They happen so quickly. Some are contradicting each other. The fact of the matter is, Joey, I think that the sooner this conflict ends, obviously, we get back down to 70, 80 bucks a barrel. I don't think, though, 2026 sees high to mid 50s like we did earlier this year.
Yeah.
I just don't think there's going to be enough supply to come back online.
So I don't know if this is the best kind of comparison, but we know with the tariff tantrum and everything along those lines and the trade deals with the United States and what it made essentially sovereign nations kind of diversify their imports and everything along those lines. Do you think we're going to see that in the same thing with oil, considering it's like, hey, it shows you how fragile the system is. So do we start to diversify in some way so we're not so heavily reliant in a region that is plagued by conflict?
Well, I think the Americans got all the oil they need, right? We know they're not having a supply issue. They have a price issue because the world oil is based, it's a world price.
Yeah.
Well, they got a lot of Venezuelan oil. They have a lot of production. I think they produce.
We ship them millions of barrels a day as well, too.
And the Americans, I believe, produce as much as they consume. It's either 20 or 50 million barrels a day that they're consuming or producing. So they've met an equilibrium. In addition, they have Canadian oil coming in. And the thing about Venezuelan and Canadian oil is it's heavy crude.
Yeah.
It's harder to refine.
Yeah, it's way harder to refine.
That's okay because their Gulf refineries are all ready for that.
Yeah.
So they can refine Canadian crude, they can refine Venezuelan crude. It's really China. Okay? It's Asia who really does rely on the Strait of Hormuz supply.
Yeah.
But again, it affects price. So if you're asking, do we diversify away from fossil fuels, we haven't heard anything like that.
I'm not saying necessarily from fossil fuels, but
nuclear.
From these specific these regions that are unfortunately
we can't help
oil rich, but plagued by conflict.
Yeah.
We got a couple super chats here, Sharif.
Go ahead.
Hence you hear me laughing. My boy, Danny boy. I would hire the SMC guys in a heartbeat. They're exactly the sort of go-getters that I'm looking for the head of my Asia division at SCDI. Ticker SCDI, Stolen Cheese Dispenser Incorporated. Shout out to Danny Boy. I think you're absolutely hilarious. And then we also have another one as well, too.
I missed that.
With the Danny Boy one?
Yeah.
We got... Fabio Ferreira. China is going to attack Taiwan. €5. Thank you for that. I mean, my boy Wayner's headed over there. I don't know about if that's going to happen. If anything,
to Taiwan?
If Wayner has anything to say about it, then
he's headed to Taiwan.
Yeah.
Oh, is he Taiwanese?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, it's a different type of Mandarin. It's a little bit different. Every time I ask Siri a Mandarin question, it always consistently asks me Taiwanese Mandarin or mainland Mandarin. Right on. It's like, can you remember the setting? Because it doesn't remember the setting.
You want down south English or do you want northern English?
Yeah. Sia, we're talking a little metals.
We are. We're talking about the nicest metal, well, according to me, gold. Prices have rebounded modestly with gold spot around $4,662, while silver has continued to weaken down to around 1.7%. Both metals are now on track for a losing week. Gold is down almost 9% and silver off more than 10%. And this follows a sharp, broad-based sell-off, with gold dropping 3% in the prior session amid the highlighted micro volatility. So the volatility is tied to the Iranian conflict, and oil price swings are continuing to impact global risk sentiment here. The rising oil prices and geopolitical tension uncertainty is initially supported safe haven demand, but the rising prices are now creating a cross-asset instability. Markets are also struggling to price whether the situation leads to inflationary pressure or growth slowdown. And central banks continue to remain a key long-term buyer, especially since the Russia asset freeze reshaped strategies. And institutional demand is laying the foundation for the bull run, with retail and hedge funds amplifying the move later. And current pullback may be clearing certain weak hands before a potential next leg higher.
Yeah, so it's the last few parts there that caught my attention, Sia. The fact that rising oil prices and, of course, geopolitical instability that comes along with it are supporting the safe haven demand, yet you're not really seeing that the gold or silver act as a safe haven demand, and the market's struggling to price whether the situation leads to inflationary pressure or growth slowdown. And I think that that's actually quite accurate, because what do we do here? So prices are going to go up for oil if they remain high for a long time. We typically get demand destruction. Demand destruction reduces exactly that, demand. So then if demand is down, obviously, you know, we're going to have, it's cyclical, right? Everything is connected in the economy. So that is one thing. But on the other side of the coin, you're seeing more of a macro trend, a longer term trend, which is what? Which is de-dollarization, especially since the beginning of the Ukraine-Iraq conflict. Ukraine-Russia conflict, right? You've seen this de-dollarization push since then, and I think it's been amplified since President Trump enacted tariffs. And so if you have that de-dollarization push, what do we know? That usually you funnel it into gold, and that's what we've been seeing central banks do. They've been buying up a storm because they don't want to hold U.S. dollars on their treasuries or on their national assets. So I don't know how to square this circle, to be quite honest with you. I don't know, if this is just a momentary pullback in gold. I think, if I, gun to my head, that this pullback, not in silver, I'm speaking about gold, is temporary, and that I think that the move away from holding the U.S. dollar once oil settles down continues. Because think about this. They always call it the petrodollar, right? Why do they do that? Because the price of Brent, the price of WTI is in U.S. dollars. You want to buy oil, you got to have freaking U.S. dollars.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
People are having to buy U.S. dollars, and that's pushing up the Dixie, right? So.
Well, I mean, as for gold, we've seen that the Chinese were stockpiling this hand over fist. Their reserve just went absolutely through the roof through the past year and a half or so.
Sorry?
Excuse me. Now, as for silver, it's pulled back 3 times the amount, essentially, what we've seen in gold. Does that become more attractive for the larger participants? I think so. And I'm referring to gold, right? Considering we're at those highs, we're down 17%, but we're down 40% here in silver off of those highs. And I think what silver was really doing is playing that little brother catch-up trade. But to the point where we realize we go for a use case as well. I think gold is a little bit more important than silver, obviously. So just be cautious of what we got going on. I think eventually the trend in gold will continue and be a little bit stronger than what we've seen here in silver.
I agree. I think the trend in gold continues once this is all over with.
Yeah.
And then you get a funneling away from buying U.S. dollars, right? Because we know gold and the U.S. dollar inversely correlated. As the Dixie does better, gold goes down, right? Most of the time.
And then also take into the consideration the lowering of interest rates, right? Like, so that's going to weaken the dollar as well, too.
Yes,
so,
that's a great point. Actually, a good point. But,
right?
We're not cutting as much as we
No,
thought
wait,
we
but
would.
even so, a quarter point here, a quarter point there, it's still weakening the dollar,
not a bad
right?
point, bro. Yeah. Scar Joe Rabbit, Sharif, have you read that physical oil is way higher than paper oil? That's what I've heard as well. There is a bit of there's a disconnect, but we saw that as well with gold. I'm not surprised. It's not the first time we saw it with commodities. Remember when we were talking about how much gold was going for in China during the big run up, that the actual spot price in China for gold was actually a lot higher than what we were paying here in the open market. So your point is absolutely right. I personally don't know how to play it. Like, I'm not that smart. It's not my wheelhouse to know exactly how to do that. But I do take note of it, and thank you for pointing that out. Sia, this is one of the strongest earnings reports we've seen in a while.
Absolutely. I was reading about this yesterday. So FedEx has delivered a Q3 EPS of $5.25 versus the $4.15 that was expected on a $24 billion revenue versus the $23.5 billion revenue that was expected. Results have improved year over year as well. A $4.51 EPS last year on a $22.2 billion revenue. And the upside surprise is driven mainly by a stronger U.S. domestic shipping volume and improved pricing dynamics. So management of the company has raised full-year EPS guidance to 19.3 to 20.1, between that range, and which is a meaningful upward vision here. And the management has implied a Q4 EPS of $5.80, which is slightly below the street expectations of $5.93 here.
kind of surprised me because I got to tell you, the U.S. volumes remain strong, not super surprising, but they say supported by a resilient consumer demand. That's good to hear. But it kind of runs counter a little bit to some of the data we've been seeing. We've been talking a lot about delinquencies up, 30-day credit card missed payments, 30-day plus car missed payments. Those are all up month over month sequentially, and of course year over year. We're not talking about GFC levels, so let's not hit the panic button. But the fact that the consumer remains strong, so a counterpoint to the delinquency data that we've been seeing, that's great news. I don't mind hearing that. Also, it says there's global demand. Some global demand indicators are stabilizing, retail specifically, and they're saying production, industrial production, though, the drag on that is easing, which is great. But when you look at the possibility of $100 oil, obviously that hurts a little bit in terms of margins. I still have the bias that this is probably a shorter term issue. But Joey, they say very specifically, tariffs remain a structural headwind with uncertainty following the Supreme Court ruling on prior tariff policies, especially with President Trump and the administration taking a bit of a different approach now. They're not going through IEPA anymore. They're doing these Section 300 or whatever investigations, right? And so every country gets investigated individually about their trade relationship with the United States. And if they find something they don't like, you get slapped.
You get slapped. I kind of want to lead this here. As for FedEx, we talk about the airlines and everything along those lines. And where am I getting with this is, Sharif, a lot of the airlines are in talks of like, hey, we want to make 60% of our plane business class. So, right?
Yes.
So what I'm getting at here is driven by strong demand. And where's that demand typically coming from? And you're talking about credit card delinquencies. Well, guess what? The rich don't have credit card delinquencies most likely, right? So it's usually the higher end consumer who's continuously riding this wave and driving the boat essentially while the lower end consumer is starting to struggle a little bit more.
I got a question for you though. Can FedEx just rely on rich people?
I don't think so, right? Because obviously, like it's obviously big issues for your TAM. But if you're such a strong driver, then it's like, hey, maybe we don't need to be as reliant because maybe the lower end consumer just adds a bit of a boost, right? It's like gives you that little bit of a boost. The higher end consumers is like, hey, we're still ordering online, we're still doing all these things, we're getting these deliveries. But when the lower end starts to pick up and add to things, right? That's when you can get the guidance that they've put in right there. The increase in guidance relatively high and everything along those lines. So I'm kind of in the boat of it's really the higher end that's driving things, and then when the lower end is willing to spend more on their credit card, et cetera, is when it really drives this stock in some of these names a little bit.
Let's take a couple of things over here. Hypercube Sharif. Agree with your take on gold and de-dollarization. That could be a huge catalyst for the dollar-dominated gold markets with devalued dollar and physical gold demand rising. I don't disagree with you at all, Hypercube. Thank you for that. David, thank you for that $10 super chat. He's talking to Danny Boy. He says, Danny Boy, you are gold. And then easy peasy, sigh. This is my inverse 0.2% donation after MU, SNDK, forcing my kid to go to a state university. Come on, bro, that's not bad. USO over GS. Shout out to you. Thank you very much, David. That was actually hilarious. Hey, man, I don't think state universities are all that bad. My nephew goes to UC, University of California. I won't say which one. But yeah, he goes there. It's a good school. You know, there's a lot of variance, I would say, between all the different UC schools. I don't know. Are state schools? Do you know them to be bad? Like just because you don't go to USC, a private University of Southern California, and you go to UC.
I mean, it's not JUCO, is it?
Oh,
so, and nothing wrong with JUCO either.
Junior college?
Yeah.
I had no problem with JUCO. Yeah. I didn't know what they called it JUCO, so that's why I hesitated.
Div2.
Think about that a little bit.
Div2, man.
Div2, oh, Division 2?
Yeah,
okay.
JUCO. Right. Just a little backtrack here.
Go.
Look at FedEx's chart. This thing was up 108% at its highs from the April lows.
Is it at the freaking lows? It gapped to 380 and it's trading near the low of the day?
Yeah.
Pull up to 5 on that?
The 5, yeah. We're at the low of the day there, my boy.
That's crazy. We're fading the entire move. What a disaster this market is, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, see ya. What do we got next?
Yeah, we're talking about XPeng. XPeng has delivered 22.25 billion yuan. That is $3.18 billion in revenue, which is up 38.2% year over year. Slightly missing the expectations, but still showing a strong top-line momentum here. Vehicle deliveries have risen 27% year over year to 116,249 units alone. And total cumulative deliveries have reached 721,000 vehicles, which is highlighting a very strong long-term growth trajectory. And charging infrastructure has expanded to 3,159 stations. Now, revenue from vehicle sales has climbed 30% year over year. Gross margin has improved to 21.3% versus the 14.4% year over year, while vehicle margins continue to rise 13% versus the 10%. Now, this shows cost discipline in the company. And the company has reported its first ever quarterly profit with an adjusted EPS of 0.52 yuan. And the balance sheet is strong with $6.81 billion in cash, which obviously gives flexibility for expansion and R&D. And the management is leaning heavily into AI-driven mobility and is targeting 429,445 deliveries in 2025, which is 125.9% increase.
Hangry wife, brother. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I'm sure 10% is nothing for you, man. You're going to make it back next week.
What happened? Where's he going?
He's taking the day off. He's done for the day. So shout out to Hangry Wife. And we hope you have a fantastic weekend, brother. Come back strong. And we'll obviously be here Monday. So make sure to join us. And yeah, take the, get some R&R.
Yeah, and learn from my mistakes. Don't do the 10% because you can only do that 10 times and then you're done.
Well, exactly.
So don't do that. I've done that.
Hey man,
don't do it.
You gotta risk some to make some too.
You do, but you more or less want to risk 1% to make 10%. No.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah, that'd be ideal.
I'd love that. So I'm gonna hang out after we're done the afternoon rundown.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang out and I'm gonna write. I'm gonna write the code. I was sending you my built-in risk calculator. Now we just have to connect it to P. I'm talking to Obi, by the way, guys. Have to connect it to P8. So that was the next step once Hugo gave me. Got it same day. Right when I spoke to you, I got it. But I didn't get to set it up. So gonna be hanging out.
For a second. I thought you were like, I'm gonna stay back, and I was like, are we doing towers?
Hey, this guy, we're doing towers. I love old man. Nothing changes around here.
Obi, brother, your boy has been substance-free all of 2026, man.
Can you believe this guy?
Yeah.
This guy's killing it, right?
We're coming back, man. We're ready. I won't be hanging around because I'm going to go work on my short game, as I mentioned not too long ago.
The
mini putt.
Okay. I thought you were talking about some of the Gymshark shorts that you had there.
My shorts,
which caused the
game.
Whole thing.
Yeah, man. I inquired about some shorter ones, but they don't have them.
What do you want? 3-inch shorts? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Nah, man, that's crazy. Stop,
They got
bro.
the
And you hate on me for wearing tights? You're walking around with 3-inch shorts.
Brother, you wear the tights with just the shirt.
You got to wear a long shirt over it so that it doesn't show all the biz.
That is pure unk status.
That's not
tights.
When you're Quadzilla,
who do you think you are, Mike Tyson?
Well,
just no shorts, brother. You got to wear the shorts over the tights. You just don't wear the tights,
bro. I don't follow the trend. All right, we bust
well, neither
the trend.
do I. I got the 4-inch with the mesh inside.
Yeah, but I got some cloth covering. You don't.
You don't, brother.
Everything's showing there.
Yeah. With the tank top as well too.
It is what it is. We're having a good time, guys. All right, it's 2:02, so somebody owes us something there. Hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, guys. Sorry for the little gym talk at the end. Take care, guys.
I'm not sorry.
Yeah, well, whatever. Either way. Peace.
Welcome, everybody.
Yo, what's going on?
Okay, first of all, first things first.
Yeah.
Now the whole like tights. And if you're just tuning in right now, you didn't hear what was just said. Then apologies. But if you did, to rock the tights without the shorts. If I was at a track meet, that'd be your gear. And then sometimes you have like the warm up massive sweater or the team jacket that is longer. Fair enough. It's like warm up gear. I get that. But that's just a whole level of brave. But like Shreve said, if you be Quadzilla up in here, you can do whatever you want to do. And then secondly, who actually says? Now, I've heard people say things like, oh, we're doing dry November, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Dry this or whatever. Most people don't say I've been substance free.
Yeah, that alludes to a lot of different
type of language that strongly suggests maybe not one or two things. You know what I'm saying? Like
multiple things, more than two at least.
I'm not judging anybody.
Yeah.
Because to each their own, and you know what, you do you. But I'm just saying, Joe, like you open some stuff up when you say it like that, brother. I'm not saying. I'm just saying is how I'm going to frame that.
Hey, man. At least I'm being honest.
I
was never really a big drinker outside of vacation anyway.
Oh, respect.
I mean, except for when we go for towers. And
which we've done.
Well, you know there's some things that are better for your health than alcohol, right, Joe? Joe knows that to be true.
Yeah.
But we'll get off that topic for a second. We'll get back to the tanking market. Boo. Yep. Boo to tanking market. Someone in the chat just said, IBIT going to recover. I don't know. Ooh, hey, nice fade there, Andre. I like that. Nice. Well, Andre just said in my ear, that transition was by mistake. Let's do more of that because I actually thought it looked good. I had this kind of like trend break at VWAP on IBIT. I hope it recovers because it's a trade. So there is a stop. It's kind of like a trend break. The prior bar is my out, just like normal. And then the same thing's happening on Intel. But let's be real. This has been a tanking market pretty much the majority of the day from the get-go, from the overnight. And we've been trading lower. We'll have our ear to the ground for anything, any headlines which might move us. One of the reasons I think we could get some kind of a bounce or maybe sustain a bounce is for the first time you actually have a trend break in USO. So like you have oil, you have energy coming back a little bit here, which to me would lead to a little bit of a bounce here. So I think that could be interesting for the afternoon. And a reminder to everybody, this is the third Friday. It not only meant that it was triple witching today, but it is also quarterly index rebalancing tonight at the close. Yep. There are already, it's 205, not 320 or 330. This is what the imbalances look like at 2 o'clock. So when I told you yesterday that there would be gigantic imbalances, there will be some very large numbers. Ford's already 20 million to buy. CLP, 12 million to the sell side. MO, 11 million sell. PG, they can go down the line. Halliburton, 7 million. It's huge. Oracle, 5.7 million to buy. This is all early look stuff. So we'll try to keep you guys abreast of that throughout. It'll be it's going to be a little bit difficult to go out for individual names because everything is pretty much gigantic. But the ones that stand out, or anything that people are actively trading, we'll try to get that information to you. Sean, I know Gia has her hockey tournament, so Sean's being a good dad and a hockey dad for sure. And thank you to Obi for filling in. Hopefully, we'll have a fun afternoon. I don't want the market to continue falling, but
I mean,
we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I you know me, I'm usually very unbiased toward these things, up or down, as long as it's moving. I think that's all that really matters to me. And as long as it's moving distinctly different than it was a little bit before, that's what I like to look for here today. So what's going on, everybody? Hopefully you guys had a solid week. And hopefully you are, prepping for. If you take the trade, if you're prepping for some of the rebalancing trades that may or may not be happening today near the close. USO right now, I'm watching this thing. What a beautiful kind of pullback this thing's having. So maybe expecting the market to move a little bit higher here as of right now. But holding this VWAP pretty well here on the day. Where did? I forgot. Since we got those other monitors, this mouse movement has been a little interesting. But you can see all day long, just a VWAP hold, extension away from VWAP, and now beautiful reversion happening here on US. So big day today, Neil, but I was a bad boy.
Well, just like first thing, we have something about the big day. We have a Moihar. Let's see if I got that right. Moihar? Can y'all explain, where you from with the y'all? We down south? Love you down south. Explain triple witching in a way that explains whether we're supposed to expect up, down, or nothing at all. What would indicate direction of volatility? Okay, so unfortunately, you're not going to get the answer that you want because it is simply just stock options, stock index options, and stock index futures that all expire on the same day because it's the third Friday. Yep. But it's not, there's no, we're supposed to trend up or that's not how it works. You're just going to get increased volatility because of it at the open. Specifically at the open, but it doesn't really, there's no, we're going to go long or short based on it. What it usually, for me, and I know we said this in the morning, I find on witching days, it's a little easier to get shaken out. There's far more shenanigans that get played in the first 15 minutes of the day. Just much more of this little shakeout as some positioning happens. But the close, it's probably more about the imbalances because it's quarterly rebalancing than it is about witching. If there was, trust me, like in over 20 years, if there was something about witching which could predict direction, is not. We'd be all over it, and trust me, we would tell you guys. But it's not like the imbalance locator where it's like, it's $7 million to buy.
Yeah.
That's a different beast when we're talking about the actual auctions. I know we're going to have Sharifa getting locked and loaded. He's not ready yet, but he'll be. I feel like, Sharif, did you always, sometimes you were on the other side. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I was going to say, I'm like, usually I feel like when we do this, Sharif's on my other shoulder. But it's weird, like you get used to certain things.
Yeah.
There. Oh, that's true, because, by the way, Andre is doing the switching for the show all by himself today. Like, he's been an absolute machine, so it makes it easier not having to switch cameras, which is exactly why he's going to be doing it. Before we get to that, I saw in the chat that Didi, I believe it was Didi in the chat, just said Anna is still going. You know what's crazy? I paid for the locates on this one, like, earlier today, fully with the intention of, man, if this breaks, I'm going to take a shot at this. And then it just didn't pull the trigger. I don't know why. But even if you did, like, you got pretty close to VWAP, but that could have been like 690 short, and then you're really just giving it to 710. It's not that bad, and they only cost a cent a share, but I ended up not pulling the trigger. There's something about it that felt strong. So sometimes you go with your gut, and your gut isn't right because that could have been a trade that worked. I mean, in some ways, it is still a strong name. Is what it is. Let's get to the rundown.
Yes.
See what names you guys are interested in. I wonder if Anna actually made the list.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean this afternoon, but Neil and Obi, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you gotta join us in the chat, and you gotta vote. Throw in that $sign, though, before you vote for your favorite ticker every day. Now you can vote from 8 a.m. onwards because that's when we're live. And you can vote on any streaming platform off which you're watching us, not just YouTube anymore. All right, let's look at all four major averages. And as we've talked about many times this week, all four major averages are sadly in negative territory, with the NQ really taking it on the chin here, down almost 1.6%. The SPY faring a bit better, down 1.15. The Dow faring the best of them all, down 0.7. And the IWM Russell 2000 ETF getting clipped here, almost down 2%. Just saw it flash a little bit up, but it's down 1.93. Let's start with the first ticker as decided by you, Anna. I was all over this during the midday show. What a great move Anna was today, up 84%, holding off the volume weighted average price. They surged. Well, shares of Anna surged as amid the Middle East tension threatening energy markets. Iran, of course, warned of zero restraint if energy infrastructure is targeted as Israel expands the strikes. In an Iranian strike damaged about 17% of Qatar's energy LNG capacity, causing an estimated about $20 billion in annual losses. Anna, of course, very much adjacent to the energy trade.
I'm literally messaging a guy in my I used to play ball with. He's in my fantasy baseball league, and telling him there's a stock called Anna that's going ham today. I forgot that I didn't. What's the best way to explain why that actually makes sense? Let's just say he has his hall pass is someone named Anna. I think that's probably pretty easy. So his favorite celebrity. But anyways, this stock has been absolutely insane. You know what bugs me about this? You know what really grinds my gears, Joe? It's the fact that I don't think, at least I know I can speak for myself. I don't want to speak for everybody else. I don't know that I realized this was a nat gas play until a little bit later on in the session. I feel as if if you sit down and you see this action in the pre-market, right? Like you see it do this, you see it base out at prior support, and you know that this is in a segment that can go. And when you see, like, look at the open where it was doing nothing and it just starts to pick up. Because look at how clean this VWAP breakout is. Probably as clean as I've ever, like, I don't think I've ever seen a small capper do the downward press all the way into the open and then give you this straight up consolidation breakout where you might be able to actually have risked 10 to 15 pennies to be able to play this from 420 to 5 and then maybe hold some for the dream. So it's a wild one. And I don't wonder also, too, if I know it's not the best-looking daily chart, but if we look at what it's done, if you look at it here, since the end of February, right, the theme fits, it's kind of on a legitimate breakaway and it's in the right space. So I think this is one that can make some sense here. I don't know if it has the juice to get past the 7. Maybe this is a look for a continuation next week kind of thing, but as long as it holds VWAP, I think it's got a chance. Remember, it's Friday on a witching day where a lot of eyeballs, let's be real, a lot of eyeballs are going to end up on some of the bigger names for the close and all the index action. So it's not usually a day where traders try to get super involved in a bunch of stuff, so small cappers might end up pretty interesting. I would put this one on the list, at least for this afternoon. But though this $7 level, if it doesn't want to break out 7, I feel like you just have to be really patient to get some dips.
Yeah, I think I definitely missed this one off the bat there. But again, if you had some sort of relative volume scanner, it would have definitely showed up, doing about over 500 to 600 times relative volume in the pre-market session. And then I do like that VWAP breakout in and around that 420 level, Neil. But take a look at this. This is the most volume it's done in the pre-market. That high right there kind of confluences with that $5 level. You can see here this little consolidation where it kind of breaks out of that 5, pulls back in, holds 5 pretty well, and then takes another leg up right there. And not only that, confluence with the secondary pullback back into that $5 level, making a higher low right here at what is that, $5.27. I like that as well. And take a look at this breakout. Does not look back off of this high right there, and that's specifically 584. So a lot of great opportunities on this one here today. Miss on my part, but if you took the opening drive, if you took some of this consolidation breakout, VWAP hold, pullback hold, there's so many different, I guess, playbooks that can be exercised on this name on the day today. Big miss on my part, but solid trading vehicle.
What's number 2?
Well, things to update you on. The UK ministers now have officially agreed that the United States can use UK military bases for defensive operations. They say the agreement also covers U.S. efforts to prevent attacks on the Strait of Hormuz. So a development there. Separately, Iraq declares a force majeure on all oil fields developed by foreign oil companies. That is vis-a-vis the oil ministry sources. So something to keep an eye on there as Middle Eastern tensions continue to influence oil prices. I want to bring your attention to Super Microcomputer, otherwise known as SMCI, having a horrible day. It's down over 30% after word broke out that the Justice Department charged 3 individuals, including the co-founder, I think his name is Wally Liao, with unlawfully exporting AI server technology to China. Supermicro was not named specifically as a defendant, but they placed Liao and other employees who are defendants on leave and terminated a contractor, and they say the company is cooperating with investigations.
Yeah, well, I think that unfortunately, that's just not going to matter. You don't get any benefit of the doubt. We said this morning. When you are SMCI and you have had the litany of issues that you have had, the simple fact that this happened under your roof and in your house, and it's not an the company involved here, I think the number, at least when I checked, it was about $2.5 billion worth of revenue. And if that does go away, or if there's any more of this, you're talking about a $28 billion revenue company annually. So it's not as if there couldn't be something worse here for them. I can't find any way to be incredibly positive about this because I don't really see, when I look at the monthly chart, you're losing major support on the monthly. And like you've got this little wick bottom here into like $18, like the worst of it in 2024. Like maybe it can trend into that and catch some kind of a bid. But if there's a more out of favor stock, First of all, I've literally never seen any company get added to the index and have this kind of a retracement, and then it just keeps on piling on to the downside. This is like the ultimate stay away, and then the other side of it is maybe just start thinking of this as like a short till it's not kind of deal. But there's another way that we can be playing this. And I know, unfortunately, Dell didn't sustain the breakout this morning. Like, it did make a break. It was able to get through some prior highs going back on the daily chart. It didn't sustain it off of that open, but I think this is still one to watch positively outside of this. If this gains them any extra business, or maybe even just a sentiment issue, this is a pretty good performing name. So I would keep an eye on this for next week, see if it can't take that next leg up. And sometimes it's just a little bit easier in a story like this where it's like, well, SMCI is so badly beaten up. People have trouble shorting when the stock is that far to the downside. Maybe just look for something that benefited here and see if you get continuation on Dell next week.
Yeah, this one was a bit tricky for me off of the open there. But you can see, bigger picture, this thing has been getting absolutely rocked from its pre-split highs or split-adjusted highs right there, 122.90s I have. And, I like to kind of chart some of these. A little bit of a messy chart, but you can see a lot of anchors from the past year or so. We kind of traded well below those on this bigger picture down breakdown of this trend right here. And that happened when was this? Off of earnings in November of last year. Coming into today, I was a little excited for this one, maybe a little too excited, Neil, where I was just like, okay, well, we've kind of broken down a multi-month low, and it's pretty bad news. Looking at a shorter time frame, I'm just like, okay, well, we've already sold off roughly about 25 to 30%. I think it was more closer to like 27 off of the open, and I was looking for that straight quadunk off of the open, and just being SSR, I was looking for people hitting the bid, and I did see some of that right there. You can see the first initial spike back up into VWAP here off of the open, gets slammed right back in, and that definitely got me pretty convinced that this is definitely going to trade lower. But this swipe right back up to VWAP, I got kind of clocked on that one there, and then you can see later on the trade does follow through. VWAP hold, slow and steady, kind of bleed out right there on SMCI. Again, you can throw up moving averages, or you know what I like? I like the anchored VWAP right there. And look how clean this test is, Neil, on that push back up right there. So you're a little extended. You come in. It's SSR. It's a little tough to sell into the bid. You come in. You get to the moving average right there, the volume-weighted anchored VWAP. Right there, and then you can see that that's where that supply steps right back in, and an all-day bleed. Market confluence definitely helps out on this one. And I think bigger picture, you can see all-time lows are in and around those $17 levels, or the most recent lows in and around that $17 level. I'm going to continue watching SMCI to see if it has more sellers into it, because yeah, pretty bad news there.
I got two things for two things. One, I mean, IBIT's holding up, but I don't think this bounce doesn't want to keep bouncing, so I just cut out Intel. But you mentioned something. You said you were looking for the quadunk. So for all of our viewers out there, if you're unaware of what that means, a quadunk is, quote, an aggressive move to the downside. And use in a sentence, because that's what you do when you're defining something, Jim Cramer said to buy Meta before earnings, and it went quadunk the next day. Now, not only will I let you guys know, so this was April 13th. I don't know who this Nairobi guy is. Probably someone who, like, the first two letters of his first name is N-E, and the first four letters of his last name is R-O-B-E.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm not sure who that guy is.
Yeah, who is that
made
guy?
that one up. Hello, my name is Neil Roberts, everybody. Just for the record, I have to put up Meta because I think when we... I'm 90% sure. What day was that? It was April 13th, 2023.
There's a couple of
It was somewhere.
A couple of quadunk candles.
I don't know. It wasn't. Maybe you know what? I don't think that's. I feel like it wasn't even like I must have put that in, but we're talking about Meta over here because I know there was a point he said it at like $300. So I was probably referencing what happened here the year before. But either way, that's what we mean by a quadunk. It's not your garden variety move to the downside. That's the important thing. It's I'll give you an example. See this little tight stop? That's just a move down. And we lose a few pennies. Yeah. A quadunk is what you saw on SMCI. I don't know if there's anything moving like that to the downside here. Yeah. Let's see what the next name on the list is.
Okay, not a good headline coming in from CBS News, guys. According to CBS News, again, you gotta take it how it is, the U.S. is making preparations for potential ground troops in Iran. So that is what is coming in now. Fox News reports that a U.S. official confirms the amphibious group, including USS Boxer and 4,500 Marines, are heading to the Middle East. Tesla, next on the list here, down 2.5. I just want to have to quickly look to see if the market's reacting. Yeah, the market is reacting to that, coming down now. So Tesla in a couple of headlines. Firstly, in talks to purchase about $2.9 billion worth of solar equipment from Chinese suppliers for terrestrial energy production, not for the space data centers. They also plan an India push into the energy storage as it expands beyond cars, jobs. The job ads show they're in India separately. There is this headline as well. Tesla expects a Dutch decision on self-driving technology by April 10th. I'm seeing more variations coming out, guys, of that same headline. The U.S. making preparations for potential ground troops in Iran, being reported by CBS News.
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing I did was I looked at what the available setups were there.
Yeah, USO.
Okay, so this was USO.
Boom.
I did not get that break. It was a little too fast. I did not get that. I should be canceling that order on USO because I didn't get that breakout on USO. But then Boyle, which was trading earlier, broke this little trend line. So we'll go long into the high of the day. It sucks because it felt like there was a chance that this market was going to bounce. And now we're going to be a headline-driven market, at least for now. Probably whatever. Tesla breaking the low of the day. Surprise, surprise, the market's breaking the low of the day. Like, what do you want to happen here? This is pretty much as you would expect. Tesla, for the last couple of sessions, what have we done? We've lost the 200-period moving average. We've lost major support here at $380 on Tesla. I've said before, I have a sign me up, or I guess not sign me up, like loaded up level that I think can come on the monthly chart. Last year, I felt this way about 220, 222. One of my favorite number is 42. My second favorite number is 22 because I like Will Clark as a kid. Yeah, he's still a pretty cool dude. Now a baseball player. But that was a good dip buy, and I do think a test somewhere in here of the 280 to 300 level. That'd be the 50 period on the monthly. It would not surprise me. I know that seems like an extreme place to go, but the last time we failed off 500, you went down to $220. It was more than a 50% retracement. So I'm not even thinking that it's that much. And if we get down there, I think that's a good load up spot for Tesla for today. Unless something changes with these headlines, like I guess it's more of like a rinse and repeat, long energy, short market stuff this afternoon.
Yeah, no. When it comes to Tesla, I think again, I'm just looking at this from a relative volume versus playbook kind of setup perspective here, and it gave you a few places. Gave me a few places to definitely look for a reversion here. In the pre-market, already doing a decent amount of volume, relative volume at 2 times. So when I've said this before, when it comes to something like a Mag 7, the market cap is relatively large when you compare it to pretty much everything else. So when stuff like this starts doing 2 times, 3 times, sometimes even 1.5 times relative volume, I definitely like it. It definitely piques my interest here and opens it up for some potential execution, I guess, opportunities right there. So in the pre-market session, you can see right here, strong selling. When that trend breaks, the bid gives you a nice, decent reversion, over 50% reversion of this leg right here. Strong flush off of the open, so you can kind of consider the break of this pre-market trend. Remember, it was doing relative volume. There are more participants. In trading Tesla in the pre-market than before, or compared to the last 5 days at the very least. That's what that indicator pretty much says there. It's a relative volume on the 5-period measure right there. So on the break of that pre-market trend, you get the strong flush. Sure, maybe you can be like, all right, I missed that. Market may be selling off as well. VWAP continuation, and take a look at what happens when this trend breaks. Kind of reverts back to VWAP and then breaks that VWAP for another relatively 50% or slightly more reversion back to the upside. And then take a look at this once more. When you break that bid, you come not only 50%, now you're coming all the way back in Of course, you have a bit of a market catalyst as well. That's definitely helping out on this one. But again, a great vehicle, and it kind of told you that it might be in the pre-market doing that relative volume here. So I really like Tesla. Didn't really trade it today, but you know, kind of looking back at it, going over some potential trades right there. You can see if you kind of zoom out and you're not really too busy with the minutia of some of the price action on a shorter time frame, you can see on a multi-frame, on say like a 5-minute or a 15-minute, it does very well to kind of you know, give you clean opportunities.
Nice. What was this? You know which word it was.
Okay, yes.
No, it's minutia. Who? I mean, come on. Quaduk is a normal trading term. Nobody says minutia. Whoa, what just?
Something is happening. Yeah, there you go. There's that second leg on oil.
We'll go through in a quick little second, but the book here went from, for a split second, we went from like 18.3 right down to 18.10 on Boyle, right off of the high, and it's like slamming around here. So it was, I mean, look, at a $18 stock, you're talking about a percentage point. I know it's a leveraged one, but we just had a bit of a shakeout at the high, which is usually me jumping out, trend in, resistance out or trend out. What other news do we have here, Sharif?
Right, guys, more information on that. Here it is on the screen. Senior military commanders have submitted specific requests aimed at preparing for such an option as President Trump weighs the move in the U.S.-Israel-led conflict with Iran. The source said Trump has been deliberating whether to position ground forces in the region, sources said, on conditions of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. It was unclear what the circumstances he would authorize the use of ground troops would be. This is, again, coming vis-a-vis CBS News. Drama, guys. Dermata shares rise after a USPTO issues a patent notice of allowance. So the shares were up big. I was involved in this one during the midday after the U.S. Patent Trademark Office issued a notice of allowance for a patent titled Compositions for the Treatment of Skin Conditions. The patent is expected to be granted after standard procedures. Good move today for Drama. I believe it is up here, guys, almost 30%.
So when you were trading this, Sharif, did you have a victory? I like that show. Maybe not. You know what show I'm talking about?
No, absolutely.
Okay, it's fine. Does the chat know what show I was referencing there? Just so it's less awkward. I'm sure somebody had to know where that reference is from. Sharif knows. Sharif, we're about the same age. I know you know who I'm talking about. Thank you, Real Johnson 70. Whew, thank goodness. Sean P in the chat knows as well. So okay. Feel a little bit better about that now. But you know what, Obi, I actually think this is something that
maybe, yeah.
You can look at a little bit more. I think anybody, like if you like mean reversion trades, I know I like mean reversion trades. This can be tricky. I didn't really draw this the best, but if you look at it from VWAP, if I do it there is probably a little bit better. Like when you see, like volume steps in, you get the hold off of VWAP. Like to me, the breakout is breaking out from here. So when it confirms that hold, you have a clear trend line on the 3-minute. Look where it breaks. Look where the second bar is. And now maybe you don't want to chase a move there, so you have to stop it out for that much of a move. But when it gives you this lower high, well, look at it, respect this lower high, and then you can grab that short to there or that short. Like that's some standard sort of mean reversion type stuff. And then it gets under VWAP. That's not a bad trade for you. But the other way to think about it is this is a second stock that we've seen today where it was trend up, right? So it was gapped up, spent a lot of the morning falling. We know that Anna stock did as well. And if you leave it for dead, it then does a rounded bottom and does like a typical breakout pattern. If you're a small cap trader, if you're trading these kinds of stocks, sometimes you have to have an incredible amount of patience to look for the long trade. Because there's really not much of a reason to be long this until maybe this double bottom gives you something in here, and maybe you like that. I would say this breakout gives you like a consolidation, the small one there, and definitely a good consolidation break here. Like that's a reasonable, very reasonable entry is this, trying to break that long and then maybe give it to this level. And patience is required. It was like that for Drama. It was like that for Anna as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I kind of drew drew a little bit of that trend line as well. I'm just like measuring it out. I'm like, yeah, okay, you know what? In the middle of the day, it doesn't really do too much coming in off of the open. You can see not, sure, it's doing relative volume, but this is this kind of chart I like to call crumble because it's not really doing too much. It looks like breadcrumbs on a chart. You can see spaced out kind of bars, kind of gapping up and kind of very choppy there off of the open. But volume definitely starts to pick up after noon, after 12 o'clock, and you can see some more kind of fulfilled bars there, and you get a bit of a trend with expanding volume. Now, yeah, the trend break, absolutely solid. If I'm watching this one and I'm like, all right, volume's coming in randomly in the middle of the day, maybe it's news driven, you get the break out of this pre-market high where we were doing some decent relative volume there, and that's in and around $1.68. It gets all the way up to $1.84. And yeah, if you take the breakdown of that trend simply just for a reversion back into VWAP, you get about a 2.5 to 1, which is not bad at all. Pretty solid. You can see here that it's done about 36, almost 37 million shares traded on the day so far. So yeah, definitely a little bit of drama, but I guess it didn't really start until about noon there. So middle of the day.
Super chat time. We've got one from Dave Z Sequoia. We know you, Dave. We appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, when the kadunk makes a quadunk, you. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, okay. See, this is one of those. This was one of those read it first moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys. I think everyone can understand what you mean there. And then to the stock part, SMCI, yeah, like SMCI, don't Urban Dictionary it, trust me. Well, that just made everybody Urban Dictionary it. It's Friday.
Nice.
Everybody, so let's be real. The market's tanking. So unless you're looking pullbacks in energy, or which is I'm thinking we'll buy the dip in boil if we can. We have to be pretty patient with this. And oh my goodness, we'll get that one. We had a second super chat, but I think that was just like it was a little baseball related from Mr. Cheeks, Deep Cheeks.
Sorry, what?
No, just like we were talking about 22. So we gave a super chat for $2.22 because it's my favorite number. Because his favorite player was Brett Butler of the Dodgers, who also played for the Giants and was a great leadoff hitter. You probably wouldn't know who he is. He played a long time ago, but he used to bunt a lot and that kind of thing. So I don't know what's next on the list, Sharif, but let's just say, I don't know, maybe it's got something that's, is it going to be spicy? Here, I'm going to try to cheat as I say this. Does it maybe, could it be the most important company in the world?
It is.
Is it?
The most important, at least for now, guys. Before we get to that one, I want to, never really a good thing to report this, but the Russell 2000 index now officially enters a technical correction, now down 10% from the record highs. We've been making a lot about how the market's, 5, 6, 7% off all-time highs, none in a technical correction. Now one of the four major averages, 10% off the highs. We'll have to see if it closes out that way. NVIDIA. Next, guys, last one here on the list, and they are going to sell up to 1 million AI chips and other products, not just chips, networking equipment as well, to AWS by the end of 27. Very big, longer dated here revenue stream for the biggest company in the world by market cap.
Yeah, the biggest company in the world just lost a 200-period moving average today. So you saw Tesla. Well, this is Tesla. How eerily similar does that look? Like long-time support going all the way back in November. We lose it yesterday. You get the continuation today. You want to hope that NVIDIA doesn't do this. There's one thing NVIDIA has a couple of things in its favor. The first part would be that the actual price support has been 170. So it's actually held 170. That gives it a chance to bounce there. The second thing it's got going for it, it's got a low 20s PE, forward PE that means. So if they were to beat next quarter, then in fact they would be underneath a 20 and better than a market multiple already now. So it's at the price where you would expect there to be buyers. I think that's why you could see further consolidation. Let's put it this way: it's not the end of the world if the fact that people are done with NVIDIA because they think everything is priced in and they move to the memory names, which we already saw happen, and if again, if we move to other sectors as well, and if the theme has changed, then it's not a bad thing if in the midst of that, all it does is go sideways and doesn't actually retrace. consolidations like this, when people call it dead money, I always find if I think a company that prints money turns into dead money, then usually there's an opportunity off of that. Now, if it starts breaking down, that's a completely different story. But as long as we hold on to 170, the longer that happens, the better an opportunity it effectively becomes. The longer it coils. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where it's coiling. We're also in a situation where I just looked up, and every time I'm looking up, I'm just looking to see if Boyle's going to get back to VWAP so I can re-enter the long trade. It broke trend here and got to the high. I want to look for something down here about 18 to get back in to the long. Boyle, of course, is a leveraged ETF for natural gas. Should be going up in this environment with the market going down. For this afternoon, you're basically trend down in NVIDIA. And the way I see it, if you're looking at energy, if energy doesn't pull back, the market's not bouncing, and vice versa. So I can't think of a reason like either the other. If you weren't looking at Boyle or something like that, I'd probably be thinking about, should I be shorting pops in something else? I'd be thinking, should I short pops in NVIDIA or maybe AMD, or should I buy dips in Boyle, which is the energy name I was trading today? I'll go with the buy the dips in the energy name just to keep it simple for myself.
Yeah, Neil, definitely not really doing too much. And I definitely agree with you there on the potential shift towards memory names like we've seen with Micron and SanDisk, maybe some WDC and STX as well. But when it comes to NVIDIA, yeah, it's definitely taken a bit of a slowdown here. Sideways action. Now, I ask myself usually when I see this, where and when was the last time we saw kind of a similar sideways price action? And that was here during June of 24 to roughly about February of 25. We did kind of break trend there. Last time, when were we at the 200 period? Yeah, we broke that down in and around March, April of last year. And if you guys remember what happened in April, I call it the month of the presidential bid, where Trump came in and basically was like, hey, buy the market. The market's it's a great time to buy. And since then, we got a pretty much straight line up, a little bit of turbulence along the way, but for about, 30 bars, it says about 210 days here until November of 2025. Since then, we've been trading sideways. But you can see that sideways kind of left shoulder, if you want to call this a head and shoulders, so far. That shoulder started being kind of constructed in and around August of last year. We've just been stuck in that range over and over again here. But when I go to a higher time frame, Neil, I'm just like, all right, let's kind of zoom even further back. This is the largest market cap in the market. Are we just slowing down? Are we taking a break? NVIDIA is still kind of the leading supplier of the whole AI game with their chips. They do have the bleeding edge technology when it comes to this. But when I zoom out, I like to look at 3-month charts as well as some higher time frame stuff as well. You can see we've done this before. We did this in 2024. Going into 25, and we're doing some more here. The question becomes, can it stay above 152? Because ideally, I'd like to see it kind of stair step up if I'm looking for healthy action. But yeah, no idea what we're about to do. But with the market doing what it's been doing, and with whispers of war on the horizon, some would say we're already pretty much there, and we're getting news of soldiers on the ground, boots on the ground right now. Yeah, this could definitely take a little bit longer than required. I do want to take a look at USO here as well.
Just very quickly, we did get a super chat from A. Morhar again. Yes. Holy SPY going to finish greater than 2% down.
Minus 2%?
It's not impossible.
We're there right now.
No, the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ is.
Yeah, the ES is only 1.5. So the SPY is actually down 1.5%. Like tech is actually leading the move down, and we're in a situation where obviously like the diversification of the SPY is going to do it some benefit here, as the energy name of the SPY will hold them up a little bit, and you have the tech heavy nature of some of what's pulling us back here, doing some dirty for the NASDAQ. Typically, the one thing that working in the favor of not getting to 2% is, remember what day it is today. It is a rebalancing day. Yep. So there's some stuff that probably happens at the end of the day where like some things are just going to get bought up because they are going to have big buy imbalances. Like they're major upweights, and that's just how it is. Yep. And that can turn in any direction. So it's really, it's to me, it's a scalp, get in, get out. It's always that usually on a Friday afternoon, but on a rebalance day, that's even more true because anything you're trading could end up on a list where, like the front of my page, the lowest number is 7.6 million. Usually at 240, there'd be nothing over 1 million shares here. Like what is our ITM? 39 million to buy, 422 million to buy, BMY 10 million to sell. These are huge. Oracle, 7 million shares to the buy side already. Disney, wow. 6 million shares to the buy side. And remember, this is only the New York NYSE. You won't even see any of the NASDAQ imbalances until 350. But they are coming. And so that's sort of the thing is you don't really know. It's really hard to predict just how much follow through there will be or even can be at this point. That said, we're not really showing any signs of abating this move. Like I looked back over, I looked up, USO's at the top and didn't pull back. And I remember when I missed the opportunity on USO for that, like the first thing I tried to do was break out that high on USO when I heard that headline from Sharif. Wasn't able to grab it, but we were able to find, and what I've noticed is sometimes this has been true, is you can get like a bit of a lagging move in Boyle, but that pullback didn't get to VWAP. Like there was some selling there at that 1830, but the pullback didn't quite get far enough. I'm going to be watching for the next sign on USO. Like if I see this one dip a little bit, or if I see it really start to break out and nothing is happening here, I'll just jump and play one off of the other is going to be the way to go for me. I'd rather just sort of stick to those two energy names. I am in this WBD, but if you've watched the show long enough, you know that I like mean reversion trades. So I'll keep the explanation really simple. It didn't really do, it kind of did it yesterday, but I wasn't really trading it yesterday. This has had moves up. This is Warner Brothers Discovery, that buyout deal. Like big moves up in the morning to get mean reverted down to the low, and sometimes it gives you a full percentage point. It just did another one today, like all day long move up, double topped it and reversed. So that's just a trading setup that I like. So when we like a trade setup, then we take them. I don't think this, I mean, it doesn't hurt if the market's going down, but it can probably still fall if the market drives, because I think we can get back into that 40 level. So less than, it's only 15 minutes until we have power hour. Mm-hmm. Plenty of time. And remember, we've got to keep the ear to the ground, which we will do. Sean's away because his daughter's at a tournament. Adara actually wasn't feeling well, so we will not have Adara. I've got my earpiece in, so I'm listening to the news, and of course, I've got the Xbox up there. Not Xbox, the Xbox. But I've got X up, so we're monitoring the news, and we want to keep abreast of any headlines that come through. Because anything, like all it takes is one headline, and all of this can reverse. Oh, yeah. And I would suggest this is probably the kind of market where you should keep oil up somewhere. Yeah. You should have some kind of an energy name, or these track oil, whether it's directly oil futures, you want to look at USO, then I think that's going to help you, especially if you're sitting there looking to try to catch the bid on something. Because I don't think we're catching any bids until this reverses, which is fine. I think the next time there is a pullback, like when we pulled back here, I tried some longs. Like when there was that, I don't know, it's probably easier to see if I do this. Like I went for a long on IBIT, which I was trading alongside earlier. When this broke trend, I'm like, okay, well, now I want to try this breakout off of VWAP on IBIT because we're finally pulling back in energy. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. When we try to break back down, can I get some kind of a long setup that works? Otherwise, just keep it simple and buy the dips elsewhere.
Yeah, I think
so much.
I think you make a great point there. Having USO on the board, that's pretty much what I've been doing. Every single day, I have a dedicated area on my screen space where I just have the USO up with the level 2, with the trading book open, and just continuously watching it. And it's been an absolutely solid trading vehicle as well. News driven catalyst, like yesterday, absolutely solid short after that spike up, maybe potential capitulation there. But you can see what it's doing here. We had that initial spike up and move coming in to March 9th. That was the Monday right there. I did really like the short that day, and oh boy, what a crazy short that was. We defined some levels. If you guys remember there, on that Monday last week, defined some levels, and I was like, these are probably going to be important going forward. Now, I haven't really moved any of those levels, Neil, and guess what we've been doing all week long? First two or 3 days, I defined the levels. I'm like, all right, this is the range. This is the opening range of when this move went absolutely crazy. For this whole week, Neil, this whole week coming into Monday, pulls back into a level, right? You can say range lows because now going 3-4 days in, we're like, okay, yeah, this is a range. This has now become a range. These were key levels on day one of this move. And guess what? We've just been kind of, ping-ponging around these levels, 124s and some change. We got a high. We got an attempted breakout yesterday on that catalyst, slams right back in. False break of this high, confluence with the range high as well. That's what I'm saying. Absolutely beautiful short yesterday on when it fails to follow through into that 125 area, and then you get a sell-off all the way down to the lower end of the range. That's a pretty strong move, going from the high of the range to the low of the range within the span of what? Let's just measure it out. Within the span of 3.5 hours. So in terms of price action, I'm just like, yeah, does that mean it's a little too far, too fast? Guess what happens? The low of the range support holds, it respects, and all day today. Sure, we're getting news throughout this whole week, and the news has been volatile. It's made this oil as well, made it pretty volatile. But you can see what's happening here. Bigger picture, we are setting up for the next move. You can see this consolidation. It's literally ping-ponging between those levels. Consolidation at the high of the range that was developed from last week. So now the question becomes, if and when we break out of this 124, how explosive is that move going to be? Is that going to be catalyst driven? I definitely think so.
I have a feeling that there's at least a 50-50 chance that gets gapped over the weekend.
Yeah, of course. Easily, so easily.
Especially because that could, part of the pressure right now is, like, would you want to be short energy over the weekend with this escalation?
Absolutely not. I don't want to be short the market.
Who would? But yeah, like you might feel okay short the market. I mean, the thing about shorting the market as a trade is most people are generally speaking long in their long-term accounts.
Yeah, no, that's
which
fair.
makes
Short
it,
term, yeah.
which when we have a risk-on event, it makes it easier to be swing short from a trading aspect.
Yeah.
If you're not separating those two brains, I get that. But I have a gut feeling that it might be more of a gap than anything else.
I mean, that's what happened last Monday. Right, we kind of gap up into an area, and we gapped up a little. It was kind of on my radar. It was checking off a few boxes. So coming in last Monday, I was like, yeah, I only want to be short oil because I do think it's a little too far, too fast. Now got a little bit lucky on that trade idea, but I do like how technically sound some of the stuff is. And shout out to Linda Rashke, who I kind of follow and have gone through some of her material. She's a commodity trader and an absolutely solid one at that. And she always talks about how some of these commodity moves can be so technically sound when they do show up. And you can see an example of that happening here on oil. Now, of course, I see things, I kind of chart my own way there, but you can see just based off of support and resistance levels, simple ones that we've charted from the open of last Monday have been holding quite well. So yeah, I think you're right. Definitely the probability of that price action happening in a non-open session, I think is very high. Again, we talk about some of the best moves happening in the after hours over the weekend. And you got to remember, commodities trade pretty much 24/7. When it comes to crude oil, I think crude oil only closes on Fridays for an hour.
Yeah, it is something that you have to be concerned about here. And I think realistically, look, absolutely anything can happen. We're still driving to the downside. So I just saw, and I was sort of talking about what I was looking for next. If we're not going to dip all the way into VWAP, then I'll nibble into every technical level I can find. And the only one that you're looking at here is a pullback into the prior high here on Boyle. So this was, at the moment I got in, USO, I'll zoom USO in. At the moment I got in, USO was pressing this consolidation, so it looked a little bit better. But if we do lose on USO, which we could be losing that bid, I don't want to give this past the prior high. Like if we're going for like the nibbling aspect, like I feel like if it's not an event, which this trend break was that last headline we got, which was pretty extreme, then I want to resemble sort of like the morning where it could be a little bit more choppy and you're trading inside the range instead of expecting like the gigantic move. And that's going to require keep it tight and then move on to the next. Like kind of accept that, okay, well, if that's not going to be the bounce, like don't let it lose the quarter here. And if we do lose the quarter, then I don't mind jumping out of it. And then just looking for the next spot. Because there is that chance at a reversal. And I still have my eyes on particularly IBIT I'm still looking at for that reversal trade because I've been looking at Bitcoin pretty much all morning. And if I see that harsh move in USO, which I think we're getting a trend break now that I look at it, we are breaking that trend. So my trade for the trend break is looking for the breakaway from VWAP on IBIT. Like what tried to happen here, it ends up trying to break this trend line and didn't. Once we get through, I think there's some explosive upside if we get this trend break. Again, it hasn't happened yet, but certainly we're on the precipice at least. And remember, in 30 minutes or so, we'll probably start to see a little bit more action that's related to less headline driven and more close trade driven. Trust me, it is going to happen at some point. You're going to start seeing some weird stuff on some of the bigger NASDAQ names closer to 350 because no one has a heads up on what those are going to look like until they come out. So you start to see some really weird stuff happen on things like Apple and Microsoft. And there are some names that I can actually give to you if I still have it up. Shoot, in terms of what we're expecting, I don't know if I still do. I'll have to find it. The right one? Give me a second. That's Toronto.
Some of those names?
No, you know what? I had the spreadsheet up, but I must have closed it. When we get closer to the close, I'll let you guys know some of the expected moves. I feel like VST, Vertiv is one of the biggest ones that we're expecting to the upside. Intel, I think, is supposed to be a big bid. Ooh. That's one of the reasons why I was looking for every single, if I can find an entry point into an Intel long, it's supposed to be a big upweight today at the close. And so the fact that it's drawing down, any trend break in the last hour, I'm probably going to take a shot at. Because if I can hold it into the imbalance, then all the better.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be waiting patiently for some of those imbalances to come in here. Quarterly imbalance doesn't really, quarterly rebalancing. Doesn't really happen that often, about 4 times a year, and definitely worth kind of sitting on your hands, waiting for the right kind of opportunity on the day today. But if you came in today and you were like, okay, the potential for a free fall Friday is very high. I'm just looking at some NVIDIA here. I know a lot of people were talking about it. It was on the rundown as well. Just talking about opportunity on the day. Take a look at this. It tells you off of the open. Those of you who are looking for potential, trade ideas, or we talk about playbook development, things like that. Let's go through some examples of what that could potentially look like, right? On a name like NVIDIA. Now, I know not everybody is going to be trading NVIDIA. I know there's a lot of edge in small caps, but when it comes to price action, I do believe that it does not matter. You can remove the axis there. You can remove the prices there. Just give me some candles. Maybe give me some tapes with the size of buyers and sellers as well on the book. And yeah, some of these vehicles are definitely very, very tradable. Let's just go through some of the action that I'm seeing right off the bat here. You can see pre-market low breakdown right there, right off of the open. And even if you miss that, that's telling you right there off of the open that sellers are in charge. A retest of that pre-market low right here as well, it tells you that sellers are in charge once again. You see that bid getting slammed right back in, VWAP hold, and if you weren't there for that either, take a look at this, opening range low. Now I know there's a lot of research on 5-minute opening range low, 5-minute opening range breaks as well. You can see here that opening range gets taken out, does not look back, and that's in and around 176.70s for a trend all the way down into 175s where we finally catch a little bit of a bid. Guess what? Volume weighted average price. So what does that mean? That's where majority of the average participants are sitting at. That comes in at 176 here, coming in and around that midday level. Guess what? It comes back into a key level and it shows you once again that, hey, sellers are in charge. Let's go again. You can see now the day low at that point is sitting at that $75 level. Let's break it down even further. Trends low. Sellers have already shown you who's in charge at VWAP. You start to make structure low. Maybe this is kind of, no man's land, sideways consolidation, whatever. But take a look at what happens on that 175 low breakdown. You can see right here, even if you do not take the breakdown trade, even if you're somebody who wants to wait for absolute confirmation, right? As if you haven't already had confirmation that sellers are in charge at multiple key points during the day. It bids right back up from 74 halves into 75s, and guess what? Sellers step right back in for another break of structure. Now, throughout this whole time, you can see the market tailwind is definitely on your side. So a name like NVIDIA, you can see here, if you're looking at it, you're like, okay, how can I develop a potential playbook in and around some of these price action moves on the day? Pre-market low break, opening range low break, VWAP hold after sellers have shown you that they're in charge. VWAP sellers, once again, day of low breakdown, right? Day of low retest. There's so many different opportunities where you can get in, and in my opinion, these are high expected value opportunities where you've seen who's in charge, the price action and the chart is telling you, it's talking to you, and over again, it's shown you the same thing. So how many times do you really need to see this to get involved at clean points? Now, I know a lot of people get involved, in the chop, it becomes very difficult, but if you can pinpoint some of these key areas, it gives you a much clearer perspective when you zoom out, and you can see here, beautiful, beautiful sell-off on the day today. A lot of opportunities. Now, understand, those of you who are just taking the swings and are in long on some of these market names, sure, it might not be the best for your portfolio, but when it comes to intraday trading, it has provided the utmost cleanliness when it comes to some of these opportunities here. And USO as well. We were talking about, okay, fine, I want to trade something that's more in play. Maybe I don't want to touch an NVIDIA today. Guess what? USO pulls back into VWAP, buyers in charge. We can break this down a similar way as well. Buyers in charge on the first pullback. Sure, if USO is going to be a little bit choppier, it might be a little bit more difficult as well. But you can see every time it dips into the volume weighted average price, there have been buyers and buyers and buyers every single time. And it's done that more than 5 times in a row today. So sometimes you just got to take a step back. You got to figure out who's in charge here. Get with the trend, because the trend is
on the
your
market
friend.
until the end when it bends. That's your line.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it was. You coined that one.
I did not. I think it was. I always forget his name. But,
very quickly, so you can probably see, if you're watching USO, you know what's happening. There was this spike reversal that did take us into the high of day. So in a shocking, spoiler alert, everybody, we just made a consolidation higher on energy names, and the market continues to make fresh lows. But for this trade, it pulled back into prior high, which I like, about 18.3, and we got to 18.4 half here, but I want us breaking through. So I'm going to maintain, like, this wick bottom will end up being the stop, and we'll look to see if we can press higher, and then go from there. Like, I already missed one dip, and rip, and dip and dip and rip. And if we end up holding this trend line, then I can move my stop to whatever the trend line is. But I'm not doing that unless we break out. It has to hold this trend line, break out the top, and then I'd use the trend line as my stop. Otherwise, I use this bar here, wait for the next available dip buy, and just sort of set the trades up in that regard. So that's what I'm watching, but I have to remind everybody, like, I also have my eyeballs on this, because what I am doing is, if I see something insane, like, see this hammer candle here? Like, I was able to see this already happen and then catch, like, an ad at the same price on Boyle. Like, there's just enough of a lag that you're kind of getting that trade if you're watching USO. And then you should be, like, if we break out that high on USO, I would suspect, like, this along will work out and follow up, and the NASDAQ will probably continue to fall. And then hopefully, if this NASDAQ stops falling, for everyone out there that doesn't want the market to keep crumbling, you'll have some kind of reversion trade in some of these energy names. That's certainly going to be part of it as well. So you don't necessarily need to be reacting to every single move. It is tricky when you see things down this far to try to catch shorts at the lows. Oh, what was that in NVIDIA?
A little bit of a pop, yeah. A little dip. Did it actually go down to 173s? No, I haven't wicked that. Yeah, I don't think it's real.
Okay, sorry. I had a bad wick on one of my. I have my black chart up here, which had a bad wick on it. So when I saw this,
I got the same wick. I was like,
and I kind of freaked out, because to me, if that wick was real, it would be a gigantic bottoming tail candle.
Yeah.
And then I'd want to be looking for a long. But it is not real, as you can see here, just a crazy deep print. I have more filters. On the charts that we show you guys, I try to have as many filters on as possible, so as few of the weird dark pool prints are going to show up as possible there. But it is actually, maybe we are getting a bit of a move. Like, it's funny I say that. That wasn't necessarily a bad wick, but we just pull back down on our consolidation level in Boyle. Same thing happening over in USO. Maybe the market is trying to catch a bit of a bid here, and there could be an opportunity for us to reverse this move to the long side. But I hesitate to break away from the trend too early. right? Like I'd rather stick with the trend as long as possible there. Vin is asking how the financials are going or handling this move. You know what? I actually have not paid as much attention to the financials. I know I said yesterday that the XLF is semi-broken. You know what's going on with the credit crunch by now, and the bank stocks have been taking some hits. Some are better than others. I'd venture to say like Goldman and Morgan Stanley are doing a lot better. The overall ETF, of course, is going to have some names which are more adversely affected in this particular case, but we're underneath both major moving averages. You just did a death cross on the daily, the 50 crossing the 200 period simple moving average. It hasn't fallen apart yet, but this is a day where they weren't that bad, is the best way to put it. And then eventually it just started falling with everything else. This is the problem, especially on a Friday. This is the problem with this kind of a market move down. Eventually it probably catches everything. Like you had the financials doing okay, but at some point you just keep making fresh lows in the overall market, and lots of other things that were strong during that day turn into risk off as well. But it does build something. It does make a point here. Because if it was relatively strong before, then maybe it's a better play for a bounce than some of the other names. Like I'm sitting here looking at Intel for a reversion. Look at Intel's chart.
Yeah.
There
is no reversion.
Or you have something which was strong in the morning and had plenty of buy support here and is trying to bounce with the market. Well, if it was relatively strong before, why wouldn't it be relatively strong later?
We've seen SoFi today. That was a great reversion today. SoFi, again, maybe not necessarily
can we not talk about SoFi?
in play. Look at that reversion.
Okay, so there's two problems with SoFi.
Yes. Oh, you traded in the morning. Nice.
Well, this is the first problem. Like I wasn't nearly as bullish as I probably needed to be on SoFi today, because at each point when it got to resistance, I was thinking get out and then wait for a reversal. Because in my mind, there's that, so if you don't know what's going on in SoFi, muddy waters with a short seller report.
Yes.
It was about 1750 when it flushed. And then if you kind of go here to like 17 and a quarter, this is where it bounced in the afternoon that day. That ended up big support level the following day, and it kind of closed at that price, a top yesterday. So you know in my brain, I'm going, any long trade, forget about it. It's got to be a short at some point going into this level. So I was quick to get out of longs, looking for a reversal spot, and then it didn't really happen here at the level I thought. Watched it go up into this zone, and then completely missed the reversion when it did happen at 1 o'clock. It is what it is. So that's why I'm saying, like, two reasons I don't like that. One, I own shares of SoFi on my personal account, candidly. And two, I didn't hold the long enough because I was looking for the short, and they just didn't take the short when it got there.
So some of these you gotta keep eyes on, because like you have the right idea, but the timing is always a little bit.
It's like 30 minutes after the level I liked.
Yeah.
You have to sit there and stare it down.
Like for example, today, like all I wanted to do was short every price in the first 30 minutes on what was the stock again? Oh yeah, SMCI. I was like, I don't care, I'm shorting everything. Not the best mentality when you have a daily risk limit.
It was the right idea.
I mean, in my opinion, that is the trade. But as an intraday trader, I not only have to understand and take the trade, and when it's doing what I'm looking for, really kind of pound into it, but make sure I'm managing my risk effectively as well, right? So that's something. I mean, I know I like to say that because that's something I'm trying to get better at. Because I'm like, when it's working for me, I better be. Because we talked about this. Sometimes some strategies they only work 30% of the time. Some things are only right 30 to 50% of the time. What makes the difference over time is that when it's actually working, you are aggressively pushing into it, managing your risk as well at the same time. Otherwise, if your size is the same way for everything, it's not necessarily going to work that well.
Well, right? The easiest example of that is something as extreme as like an IPO.
Yeah.
Like that would be an IPO that lines up and has every single category you want. Maybe it's in the right sector. It's got the right size. It has the right aspect of increasing. It's obviously you want it oversubscribed as well, and then it's got like an increasing tap. Like all of these things that pile up, the liquidity that you want. So that you just then take more shares in it. And then there's other IPOs where the liquidity isn't there, and there's no hype, and it's too close to the issue price, and it doesn't seem like anyone wants to bid it up, and then you don't take those longs at all.
Maybe you want to flip short.
Well, or you might just think of it in the other way.
Yeah.
But what you also have to consider is that in these markets, Volatility creates movement, and that is also creating opportunity, Obi. And Beta Pro by GlobeX offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leveraged bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. So trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you there. And yes, our $1 coin is called a loonie because we are in... There we go. There was something in the chat, and just before we were talking, I was talking GlobeX there that I was going to get to, but now it's slipping my memory.
It's all good.
Shoot, there was something I was going to address, a question that someone had asked me.
I think Eri Pages has a question for me, so I can.
Oh, he does?
I can
Eri?
kind of, Eri Pages saying, Obi, can you share with us your sleep update? Oh boy. You mentioned late last year your goal of getting into 7+ hours of nightly sleep. Give us a brief update. So you know what, I saw that.
That's a lot.
Thank you for the question. No, 7 is a lot, but if I'm going to bed on time, I'm definitely easily getting 7, if not more. Because ideally, I want to go to bed around 10 o'clock, right? 10:30, and then wake up for 6. For 5:30, around 6, and that'll give you your 7 hours, 6.5 to 7 hours. So today, I got 5.5. I got a sleep score of 83. On the weekly, I've averaged maybe 2 days. So Monday was okay. So this is what happened. I had family come over from
recovery for me.
From the States. My sister lives in Chicago, so she was over this weekend. And yeah, usually what happens is that we stay up really late. Just watching movies, just playing games like board games and stuff like that, and just chilling. My other sister who lives in Saga, she was over as well. Both my brother-in-laws were over. We were just up till like 4 or 5 a.m. And this is coming into Monday, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm definitely not trading the open on Monday when it comes to that. But anyway, so it says here that I got 1 hour of sleep on Monday, which is untrue. I got more a little bit later. But Tuesday, what was Tuesday? Tuesday I had about 5.9, so 5 hours and 9 minutes. I had 7 hours and 5 minutes on Wednesday, and actually hit my goal of 7 hours and 30 minutes yesterday. Yesterday was a solid trading day as well. Today I had 5.5 because I couldn't get to bed until about 12:30, and I woke up around 6 o'clock. So it's not the best. But I'm kind of managing to get at least a couple days during the week where I am hitting that 7.5 roughly. But on average, I'd say about 6 hours. So not going so great. But guess what? The year isn't over. We're just about coming into the first quarter here. So I will definitely thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot that that was one of my main goals. I've been maybe focusing a little bit more on some of my specifically trading related goals. And I've talked to you about that last week as well, where it's just like when I get into a trade that's working, pyramiding into it properly and effectively. That's what I mean by really kind of getting aggressive when something's working for you. Like yesterday, for example, I had a trade on Micron, yeah. I think I traded both in the Blue Ocean and intraday as well. I took reversions both times. Oh my God, wow, look at this. This is absolutely beautiful. So this is, look at that continuation from yesterday. Selling off in places where it kind of told you where sellers were yesterday as well. But this is the reversion that I took yesterday back into VWAP. Here, and I kind of pointed out, and I was talking to Neil about this as well. I was just like, okay, get short in and around 252s, 252s and some change here, and then covered in and around VWAP. So in terms of decision making, I got involved exactly where I needed to be, right? When the trend broke, when the sellers are kind of show themselves, and then covered exactly where I need to as well, because I was just like, okay, I just want to wait for these sellers to step off, and that was in and around that VWAP area. But you can see here on the way down, it gave you like a perfect stair step down. A perfect opportunity to pyramid into this effectively as it gets to your target. And it gave you the opportunity to trail it as well, never really stopping you out. So that was something that, I didn't do too well, but, so I'm getting to the point where some trades I am doing it well, some trades I'm not. I'm in that kind of a potentially not transformation, transition phase, where it's just like, okay, I'm getting some of them right, I'm getting some of them wrong, and I'm still kind of working towards some of those. But yeah, you're right. Paige is saying, whoa, 6+ hours average nightly sleep is still a great improvement from last year's 4 to 4.5 hours. They're well done. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's getting there. It's a work in progress. Ideally, I would like 6-7 hours roughly.
Why
but
would you
it's getting there.
When you were just saying sellers stepping off, like when will the sellers step off?
They're not.
Context. Even just now, I saw someone in the chat just say, Nvidia just put in a hammer on the 5-minute, because I think a lot of people are looking for bottom. You're looking for tops in energy, which I don't know. Boyle feels like I'm in this, and it's just consolidating for now without the breakout. Like we're getting the dip in the consolidative high, but we're not getting the breakout. So I'm holding for that break. But what's happening here is you get your hammer candle, and then it's a trap. Like you get this kind of setup. Like look at Nvidia, just did this from the low, right? So from the prior low break, there's the trend line. There's a break of the trend line. The attempt, it's gonna have trapped some people into that long, and then it's gonna also set this hammer candle, trapping some people into this long, and we're just continuing to go down. But while what's not happening, the market's continuing to fall, and oddly enough, we have yet to make a fresh high over here in USO. So look, I'm in Boyle. It's also not breaking the high. It's just doing this consolidative thing. It's interesting. There's not any, until we break out this top, there's nothing crazy to do over here in energy. And if we can't catch a bid, it's not like the market's giving us much of anything here to work with. So it's kind of a weird one for sure. And Takasu, yeah, the thing, it's so true. Like these things can really move against you. If I'm ever, for every single trade, and it should always be predictable. Like when I was longing it here, I have a stop order that's in here. When I'm long this, I have a stop order there. When I'm long this, I have a stop order there. When I'm long this, I have a stop order here. So it'll never, if you're day trading, you're never in a situation outside of for some reason, your execution going down to the point that you can't get out of the trade anyways, where you're not protected. I think you've got to be, because a single headline can move us, no questions asked. There was a super chat that I don't think we addressed, so I'll try to fire it up here from Joy Blessed. There it is. Hey Neil, getting into some IWM puts power hour. What is your take? Well, power hour started 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
There isn't a short in the market that in the last 15 minutes hasn't worked, because the trend is your friend. So if what I actually like, what's interesting is when you're shorting the bottom, at least this gave you something of a reasonable scalp to trade. But again, you are shorting at the lows. There's we never really know what are you doing here. You swinging, you scalping, because day traders often will just be in really short-term scalp. So I don't know what your plan of action is with this, but you did get a consolidative level here at 3 o'clock to kind of show you, well, the sellers were stacking up here on the IWM as it continued to go lower. And then another factor, if we're thinking longer term on the IWM, I don't know what your plan of action was. Have a look at what's going on with rates. On Wednesday, we were expecting, this is a Fed tool. There you go, Fed Watch. So this is the Fed rate tool. On Wednesday, we were at a 6% chance that they would raise in the April meeting, right? It was only down to 6%. It's now a 12% chance. It's still basically non-zero. We're not getting a cut at this point. And obviously, if you were to raise rates, that's the kind of thing that would not be good for smaller companies, whose cost of borrowing and cost of doing business go up. And they're a little bit more sensitive to that. So in a general sense, the market sentiment is with you here. Obviously, we're going to be pretty headline-driven here, especially over a weekend. But it's hard not to agree with that particular sentiment. Then you throw up the fact that the IWM is, looky. We are at the 200-period moving average on the daily. This is the kind of level that when broken, Article 1, that's NVIDIA breaking it today, yikes. Article 2, This is Tesla breaking a consolidation off the 200-period moving average as well, and look at the continuation it's gotten. Now you see the IWM also threatening it. So yeah, you've got a little bit of pressure going on in the IWM. But again, I don't know, you're day trading it, you scalping, you taking some kind of a longer term swing. So we can just look at the charts and give our analysis and thoughts. That's why I kind of went over and looked at the rate tool, because I think that's going to be important. It's important in general, in a general sense, but it's certainly important to the Russell for sure. The early look is still pretty ridiculous. New entry. So RITM is still here for like 4 million, whatever that is. BMNR is 8 million shares to the buy side. Maybe Tom Lee wants to add more shares. I have no idea there. And not really seeing anything else too crazy. I'm just looking for names that maybe people would be interested in. No, add Visa buy 6.7. We saw Disney before. Oracle, 6 million shares to buy. UPS, 6 million shares to sell. Kind of makes some sense on a day where FedEx crushed it. UPS with a big sell imbalance. UNH with a sell of 6 million shares. There's going to be a lot of kind of insane numbers with only about 33 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. Archer with a 4.5 million, imbalance to the buy side. Like, these are some really big ones. One of the easiest things to do, and I don't know if anybody that's at real trading or if you have access to the imbalance locator, on a daunting day like today, it's good to sort of make up a list of the ones that you like and then create a separate, which I do, I create a separate imbalance locator of just the symbols that I'm now following at like 350. So that I can kind of watch the ones I'm paying closer attention to. Because if you just wanted to watch everything over a couple of million shares, see how impossible that's going to be. And I'm going to throw back to Obi. But I have to, what is this RIT? I don't know Rhythm Capital. Not familiar with the stock, but it's a 40 million buy imbalance, and the stock has done 18 million shares, and it's literally at the low of the day. So that automatically is going over on one of my charts. Like, you're going to tell me you're down 6%, with an imbalance that's twice the daily volume, and it's a buy imbalance, and you're at the low. I might start taking some pot shots at this closer to 330. And when I say pot shots, just want to be long off the low, even if it just gets back to the high. If you can find a trade risking the low, the high is 15 pennies from here, and the low is basically 5. That's a good R to R, but we'll see. Any of these change in real time. That 40 million that I'm looking at right here, that could drop to 20 million. That's why I'm going to throw it up on a list and make sure that I don't miss that if I decide to trade it.
Yeah, I just got a interesting. I follow a few different sources on X. I got an interesting kind of post here that basically told me that you're familiar with the Fear and Greed Index.
Yes.
Apparently, as of right now, it's at extreme fear. So I kind of looked it up. I was like, all right. What is it, for those of you who don't know the specific definition? I kind of looked it up here. Is a market sentiment tool most famously created by CNN Business. Okay, interesting. That measures investor emotions on a scale from 0 to 100. It tracks whether the stock market is driven by extreme fear, 0 to 49, suggesting underpriced stocks, or extreme greed, 51 to 100, suggesting overvalued, with 50 being neutral. So guess what? I went on the CNN website right here, and as of right now, we are kind of experiencing apparently some extreme fear. Just to make sure it's correct, I went on another website right here. Give me some website called Fear and Greed Meter. Similar kind of reading there. So extreme fear, Neil, as things apparently are very undervalued here as of right now. But kind of makes sense. We're talking about things breaking their 200-period moving averages, coming into potentially areas of value. Would you say? Perhaps,
that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Market's definitely at a discount. I'll tell you that.
Just because we're dropping doesn't mean everything's going into value.
VIX is probably 30 something. Yeah, no, for sure. No, VIX is 28 right now, so I did want to keep an eye on the VIX. You can see what it's been doing over the past couple of days. We did get that spike all the way up to 35s coming in last Monday, and I was like, oh boy, we're starting to get moving once again here on the VIX as it starts to wind up and volatility increases. Now, if there's one thing, and I've said this before, that loves to revert and probably reverts with some of the highest probability, is volatility itself. And you can see here on the extreme pushes of volatility, the reversions are almost always pretty solid there. You can see here, strong push up into 35, gets pulled all the way back down to 20s pretty much within a couple of days. Then we start to kind of, chop it up above 20. So I have been watching this pretty closely. I'm waiting for this to potentially get into this $30 level and sustain if we're going to continue this kind of selling. We talked about some of the larger caps as well over the past couple of months. That double top on Microsoft, that's coming in quite nicely. If you remember that one on the weekly, I mentioned it a few times, and I'm like, okay, well, this is not necessarily something Softy has done in a while. You can see here, clear, very, very clear. This is a weekly chart. Rejection of price, whether you want to call it double top. I know some people like to call it devil's horns or cat ears or whatever you want to call it. Rejection of price. That's the sentiment that's being shown here.
Devil's horn?
Yeah, because double top.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, that's becoming bearish. Maybe maybe we're going to hell, but maybe we're just coming back into some prior support levels as well. But since then, we've had pretty much a straight beeline back down to where buyers stepped up in March, April of last year, that presidential bid that I was talking about. So a beautiful kind of symmetrical action. And some of the best reversions, Neil, are absolutely symmetrical. And you had an aggressive bid from April, price rejection in July, another retest and a rejection in October of last year. And we're getting almost a symmetrical leg back down into what was some potential support from last year. So, when I look at Softy's chart, I'm like, this is absolutely beautiful. Talk about a picture perfect swing short, or just, getting involved with some of this move here on this name has been absolutely beautiful on Microsoft. Now, other names not as clean, not as clear, but the other names don't really have this kind of a pattern, this double top pattern here. But yeah, extreme fears maybe, perhaps. I don't know what your opinion on that is. Are you looking to, whenever the VIX gets up to 30, I'm always like, yeah, it's probably a good time to kind of look at some of these stocks that I think are undervalued.
I feel like it piques the interest when it gets to 30, and then once we're breaking 30, it is I need to be buying something. Like that's
when my DCA turns on.
Yeah, like it's just like, okay, well, whatever the list is, even if it's not at the price that I like, it's like, okay, well, I need to nibble. I remember when I was at spring training last year, and that was exactly how I felt because I ended, it was in March, right? So we had one of those ridiculous down days when I'm literally on my phone when like Nvidia is down like 8% and market's getting crushed. I'm like, I'm trying to buy stuff in the fourth inning. It was wild. Danny Boy's bear market bingo. Thank you for the super chat. You put a stink bid on UVIX. 3% under the current price, just waiting for that sneaky liquidity grab that we know will happen soon. You know what? I love the whole stink bid thing. I think sometimes, like when you like the structure of something, where like you sort of feel, okay, like we're trending up here, and I just want to be in this sucker. So you throw something in just in case you get that liquidity grab so that you get yourself a good price. And if you're sort of doing that the entire time and something is trending up, you get yourself a little bit of a shot. So you're looking for something right back in the 8-7 range. And look at us trending higher as the market just continues to go down. And DJ Reese, that's right, you DCA, you can never guess the right price to dip by. The perfect example of that would be, here, I can literally show you on Nvidia last year. Oops, that's not the daily chart. So like last year, you'll never be exactly perfect, but we're in the downtrend. The bottom ended up in April, but there was a day here I don't remember which day it was in March, but whatever. I was in Florida in March, and there was one of these really bad days where I knew I had a list of stuff that I wanted to get, and I was just like, okay, let's pick a couple up. The only thing I got one of the things I got at the bottom was ARM, but I know in here it was Nvidia and Meta, and something else. I'm forgetting. Oh my goodness, and we just continue to go lower. So I scalped out, and remember what's going on. I saw this happening in USO, and I was about to flip. Like I was so close to flipping actually, because we had that pullback here in USO. Like USO went 123, so almost a full percentage pullback in USO here, and then looked like that would be enough, so I trailed out, and now we're bouncing again. And the market makes another fresh bottom. You just can't seem to go anywhere. Even when you look for the reversion, it's not really there. But we're still in a very, very tight range. like inside a 1% there. As I said, in the last hour, Boyle's probably also got a 1% range on it here, like 18, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, like 28 to, yeah, a little bit more. It's infinitesimally more, like maybe like a 1.25 point range and a 1% range up top there on USO. So neither one is doing what it was doing earlier. Like before, like there was one, it was like a 2.5%, 3% move in 5 minutes. And I don't know that we're going to be able to see that again. That Rhythm, what is it, Rhythm Capital, that was that 40 million buy-in balance. So it stayed, and so grab some shares into here. Just going to look to play that one into the high. It just so happened to be the biggest imbalance and a significant amount of volume. That's all. So the closer we get to 350, the more likely I'm going to want to make sure this isn't pairing off. I threw it up on a list, and that's what I want to see. What else do we have here? R88, what is that? R88193 in the chat. Why is AMD strong today? All right, I'm just, because I have my black chart up here. Why is AMD strong today? Nuh-uh. I mean, it's not, but it was strong yesterday. Not very strong today, but not many things are going to be strong. So it's just doing what the market is doing. And again, maybe that looks like a relatively strong chart to you. It doesn't really look like that to me. AMD looks like Nvidia. AMD looks like Intel right now. AMD, at least it's not SMCI. So yeah, no. If your point of comparison is AMD and SMCI, then yes, AMD is relatively strong today. Maybe that, you know what, that could have been some kind of a troll that went over my head.
On what? On SMCI or?
No, like why is AMD strong today was a question.
Oh yeah, no.
Or maybe I just read that wrong. Did I read it wrong in the chat? Yeah, why AMD is strong.
I mean,
yeah, that was the actual. I didn't read it wrong. That was the actual question in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe
your charts upside down or something.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're looking at the right chart when you're looking at things. Make sure your screen is right side up.
I think I was being trolled.
As well,
I think
perhaps that's
fair.
That's definitely that definitely could be the
We're
case.
fair game. We read the chat. You can probably get us to.
I pulled up the leaderboard to see how everyone's doing here on our picks. I see that Fabian has changed the layout. This looks kind of very. I don't know, very futuristic here, but yeah, a lot of chop here. Again, I'm getting rocked on that circle, but I already mentioned that circle should have been covered way long ago. That earnings was a definite episodic pivot where it changed the whole sentiment around the stock.
Hold on, nobody has a worse situation than me, because like. We did our picks for what Obi's talking about. We did our picks for the year.
Yes.
Now, some of us made our picks actually in December, and then we didn't do the show until the middle of January. Now, of course, one of my picks, which I literally bought in my personal account at the end of the year at $247, went all the way to $400, and is now getting absolutely destroyed. So we do our.
Did you take anything off?
Yeah, with my real account, of course I did. Am I a bloody idiot? Like what kind of a?
Yeah, that's a solid move.
Okay, I almost said something else, but we're on live. No, but like I'd have to be a blithering idiot in my own TFSA to have not covered something and taken profits, and then eventually stopped out of it after this earnings flush. But I don't get the benefit of that move in the conversation. So I'm gonna have the worst performing stock that actually it literally gave a 60% move. And that'll still be like the worst stock on the board, which is hilarious. No, but it's actually a very good point. It does go to show stock picking competitions are all well and good, but it's kind of meaningless in the sense that when you actually have a position and real money is at stake, you have to manage that money.
Oh, of course.
And so therefore, whether it's broken a trend here and you're getting out, or I see it stall in here at resistance and you take some off, whatever it might be, or eventually when the rest breaks that support level, you get out, you're doing something. And if you're not doing nothing with a swing trade.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And if you're doing nothing with a swing trade, then it better be like this perpetual up move that magically doesn't go down. So it's just one of those.
Yeah, it's got to be in trend. It's got to do what you're looking for, and then you definitely have to have a stop. You have to have a timer on it, and yeah, you definitely have to manage it accordingly, right? And we're just kind of doing this for fun. I was looking at some of my positions. Yeah, circle short. I placed the same trades on paper here just to kind of keep track on my trading view. So I was looking at this BW was going absolutely crazy here. Again, just happened to be an oil related or an energy related name here, but absolutely solid. It's been holding trend. But yeah, no, that circle you can see here, circle. Absolute change of chart, right? When I was mentioning some of these, I was like, yeah, I like the chart. That's the only reason why I want to get in. No real kind of fundamental reason at all. The chart, in my opinion, speaks literally volumes, and you don't need much else there as well. So you can see here. We kind of talked about it coming into January, and I placed a again a paper order just to keep track of that position. You can see it was doing exactly what I was looking for. It broke that structure. It went into trend and trended all the way down to almost $50. $47.81 is the low. Didn't really quite stay there for long enough, but you can see here going into earnings, kind of a sideways consolidation. So if I'm not taking it off right here when it's like, okay, earnings report absolutely solid, and you can see here 161% above expected in terms of EPS, you have a bit of a situational change, right? We're talking about it's pretty much an episodic pivot. Beaten down, you have a situational change. Price action gets, it rips up like crazy, pulls back, holds, and we've been in this trend since then. So yeah, Circle, definitely a lot of reasons to buy on that push up off of earnings there. Sidhu, again, this one I was just like, okay, well, just wanted to bring awareness because I know Sidhu was very popular when we were talking about it, and it did have a strong move, right? We went all the way to $5.80, but what was the purpose of me taking this pick? I said this is purely only for educational purposes to kind of show the people what happens to some of these stocks weeks down the line, months down the line, what really goes on. The hype is over. So, I have a few friends, and I kind of used to have the same mindset where I'm just like, okay, well, this thing is going crazy, so now I'm just going to hold this in my long term forever. And this is going to continue to go up past $5 a key area. You give yourself so many different excuses. You build yourself a story. You get tied up in the fundamentals. You start believing everything that you hear on the stock, but the price action is not really kind of confirming any of that, right? This name, you can see what's been happening. Kind of got crushed and kind of just consolidating sideways. Now things can change. It can get a second leg as well, but you can see off of the hype, off of the somewhat of a parabolic move on Sidhu, it's kind of settled down and not really doing too much. If we look at relative volume, we're doing less than, wow, look at this. Today we're doing 1 times relative volume, but earlier on this week, 0.3, 0.6, so not even doing average volume on some of these days, not really catching any sort of a leg. Now let's go to the third one here on BW. Now this one continues to work, and it started to work pretty much almost right away, pulls back, never really gets back below some of these entry prices and trends higher. And we talk about another contestant for an episodic pivot where you have volume ejection with earnings, you have a strong move. Sure, it didn't do 100% above expected EPS, but again, you have the sentiment that's potentially pushing this forward as well. You have the oil and energy move that's working as well, so it's still within trend. No real reason to kind of manage this in any sort of way, kind of let it kind of pan out. So yeah, that was my whole thing where I was just like, maybe I just wanted to prove a point where I was just like, okay, you don't necessarily need to understand and know any of the fundamentals if you want to make, if I'm looking at a chart, especially longer term. And it's funny, I'm reading this book called How I Made $2 Million in the Stock Market by Nicholas Darvis. It's an older book, and he talks about his journey in. Sorry?
I hate that title.
Yeah, it's a long title, yes. But he talks about his journey in the stock market and how he came about his final kind of conclusion of how he wants to participate with stocks. And basically, his thing was getting with trend, right? Yeah. And the chart and the volume is going to tell you everything. Right, it can have strong fundamentals, but if the sentiment and the positioning isn't there, you're not going to get the move that you're looking for.
You know what?
It's all anticipation.
If I was going to say my experience over 20 years, that the number one thing, if there's the number one thing that I learned in trading, if for the traders that have been successful and the traders that have any kind of longer term success, outside of the whole normal discipline stuff that we usually talk about, it would be this. There is no one way to make money. And if you are wrapped up in the notion that I am only going to trade big cap stocks, I am only going to trade gappers and runners, I am only going to trade the futures, the Bollinger Bands are the only way to go. If you have that kind of a narrow focus, good luck. I've never really seen any. It's like you don't know what you will, like what patterns you see is not what someone else is going to see. Whatever the heck works for you, whatever works for you that you can find that makes you money, do that. And you should not give a darn what anybody else thinks about it. If somebody doesn't think penny stock trading is real trading, who cares? Check clears the same way. I'll never forget this. My first, because I had to set up a US dollar account when I first started trading. Because back then, like now we get paid in CAD, but back then if you traded the US markets at the prop firm, you actually got paid in US dollars. Nice. So I remember I went into the bank and it's like, I don't remember the reason why I was actually speaking to the manager, but anyways, like I had this check from the prop trade. Maybe it's because it was this check from the prop trading company in U.S. dollars, and for whatever reason, it wasn't like I don't know why it wasn't an easy transaction. But I end up in this in the office of the bank manager, to get this settled, and we ended up chatting and. She's like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a trader. And she's like, oh, what do you trade? I was dead ass honest about it. I'm like, well, I day trade penny stocks. Yeah, no. And she like laughed, and then, but it's like you're holding the check and you come on, man, like what, like okay, no, exactly, yeah. Well, obviously it's good enough that I'm sitting here with you, and it's not that easy for you to clear this, but it did, and so it doesn't really matter. And then you move on to something else, and you open yourself up to other ideas. Because you
have to stay adaptable because things will change, right?
Well, here's a fundamental thing. Here, I'll get to this fundamental thing for a second. Like, look at Tesla right now. Okay, so Tesla 374 down to 365. It's moved $10 from the volume weighted average price. Now, you could be a VWAP to here trade, and you could say I'm risking $2 on this stock. I'm risking 0.5% on Tesla to try to make a bunch to the low, which could be 70. So that's 1.5 points there, or that's not even 1% because it's like $3 or so. Whatever, like that math can be eerily similar. Like I'll be straight up. Like if you're a day trader at real trading, that move based on liquidity, and it's not like how's it any different from literally risking 2 cents to make 25? Yeah. I think it's not really. It's just whatever works for you. It doesn't really matter. Like some people are gonna be like, I like the Tesla. That's great. Do that. Do whatever works for you. Now this is getting pretty nasty overall in the market.
Look at the puke.
I know. USO is like
crazy. USO is not really moving.
No, that's sort of the thing. So, yeah, it's frustrating because I was more looking for the continuation in the oil names upside as opposed to the futures down. But it was the right decision to jump out of the oil trade. You're seeing Nvidia also flush. We now have 10 minutes till the imbalances come out, and look at Nvidia continue to go down. But I just like this. To me, like I'm one of those. I like the high. If I can find a high percentage trade, I don't give a rat's. You know what? Like you want to tell me that I can risk to the low of the day on a stock when the market's doing death and the largest imbalance notionally is a buy on a stock which is at the low, and also the daily chart looks like it's just a dump fest. So you're getting a capitulation bottom, massive buy imbalance, and risk to the low into the imbalance trade. That's just good R to me. So you make that trade. If you can't, because finding a way into Nvidia here is not the easiest. Like if you're like an Nvidia short, you can just try to short every single level. The problem is I've seen the other side of that when you short the bottom and it goes against you. That's a very, very tricky trade. Now, if you've got it from VWAP, congratulations. Yeah. There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways to be up in the market. And at the end of the day, if you're able to make money doing it, just don't care what anybody else thinks, man.
No, I like what you said there. And I kind of mentioned earlier as well, like when it comes to me, I'm just like, it doesn't really matter what I'm trading as long as it's in play and it's been kind of working. And I'm like, yeah, you can remove everything from the price axis. It does not matter because I am a true and strong believer that price action is king. And whether that be on a penny stock, whether that be on a $500 to $1,000 stock, or it's on something like an Nvidia, or maybe mid to small cap, it does not matter. At the end of the day, a breakout is a breakout, a breakdown is a breakdown, volume is volume, relative volume is relative volume as well. And I like to work with certain indicators that kind of remove all of that from the picture. That's why I like relative volume. That's why I like ATR-based kind of calculations, where it's just like, okay, what does it normally do? And is it doing anything that's distinctly different, regardless of what the pricing is, regardless of what the average volume is? Is it doing more than average? And again, obviously we can talk about like liquidity as well. That's probably going to play a factor to a lot of people at the same time. But yeah, no, I think those are solid points there. We're coming into about 9 more minutes, Neil, 9 more minutes, and the market is puking, bless you, into these imbalances, and oh boy, SMCI, man, I got to do so much better. I got clocked kind of shorting that in the morning, and that was not pretty at all. But if I was a little bit more patient and I got involved at the right places, shorting that first 30 minutes of price action was definitely the way to get involved with SMCI today, and it's back all the way down to $20.50 now. Again, catalyst driven as well. But again, today, maybe you don't need a lot of catalyst there. There goes my alarm reminding me that, hey, watch out. Imbalances soon. Lock in, because there could be opportunity. And I think I'll be looking at some of these, both New York and NASDAQ imbalances. So let's take a quick look at how those are sitting as of right now. Still kind of similar here, RITM. So let's click on this. That should, we don't want to do that. So as I click on these, this should populate the chart here. How Ford is on there, anything interesting, BMY.
For the record, RITM is one of the expected buy imbalances.
Buy imbalances, okay, wow. It's already paired about 13 million, 35 mil on the thing. But you can see, look at what it did off the open. If someone's trying to front run this thing off of the open, they got absolutely rocked.
No, you have to wait until the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, market on open, you get rocked from $9 to $8.50. That's crazy. Right? It's how far down is it?
Look at the daily chart,
down.
you'll get an understanding of why you would want to wait till the actual imbalances at the end of the day. Like, it's got the nasty, I was just showing it before.
Yeah.
It's one of the nastiest daily charts.
Wow, look at that.
So therefore, why would you'd want to wait?
You don't want to long this at all.
But what we're expecting in 7 minutes, just to give you a small sample, you've got, what do we have? 13, yikes. Okay, so Vertiv is the number one. They're getting added to the S&P. Apple would be the largest sell. Coherent, a large buy. You've got Light, a large buy. Hey, they're a good name in the chip space. Amazon expected to be a pretty decent sized buy. Intel buy. JP Morgan and XOM. These are expectations. Mm-hmm. It does not mean they come out. I just want to get this out of the way. It does not mean they come out with imbalances in this direction.
Right.
However, if they do come out with imbalances in the direction that we're expecting, then you would care. So that rhythm is supposed to be a big buy, and it is showing up. That's the reason. For something like that, I just realized I'd pulled away from it because Battle was doing things. That's why when it breaks this little downward trend, like it fakes the low and breaks the high, breaks the consolidation, you just look for the retracement long. Now, this stock is a heaping pile of dung, so I would suspect that at some point the seller's going to be like, hey, that buy imbalance is just an excuse to be able to get some liquidity to dump more shares. That's my take. So I feel like you cover into the 350 and not hope that it just comes out in your favor and fills the gap. Again, I like the high percentage type of trade. So with 5 minutes to go till the imbalances come in, I think, look, NVIDIA is making a bit of a turn, so it looks like the fact that oil didn't go any lower, it could be a good thing. And in 5 minutes, so the problem with the NASDAQ names, if this was a New York stock, if any of the Mag 7 were New York and had even small buy imbalances, then I'd be like, yeah, you take the long. But you don't get to see the imbalances on NASDAQ stocks until
much later.
Until 350. So you won't even see NVIDIA or Apple or any of these. If they show up on the list, they show up at 350. If any of those big cap type names were on here for buys, then yeah, you get a turn candle like that and you try to take the long. Like instead, on an imbalance day, I'm going to play the one that we can see. So yeah, 5 minutes to go there. You just caught me off guard because I didn't see the NCAA tournament.
Nice. Yeah. No, I think one of our buddies is kind of watching us. So I was like, oh, what's going on over here? But yeah, no, USO with a little bit of selling coming in here, 122s. I have both my imbalances up. We'll wait and see what the market has in store. If you guys are watching any specific names going into the end of the day today, throw them up into the chat, and we'll take a look at those as well. That VRT that you mentioned, I thought that was pretty interesting as well. I pulled that one up, and you said that one's a buy on the sheet, or it's a buy on the sheet, and you can look at the volume that's been increasing on this. Absolutely solid. Like as it bids lower, look at the absolute clean trend right here of that volume pulling in as it trades lower. So interesting stuff. We'll see if it actually shows up as expected. Or are there other games being played here? That's where I'm gonna kind of call.
Always other games.
Oh, there's the game within the game. That's we gotta go deeper sometimes. Like what do they call it is it Inception?
Yeah.
Right. That's
you go another level. You go another level deeper.
Yeah.
I see you, Kaderm, in the chat. We don't need to. You don't have to spam. Battle is.
Battle. Is that happening?
Yeah. So like, why is Battle going? It's weird. Usually, BATL is an small cap energy company, Battalion Oil, that tends to squeeze when we have oil prices going up. Maybe this would be a case of no one wants to hold overnight kind of deal, because it's not like we're not going back up here. What are actual oil futures doing? Here, bear with me. It's not the J contract. What are we on, K now? I think it's the K contract. And there's nothing really happening. The USO wasn't doing anything. We're pulling back in oil prices. So I guess Battle's doing its own thing, which makes sense. This is a pure squeeze play. If things get crazy out of hand over the weekend, you come on Monday, this is one of those stocks that's worth looking at, because it goes parabolically. It overextends because you have a high short float, and then energy names can go squeezing. This one has a shot possibly next week, but you need something crazy to happen over the weekend potentially to be able to break this one out. I personally don't like the fact that it's doing this without anything else in the energy space going up. That's a red flag for me, because then when that stock comes back in, you've seen the chart, it gets pretty nasty pretty quick. So 2 minutes to go. Again, I'm just looking at this rhythm because it would happen to be the biggest imbalance out there. Someone in the chat had asked me about Pepsi, the imbalance on Pepsi. That's a NASDAQ stock, so you're not seeing anything on Pepsi until 350. Again, if it's .NQ, then there's no early look. There's no advantage to be gained, and that is the majority of the market. Ooh, rhythm just paired off a bit.
Patiently waiting.
That rule means take some off, because I just saw it go. If it goes down, like it just went from 40 to 33, the purpose of imbalances is to get paired off. That's why they exist. They exist to publicly disseminate what is out there so people can come into the other side. And it's an important thing to keep in mind. The entire function of the closing imbalance in the auction, is to decrease the actual volatility on the closing print. So oftentimes, like when you see these imbalances, to expect them to hold till the close is not how you should be framing it. Is to take advantage of a move and try to be. I like to try to be out before. PAS, that's Pan American Silver with a big sell. So early look sell on Pan American Silver. So we know that metals are going to be in play. I'm going to put that one up on another chart here, and so that could be worth watching. Pretty significant, because Pan American Silver's done 7 million shares of volume on the entire session. And right now, the closing imbalance is 7 million, the paired volume is 6 million. That means the auction has 13 million of interest in this auction, and it's done 7 million today. So it could potentially triple its volume at the close. That's just an example. So about 15 seconds, and then we'll get a little bit of fireworks actions for you guys and see what happens. You can never really predict how it's going to go.
Yeah, for sure. Again, got to keep a close eye on anything that's happening. Good luck to anybody who is taking this trade going into the close. Hopefully it comes out as expected right there. So lift coming in here at the highest level. Cisco as well. Let's see what these things are doing. Wow, look at that lift, getting absolutely lifted to the upside right there, 1320s, the 1350. So yeah, look at this move. It's only been about 20 seconds since it came out. So best believe a lot of the first participants getting into this, straight up algos. No one's sitting there, you know, finger on the trigger being like, oh, lift's the first one. I'm getting along there. NFE with the sell. Okay, that's a 77 cent stock right there, but it was about 81 pennies a few seconds ago. Let's see, I gotta take this off right here. Don't need, I gotta filter some of that right there. The BRKR, we don't need the broker number anymore. Let's see what we've got going on here. HPQ, Hewitt Packard. Let's see what this one is up to with a buy. Okay, nothing too crazy. GTM is going. That's the second highest one that I have here on the chart in terms of size. Now, again, some people like to kind of you know, parse it out as dollar volume or dollar size as well, so don't have that filter up as of right now. But yeah, let me know what you guys are watching. Is anything going crazy on your charts here? We can continue to take a look at some
Cisco's
of these names.
pretty big.
Cisco, yeah, Cisco sell, that's coming in quite nicely as well. Let's see if that holds right here, down from 77.5, 77.60s down to 77 flats. They're on Cisco. Walmart with a sell imbalance there. Let's see how much this is. But the thing is, this is done 124. Wow, look at this one, Neil. Walmart coming in 119.80s, slamming down $1 into 118.80s right there on a 5 million sell imbalance. So absolutely crazy. So this is what we were talking about earlier on when we were like, okay, you know, certain things can get a little bit crazy going into these last final minutes here. Google, Oracle, saying some people. Let's take a quick look at some of those here.
I didn't see Oracle.
Yeah, I don't see Oracle anywhere on the top of the list, but we can see Google, okay, with a strong bid back through 300, so that's looking nice right there. On the left side of my screen, we'll take a look at Oracle real quick here as well. Trades on the NYSE. Oracle not as strong there on the bid.
SMCI's got a I just saw it flash by on SMCI, so that could be a little bit interesting. I saw it flash at about 4 million, but it's not doing anything. It's still heading to the downside there, so it's not even moving. So there's really nothing that stood out. The one I was watching the most, it ends up coming out smaller than expected, so I punched out. Which to me makes sense. Like the whole idea is that, like I said, you probably pairs off, so you play it long into the high of the day as opposed to anything else. And then after that, you just let it go. Yeah, maybe it's Lyft. So, you know, Lyft is 23 million to the buy side. I wish it wasn't Lyft because we were expecting a buy here, but like Lyft is not the best stock in the world. But we'll see what happens. You could easily see this one potentially stay. 15 million volume on the day. It's got a 23 million imbalance to the buy side there. What's Tesla doing? Did you see Tesla, or I didn't see any of
Tesla's
the mag?
Google's the only one that's really kind of
I didn't see Nvidia significant. I didn't see Apple significant. I didn't see Microsoft. I couldn't find Tesla either. So disappointing if those are what you were looking at.
Yeah, no, definitely not the Mag 7s really being pushed around. And you said on the sheet Apple was one of the bigger ones there.
Yeah,
you got to remember.
We're expecting Apple.
The average volume that some of this stuff does, like that kind of imbalance will just get eaten up right away. So I think some of the better opportunities may lie in the smaller to mid caps on the day. You can see again, Lyft holding it as of right now, but we'll see going into the pairing event, which happens around 55, 56. We'll see if anything changes, if there's a distinct difference in anything right there. Does it stay? Does it get paired off? Jero with the super chat. Thank you very much. Hi, Obi. Can you recommend Lightsaber Company shares to buy? What do you mean? Lightsaber? Is that an actual? Are you making a pun on lightsabers? Because I don't know. I don't know what you'd go along there. But if Lightsaber is a stock, I have not heard about it.
If Lightsaber was a stock, I'd already own.
You would have known. Yeah, no, there is no stock called Lightsaber. The only thing I'm going long is the Force. So that's usually my thing.
The Force is strong with this one, that's for sure.
Both the dark and the light side. So
it is. So remember, it's 3:55 right now. So that's usually the time when you will see a lot of these imbalances pair off. So if you're in something, a lot of times you'll see a big spike or a change. Ford 16 million to sell. So a lot of these have started to pair off there significantly. What is EXK? Do not even know that name. So a lot of these really, you can start to see like all the bigger numbers are the broker, and that was from 330, and all the stuff from after is now a lot smaller. DVLT, which is that penny stock, is remaining a bit of a sell imbalance there. Oh my goodness. The NASDAQ, nice bounce. And this is sort of the thing about, it's like whatever you're doing, some things can quickly change. Like we were cruising to the downside. I think at least some of the credit for the bounce here is going to be when you have like this, like the window dressing of the bounces at the end of the day. So, here you go. We're getting a decent bounce over in the NASDAQ. That's going to be a good sign, but it's not as if we're being real about it, like what would we have to do to make you feel better? Late money is better and more important money. And really the fact that all we did is sell off, it's a risk off for a lot of these names. Meta, I guess Meta stands out a little bit here. And so someone just typed Meta in the chat, pulled it up. It's doing a little bit better, getting back to where it was. It's actually going to be able to hold on to some of the morning lows. Maybe that gets you excited. I still feel like this has been such a nasty day. Going to pull up USO in that energy trade, ends up dipping. So there was no follow through. It finally does that little bit of a dip. I think it was at least a good idea to stop playing the long trade in the energy names this afternoon. No real push through the highs. Like there was the long into the high. There was really no opportunity. Like you get the initial breakout and there was just nothing doing after the fact, I don't think. Only Fang is asking about Broadcom. What's AVGO doing? Oh, that's not good. Yuck, yuck, and yuck. The market just at least attempted to bounce. Breaking the low is not a good look here for Broadcom. That's literally the last thing that you wanted to have seen. So as the market catches the bid, Broadcom flushing. But there was nothing, I don't know for you, but there was nothing that actually set up outside of the one that was prior to the imbalances for this close. So that's fair enough.
There's a few that I'm watching. I'm watching the Rhythm, RITM. I'm watching Walmart. Walmart looks absolutely solid there on that. I mean, a lot of it got paired off, but it's holding price. That got slapped $1 on something like a Walmart, where the volume on the day already is pretty significant, and getting slapped down $1 on something like this of a large cap, I think is pretty significant. But I'll continue watching it, see if it does anything interesting. That lift, not really as lifted as it was before. I think the edge was definitely getting in real quick there. And again, when we talk about algorithmic trading, a lot of the edge is kind of dissipated for manual traders because you're not reacting that fast, right? I'm sure if I go on to a second chart, a few second chart, a lot of the move just happens in the first few seconds of this move because they're the ones getting the information first, kind of getting into the.
Speak for yourself, Obi. Old man hands around here.
Boom, 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 boom.
It's like no.
Yeah, I mean, no. Some of the
slower than I used to be.
You know what's funny? Yeah. Some of the best trades, even like you could, there's going to be so much imbalance that you can get in later, and there's still so much like edge or room left around. It doesn't really matter.
You want it to not matter.
Ideally you want it to not matter. Maybe you want some entries. Like again, look at Walmart right here. If you have an algo that picks this thing up, maybe you're getting it. Sure, maybe you're not getting in 80s or 70s or 60s. You probably need to be sitting in New Jersey to be getting any of those fills. But say you're sitting anywhere else, maybe you're getting 19 threes. Maybe you're getting 19 halves. Maybe you're even getting 19 ones or 119s. That still gives you about $0.50 to almost a full $1 on the wick low right there on something like a Walmart. So, absolutely solid. There goes RITM. So I think that might actually be the one here.
Did it continue?
It's continuing as of right now. I don't know where last you saw it, but
no, it was at 7. It was no, I last looked at it at 67. So that is going to continue. It's going to go all the way.
About those 6.
That's the thing. Like sometimes like those big ones don't pair off, and it didn't pair off. But remember, this showed up. This was at $8.50 when we first showed it as the biggest imbalance at 3 o'clock. And this was at 3:12, and it played off of the low at that point. And whether you scalped it out or you could literally have just held this into the auction to have made a couple of percentage points there. So it just goes to show. That's why we try to show these out here. And it's more of an overwhelming. Oftentimes what will happen is on a normal day, you'll have like 1 or 2 that are big, so everybody's eyeballs in the same one. That can make an imbalanced day more interesting because there's too many for everyone to look at. So there's so much out there, there's opportunity. This is our last closing bell of the week on a good witching day. So let's ring the fake bell in 2 and 1.
Look at that.
And look, I did see, I absolutely saw in the chat when someone was like, hey guys, what's going on with you guys in ringing the actual bell? It's a logistical thing why we're still not using the actual bell. now. There is a physical one now. It's just we're not using it at the current moment. Is what it is. But I want to thank Obi. Thank you for filling in for Sean, and for all of you. If you're tuning in, you sort of missed it. Sean's daughter had a tournament, so they're in Scarborough playing some hockey. So wish Gia the best of luck for sure. Want to give a big shout out to. Usually I'd say like Joe and Sharif wouldn't be here and Joe would be here, but it's like the opposite. Sharif is to my left. He's still working on some things, so thank you, Sharif and Joe, for the midday.
Thank you.
Big shout out as always to Sia. Sia doing a fantastic job filling in for Adara, who I'm sure will be back and feeling much better. Rest up, get better. Adara, rest up, get better. Fabian and Ramin. Special shout out to Sean, of course, who's not here. Brendo, and big shout out to Andre today because he switched the show all day today by himself.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure when he ate or went to the bathroom, but he did somehow manage to make it through the day. So everyone give a big shout out. Throw some ones and appreciation on. You don't see Assassino's face very often because he just makes us look and sound good.
Shout out to you as well.
All day long. No, we don't.
Thank you for dropping the kneelage throughout the day. Yeah, of course.
Well, I'm in a good mood because Michigan State won yesterday.
Boom.
So hopefully they can win tomorrow and head on to the next round because we absolutely love the tournament. I want to appreciate all of you viewers out there. Wherever you are, have a fantastic weekend. Rest up. We're expecting volatility to stay. So let's be real. We want to be ready for the markets next week. And I will end things off. I hate to end it off on a sad note, saying, hey, let's all celebrate and say rest in peace to a legend who passed, and that was Chuck Norris. It's kind of sad to hear it happen. The dude was an absolute legend. Let's all try to trade like that man lived, which is legendary. We'll see you 8 a.m. Monday morning. We are TraderTV Live. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.